Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do, what I do, what I do right now. What I do, what I do, what I do right now. For you, for you. Carolina skies in the night, floating by your side. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do, what I do, what I do right now. What I do, what I do, what I do right now. For you, for you.
Yeah. Ay, push start, ay. Ball so hard, ay. Raise the bar, ay. Turn into a star, ay. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort. Yeah, your corpse getting severed. The industry dry, it's a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping is basic, skipping is classic. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, again, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we countin' them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this, don't like surprises. I cause a crisis, man, I'm a scientist. With the music I spice things, up to my liking. Man, I want nice things, nice things. That's not an AK, it's a Uzi. I pull up and shoot it to movie. I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie. Cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. Word of my niggas from the 021. You count 6 shots and I count 2 guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here. Swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea. Soon you'll have no career. Take a good look in the mirror. They need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear. Yeah. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay, live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy, what? About too hard, ayy, what? About too hard, ayy, about too hard.
I just step up and make it happen, it's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it. Nobody got it like they can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
That sounds like a pop song.
Take a dive before you dry off. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Free all stars. It's the only way to live. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
Pick up panel to be right on. Yeah. Cause no one really gives. Don't look back, I'll keep your eyes on. Long ago.
Doesn't matter what it gon' cost. Never gave a shit. Real soul. Love to take a hit.
Look around, look around. People fight all their life for some peace. Yeah. Look around, look around. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on it. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Take off, take off. Rush at the rush. Take off, take off. Rush at the rush. Ha. Rush. Take off, take off. Rush at the rush. Ha. can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small? Set aside your subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight, we go inside. The man is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. Yeah. It's so high from here. You can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small?
Like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
Welcome to Play Day 13 for Six Masters. Only one more Play Day to come tomorrow, and then that's all it is. So the penultimate round is here, Dev, as we get stuck into, for some teams, their last night, for others, their second last night.
Yeah, we have really gotten to an exciting part of the season. We've been doing the maths, figuring out who's going to make playoffs and who's going to redeem their pride. It's been a wild ride so far in the Six Masters, and every day just keeps getting better and better.
Certainly does. We've got an amazing amount of games to be played tonight, an amazing amount of scenarios for how top four is going to finish. Of course, we've got the socials down below to keep up to date with all of that information, and you guys at home can also let us know how you think tonight's games are going to play out tonight. Dev, me and you have spent probably a good part, 45 minutes prior to this show, going over calculations for top four. The stakes are high, and that is going to be the talking point for the majority of tonight.
Very much so. The standings still have a lot of ability to shift, and I think that's one of the main things to talk about here. Those top four positions do head to the playoffs later on, but of course, which four teams will end up in those top four spots? There's still a little bit of movement there. Particularly, we're talking about Pittsburgh Knights, who are playing tonight against Wildcard, Team Ferox, and also LFO down there. All of those teams definitely have the opportunity to make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly right. And if we go sort of from top to bottom, I guess the top three are in. We've calculated that. So there's no real issues for Sinister tonight. They've got the tiebreakers. They've got everything that they need in the off chance that teams do sort of catch up to them and they don't get a result tonight against Ferox. Looking at Pittsburgh Knights, though, we've pretty much got it to a T. They need a map win tonight. No ifs, ands, or buts. At least one. And then that kind of opens up a few possibilities for them. But if they get nothing tonight, Dev, they're pretty much done. They're shut out.
Yeah, that's it. So there's high stakes for Pittsburgh Knights and teams further down the lineup. Ferox are also playing tonight. LFO in there. As soon as Knights win one map, LFO cannot make it because the maximum number of points that LFO could get will only draw them with Knights, and that they will lose to head-to-head. So there's still an opportunity here for LFO, Ferox, and Knights. For Knights, it's really about just winning that game. Hopefully 2 against Wildcard. It's a tall order, but I think there's still some opportunity there for them.
Yeah, and quickly before we get to the schedule, LFO, they're not playing tonight, but they will be playing tomorrow night. And right now, they have got their wildcard jerseys on because they need to make sure that Pittsburgh Knights get nothing tonight. Provided that Knights get no map wins tonight, LFO then have to 2-0 Ferox tomorrow night, and that could still see that team into the playoffs. So a lot on the line for really those three teams, but the two, of course, that are going to be playing tonight, Knights and Ferox. We'll go and have a look at the schedule, though, now for the matches that we will be showing you tonight. First up will be Team Ferox versus Sinister. And it gets even more crazy here because even if Ferox sort of get 1 or 2 maps, it doesn't secure them anything because then they still have got to get the job done tomorrow against LFO.
Yeah, very much so. So Ferox are the team that has, I think in theory, the best chance of actually making it to the playoffs out of those three that we're talking about, Knights, LFO, and Ferox. Despite sitting down there in 5th, Ferox still have tonight's game, and as you mentioned, tomorrow against LFO. So there's more opportunities for them to get points over some of those other teams. So Ferox really need to get this over Sinister, and as well for Knights, it's a do-or-die scenario against Wildcard later.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit about Knights. They'll be our second matchup tonight against Wildcard. As you said, do or die. They have to find a map. If they can find 2, they would then be the first team this season of Six Masters to do so against Wildcard, and that would dramatically increase their chances of making top 4. But to round it back, Ferox and Sinister, that will be our first matchup tonight. All eyes on this one, of course. And Team Ferox currently having, as you said, the best chance really of the lot to make top 4. They've got the most remaining maps to be played. To summarize it, the 4 maps remaining tonight and tomorrow night, if they win 3 of them, that's it. They will go in. So a lot of the fate in their hands. We've also summarized that 2 map wins is also likely to get them the job done. And if we want to go all the way, Dev, a 3-way tiebreaker is also a possibility, which of course they would require 1 map win. And that would actually have to be tomorrow against LFO.
That's it. So no matter what happens tonight, Ferox has to at least win 1 map tomorrow. But of course, tonight they still have an opportunity to, as you say, take their fate into their own hands against Sinister. And now talking about Sinister for a minute, these guys have had such an amazing season. I think this is safe to say Sinister's best ever season in a Pro League or Six Masters that we have ever seen in the Oceanic region. There's still a possibility here for Sinister to get a top 2 finish, and they have been on an absolute tear ever since the previous half of Season 11 of the Pro League, coming into this season as well. 8 wins and 4 losses. These guys have just been topping it off.
Yeah, and we spoke to Vincia just a bit before the game, not for too long, but we actually filled him into but to his surprise that they have qualified, that they can't be knocked out. There was actually a bit of thoughts there that they maybe hadn't quite done enough, but maybe that just relieves a bit of pressure maybe that they may have had coming into tonight. Of course, it is their final play day for this season of Six Masters. Now to at least know going into this that they are going to make top 3, or at the very least top 4 at a minimum. It definitely means that you can play with a bit more freedom tonight.
There's a lot of pressure off for Sinister, that's for sure. And after we've seen great things from them so far in this season, one in particular comes to mind. It was a match on Clubhouse. It was 7-7 overtime match point for Sinister. And one of the players was down. Derpo runs outside the Thermite Breach's CCTV with the stim pistol to revive his teammate, and ended up clutching that round for the map. We've seen some crazy stuff from Sinister, and that goes to show what a show tonight will be.
We're going to get further into this match between Ferox and Sinister now with the map vetoes. My prediction, Consulate and Cafe, I think maybe the bans. I always love to have a guess and have a shot, Dev. Coming into this series, Consulate has been an instant ban for Sinister all season long. 5 out of 6 weeks they've banned it. I'm sure they won't miss this one.
Yeah. Can roll it through. Both of these teams do have some overlap in some of the maps that they're good at. Let's go and roll them on. Consulate, no surprise there from Sinister, as you said, 5 out of 6 times. Not quite on the money with the border ban, though, from Ferox. And that's actually funny. Both of these teams have recently won border matches against Elevate, no less. So there is some strength from both teams there. And it's funny to me that Ferox is the one to ban it out, because they haven't actually lost a border in a very, very long time. And that recent result was Elevate 7-4, whereas Sinister only beat Elevate 8-6. So I'm actually feeling like Ferox might have on paper been stronger on border, but despite that, for some reason, they don't want to take us there.
Yeah, it's interesting because we haven't really seen border a whole lot this season either. It hasn't been prominent. At times it has been banned out, but not picked too often. I had Cafe as my ban just based on sort of the pick rate of Sinister, since it's been half of their picks this season. So I thought maybe from Ferox's point of view, you wanted to sort of take away a map that Sinister going to be comfortable on. Because of that changes though, now I wouldn't be surprised if we get like Cafe Clubhouse, which have been the 2 very prominent maps.
The Six Masters Max, Cafe and Clubhouse. Let's have a look at the picks. I wouldn't be surprised to see them out. Okay, some left field stuff. Sinister is going to go with Villa, a map that's actually quite strong. I've got a record here that's 4-0 for them, but that does go into last season of Pro League. In fact, last time these 2 teams played each other, they played on Villa and Cafe. Cafe went on scene, but Villa and Sinister took that 7-5. That was back in the Pro League. Sinister played it all 3 of their final weeks in the Pro League, won all 3. More recently, they beat Okami 7-5, and Okami's a pretty good Villa team, so I like this pick from Sinister. And on the flip side for Ferox, really not a lot of Villa play. The last time was in fact against Sinister back in the Pro League, and of course they lost that. So there's definitely, I think, a good strong pick from Sinister. They're definitely going to be in advantage going into Villa. As for Clubhouse, we've seen mixed results from both teams, so I'm actually not sure how to commit either way for that one, Xenox.
No, I agree, especially with Clubhouse, but then it brings me back to why Cafe wasn't picked, really. We've seen Ferox actually ban out Cafe a few times this season. They haven't played it. Or, I will repeat, Ferox have not played Cafe this season of Six Masters, where Sinister have picked it 3 out of 6 times. For the most part, it's been a bit mixed results, but it's still a map that they're comfortable on. And while they do take the Villa surprise package, I still think Cafe could have been a map that Sinister could have felt comfortable on against Ferox. To then go to Clubhouse, where I think it's a bit 50-50 up in the air. I do feel as if the Villa pick is going to suit Sinister more than, say, Clubhouse suiting Ferox. I don't sense that home field advantage there for Ferox. Where it's going into Villa, it's all kind of just been thrown up in the air now. I'm not sure how ready Ferox would have been for this pick. They might have been planning for something like, say, a Cafe, depending on the fact that they knew they were going to ban out border.
Yeah, and that may very well be the reason why we saw Sinister get rid of Cafe, or rather not pick Cafe and just go straight for Villa. It is that unusual pick, a little bit more unexpected, something that Ferox is less likely going to be able to read into. And that means how these teams work is they always figure out, okay, what maps will we be scrimming this week? What maps do we expect to see in our game? They prioritize those ones. And it's totally possible here that Sinister going with Villa, a bit of a curveball, it's going to catch Ferox off guard if they haven't been scrimming that quite so rigorously. So I do like that pick, and I definitely think it could lend Sinister the upper hand.
Well, I definitely now, after seeing those map picks, think Sinister have got an advantage. We'll hear what you guys at home think through the poll vote and see if you agree with that. 75% do, in fact, agree with that. But I think now, looking at those map picks, because I'm imagining this poll vote probably was done prior to the map picks, I would even say it could even be higher than 75%. Just sort of going back to that, Dev, where I feel like the Villa going to catch Ferox off guard. The Clubhouse don't sense much of an advantage for Ferox there. So for Ferox, though, they don't have to win tonight. We will reiterate that. They don't have to really even get a map tonight, and their chances of still making top 4 are strong. For Sinister, they're already in the top 4. So I wonder if those external sort of outlages, do they play a difference here in how this series is going to play out, though, as well?
Yeah, I totally agree with you that Sinister should be favored as they are in the poll vote, but Ferox, let's not count them out. Remember that they had an incredibly tense, close series where they lost both maps to Wildcard. However, one of those was an 8-7, and the other one, in fact, was on Clubhouse and was only a 7-5 loss. So those are still pretty close margins we're talking about. Ferox had their mishaps here and there. They lost a map to Knights, one to Okami, but they also beat Okami on one map as well, which is the same result that Sinister had against them. So while Sinister are in top form right now, and the map veto does look to favor them, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ferox come away with one map. Probably going to be Clubhouse if it is either, but there's also the possibility that Ferox had been practicing Villa and had been prepping for it, and that we could see something unusual from them that could also tip the balance.
I was saying, just actually, you mentioned they're in top form. I was like, where do you sort of draw the line here? You could easily sit here and say they've won 6 of their last 7. You could also say they've won 8 of their last 10. So which one's sort of better? I think 8 out of your last 10 is amazing. So what that insinuates is going all the way back to week 1 is when they actually dropped 2 in a row to Wildcard, of course, the best performing team this season. Sinister are probably itching with this recent form to say, hey, we've been playing really, really well. A lot of talk's been about Wildcard, but come playoffs time, we could easily say it's been a long time between drinks. We've maybe caught up a bit here.
Yeah, and look, Xenox, if you want to go even one further than that, 8 out of your last 10, Sinister have won 15 out of their last 20 maps going back to March, because they went flawless on the second split of Season 11 of Pro League, which I think is often overlooked by people. Sinister were undefeated. After Invitational was over, they came back into the local online league. They didn't lose a map. That includes a 2-0 over Ferox. So Sinister are absolutely in top form, not just over the last week or two, but over the last 2-3 months. These guys have been on top of their game, on the rise, and they're gunning for that top 2 spot.
They are definitely gunning for the top 2 spot, but Ferox are gunning for a top 4 spot. Will they be stopped in their tracks, at least momentarily, or can they find an advantageous avenue forward in Villa to start things off in our first series of play day 13 of 14? We're coming to an end here.
Everything's coming to a close, Xenox, and well, this is Sinister's last match of the entire season. An opportunity for them to really establish themselves at the top. They do need to take maps here, both of them preferably to cement themselves in that second place. Ferox, huge stakes on their side as well. Currently sitting in 5th, but they can jump over Knights and join the playoffs, but they need to win as many maps of their remaining 4 as possible. It's tonight against Sinister that everything will begin. Let's jump into this man phase.
Have fun. Good luck. And as we head into Villa and we start tonight off, I'm just absolutely got to say it's been a wild ride this season of Six Masters, Dev. We've had it all, really. Kango, of course, picked up their first map win last night, which was outstanding. But it also, you look, Elevate, a bit of a disappointment, right? We've had everything. And now it's a matter of the fact that a team like LFO, who played, through the play-ins, can they still make top 4? A team like Ferox, new banner, new organization, chance for them to make top 4, and a couple of the big dogs have not quite gone as well as we thought this season. It's had it all.
Yeah, there's been a lot of variety. There's been a lot of upsets, a lot of opportunities here, and we've seen them capitalized upon quite fully by these up-and-coming teams like Sinister and teams like, pardon me, I meant LFO, and teams like Ferox as well. These guys are absolutely giving it their all and showing strong competition. But to go over this ban phase quickly, I'll talk about the more typical bans first, get them out of the way. So Thatcher, highly common ban on the attacking side, really removing that utility remover, if you will. Thatcher is just so good. It's just a little blanket, safety blanket you put down over the site or some area, and it just removes all gadgets, whether it's bandit batteries, mute jammers, mozzies, pests. It's just so universal. So really does force the attackers to get a little bit more creative. Getting rid of that. And as for the defensive side, getting rid of the Echo and the Mirror, very staple bans as well. Some really strong information gathering. And I just want to talk about this IQ for a minute. This is the most unusual of all of these bans coming out from Ferox, no less. IQ, there are not many other operators that do what IQ does. Locating gadgets, specifically gadgets that are hard to find, things like Echo drones. Now, he's been banned. That's a smart reply from Sinister to get rid of that with the IQ off the table. But also your Black Eyes from Valkyrie, Kaid Electroclaws that Todd's bringing here. All of this utility that IQ could usually be finding. And on top of that, you've got great fraggers like Vincier from Sinister who main those operators. I really like this move from Ferox, just throwing a little bit of a curveball into the mix on Sinister's own map.
Yeah, and it does feel more like Sinister's own map. We've spoken at lengths, of course, for the map picks and going over to Clubhouse. I don't sense that Ferox are going to feel as comfortable as Sinister probably feel here on Villa. Obviously, they are going to be defending first here, Ferox, and that may be actually pretty decent for them. And just sort of see what Sinister's up to here. What's their tricks that they want to bring over to Villa? They picked it for a reason, and clearly they're ready for whatever they're going to throw at Ferox. The question is Ferox ready for this? How much have they been scrimming Villa? They haven't really played it this season.
Well, just judging by the setup from Ferox, I'm actually impressed, and I have a feeling that these guys have, in fact, been practicing quite substantially. They've got a fairly unusual hold. You'll notice where Sushi is sitting there in Tarps or Memorial, completely opened up all angles, not only into the site, but also into the hallway. You have an ADS placed as well in the little hideaway cobby that Vincier is quite near at the moment. That allows Ferox to really bunker down in that spot, but also expose a lot of places that Sinister may well want to plant inside dining. That's the A bomb site. And on top of that, Ferox, a heavy extension across towards the reading side with a couple of reinforcements and rotation holes, really just expands this map control for Ferox and forces Sinister to work a lot harder to get that horizontal pressure.
Villa is one of those maps where there is a lot more of that horizontal play. Obviously, vertical is still going to be important too, but compared to some other maps, it's not quite as big, depending obviously on the site as well. It's going to be played out. As I mentioned that, Nico just opening up here on the second floor, looking down at the first floor, and this is where vertical control also pays dividends. If you can find those picks, but also you have to be wary of those C4s. Minute 25 seconds. And so far, I've got to say for Ferox, this is the ideal start. You haven't lost anyone early. Not a lot really gained for Sinister. A bit of second floor control, but nothing really on that first floor.
Yeah, I want to attribute this to Ferox right here. They did completely just give up the top floor to Sinister and enable them to get that vertical control. But the positions Ferox are playing are fairly not vulnerable to that that top floor presence. For example, that Roman side reading where Sushi is, these places aren't as exposed to the top floor. Same with Todd. And I really like the way Ferox is playing around that. Sinister took that top floor control. They opened the holes, but they haven't been able to make any progress to it at all so far. And Ferox are also the ones to find the first pick. Maybe Nico here can do a bit of damage. There is an eventual trade back, but 40 seconds left. Sinister 4 versus 4 with 2 players already lit up.
30 seconds remaining, as you mentioned, 4 versus 4. Bit of control over to this B-bomb site, though, from Miloska. Does have the diffuser. May go for a door plant. Just tries to clear. And the utility here walks in. Actually pushes straight in. Not going to go for the plant just yet. Deptra, does he catch him off guard here? He does eventually. It took a bit of time. It was actually Vincier that was walking through. Nico taking a lot of damage as well onto this site. Only one left, and it is Miloska in a 1 versus 3. Does have the diffuser in hand, elected not to plant, and now has no time. Face plants the wall, and Ferox take the first round.
Slow and steady and patient wins the race for Ferox there. They just had a good setup. They let Sinister take what they wanted, and then Ferox just waited, let things whittle away. Shade was the one to find the first pick. He was the dock roaming in reading with that heavy reinforcement and rotate hole setup. A lot of angles to expose any positions that Sinister wanted to push through. Eventually, Sinister, I think, a bit bewildered by their strategy from Ferox. They realized, okay, we have top floor, so first step, all right, let's just go top floor and see if we can find any picks through the floor. Now, lucky no one got C forward. Ferox's C4 play did miss, but Sinister was also completely ineffective from that top floor position. They checked a lot of the common places on site that Ferox maybe would usually be sitting, and no one was in those positions, so Sinister wasn't able to get that numbers advantage and try to execute onto the site. By the time Sinister adapted their strategies and tried to just push up from pantry, Ferox was ready. There was no real time for Sinister to work with, and once Sinister did enter the bomb site, there were so many ways that Ferox could disrupt them and take them out with these pre-opened angles that Ferox had created. And I really like that strategy from them. Good start on Sinister's map pick.
Of course, it does have to be said that for Ferox, even if they 2-0 Sinister tonight, even if they get a map and draw this series, a lot of their work has to be done tomorrow against LFO, or at least find a map pick there. I think it's fair to say in terms of just recent performances, and honestly, Ferox has been a team I think many have underrated this season, that they would be going into tomorrow night favored to even win that series, let alone take a map. We've seen a lot of the performances from Ferox this season have gone down to the wire. They had a 7-8 against Wildcard, almost taking a map against them, and a 7-8 against Akami. Imagine if those two have flipped the other way, Dev. Ferox would actually have already qualled, probably.
Yeah, it's true. Ferox on paper, you look at some of the results and you think, oh, you know, they dropped a map to Knights, they've dropped 2 maps to Wildcard, they dropped a map to Akami Elevate, but they've also had huge accomplishments. As you mentioned, getting maps on those top teams, and Sinister is one of those top teams. If Ferox can take a map here, which I wouldn't be surprised with how they're playing thus far, well, really just demonstrates that, as you said, perhaps Ferox have been a bit underrated this season.
Minutes remaining. For Ferox, it's vital that they continue to find some momentum here on Villa. 3-3 half would be good. So if you can get to 4, though, that'd be great going into their attacking half. Shogai does find the opening frag onto Shade on the gridlock. Just in the chance that there's any roamers pushing in behind them as they elect to push onto site. Minute 40 seconds. Good start here for Sinister in this second round. It is their map pick. You're not going to want to lose this one.
Now remember, Sinister did play this map against Akami earlier in the season, and they did a very similar attack onto this Aviator bomb site. Vertical pressure from below. Nico very confident to do this on the sledge. Couple of pre-placed nades, but no information means that he doesn't get the kill based on that one. Once again, Ferox not trying to contest vertically at all. In fact, for the most part, happy to just let Sinister peek on, but that's not so good now for Ferox. And Sushi goes down, and that lends Sinister a further number advantage in a 5 versus 3.
Almost the opposite of the last round. Last round, they didn't lose any picks. At least not until that final minute, and even then, they had so much more control, better control. Nico is low, very low, and Official Guy does go down. Never mind, he won the fight against Warden. You can see his health just sort of falling away at the wayside, but he stayed alive.
Nice.
Moska's going to get the plant. Pod will breathe on Fisher Guy. He only had such a small amount of health remaining. Watches the window, but he loses another teammate. Now it's a 1 versus 4. Plant down. Sinister, you think from here will win the round. Pod, though, has to have a crack and see what can happen, but Dev, I don't think his chances here are very high.
Low HP. Position revealed. Attempted to wide peek that. Drone right on him as well, which means they have full information on which side he's coming from. Angles opened onto the site. Trying to pre-fire these angles, but he gets shot straight back from the Zafir. No, it was in fact Nico who managed to find that one. And there you go. Sinister do make a reply. They regain their footing here and put Ferox back in their place.
At least one round in, I guess, that they've now put them in their place. It's 1-1, it's tied. I mean, Ferox They've got a long way to go here. Literally as well, considering they've got the most games still to play out of every team here at Six Masters. Of course, they're going to be playing tomorrow night. For Sinister, this is their final play day. This is their final series, and they're already in the top 4. And it almost feels like a glorified scrim for them because there's nothing to lose, but not a whole lot to gain either. They can't get first. That's out of the question. At best, they could get second. And is second versus third really that much of a difference, Dev?
Yeah, it's a good point. That said, when we were talking to Vinny before this match started, he definitely seemed relaxed. He didn't feel like there was a lot of pressure on him, but at the same time, he was saying, oh, you know, we're going for the win here. Like, we're not going to be happy if Sinister 0-2 this game, if they lose both maps to Ferox, or even if they lose one map, Sinister are going to walk away thinking, what went wrong? We wanted to win this. No, we're not going to be saving any strats. Vinny actually said that. We're not trying to hide anything for playoffs. And I actually really admire that mentality. Practice makes perfect, and if you are practicing excellence in every single game, then you are going to have a winning mentality, and that's exactly what Sinister bring to the table this season.
5 seconds to go.
Definitely agree with that, and it also then means they're aiming to say keep that really decent streak of games won alive, and as you said, 15 out of 20, make it 17 out of 22 if possible, and take that form and momentum going into the playoffs. Is probably better than having to say save a strat or two. Most of these teams know each other pretty well, and you've got all of the VODs that are accessible. There's not too much to really hide. Play your best, aim to win, and as you said, have that team winning mentality that is then quite infectious.
Ferox, fairly substantial roam here from Deptra. Remember that his Valkyrie black eye cameras somewhat more difficult to find with the IQ band. He'll roam below. He's a great operator for getting that C4 through the floor. And in fact, Sushi backing him up from reading finds Derp nice and early. And there's Deptra as well to find one. Sushi about to enter a second engagement here, but Milo seems very much aware of this. Nico as well pushing up from another angle. Vinceria's watching the flank of Milo, but of course, Milo is to be careful if he's aggressing on solo. No opportunity for a refrag. Drones come out. Vinny looking to make a play.
Vinny and Nico, they're cautiously moving around here. Not with a lot of pace and certainly not with a lot of confidence. Vince just getting droned out here. I believe this is Deptra. It is, and he is going to be eliminated. I'm not sure if Deptra actually saw the drone. Otherwise, you'd think he would have hastily moved away. So at least there's one back for Sincere to try, for Sinister to get back into this round. 4 versus 3 still in favor of Ferox. Minute 20 seconds remaining. It's a bit topsy-turvy right now for Sinister, but they can definitely bring it back. The time is on their side.
And Sushi's back on the objective, nice and safe. Just trying to make the most of that man advantage. Warden in a fairly aggressive position. Vinny trying to clear out these spots at the back of Astro. Can push up Astro stairs, but of course this barbed wire and that Valkyrie, or rather default camera, will make it very difficult to do so. He's going to get pretty zealous on it though. The C4 finds nothing. 40 seconds left. Sinister only just now taking bathroom, and that's when Warden, who's playing in an aggressive position, could punish them. They do have to be careful here.
There is at least a few different avenues, although Milos is going to go down with the diffuser. Trades will ring out though as Nico gets Warden, but 20 seconds remaining, diffuser on the floor. It's not ideal situation for Sinister. And as Shade finds another kill, Nico's now the solo as he pushes into Astro. He can't find that initial pre-fry. If he had found it, he would have made a 1v1. With 9 seconds remaining, he can't get the tag, and he can't get the round win. Ferox go back in front 2-1.
And Xenox, that really goes to show that Ferox being the initiators here are absolutely helping out their chances at winning this. And they're not only getting the early engagements and winning those early engagements. For example, I believe it was Shade playing the Goyo last round, getting nice and aggressive in through reading, found that first pick onto Derpe. Not only is it finding these initial engagements and winning them, but also the way that Ferox are moving around that. Of course, Deptra was eventually refragged, but the other player, the Goyo, did manage to get back onto the objective. and play fully patiently, not allow Sinister to get that refrag. Sinister weren't quite tight enough on each other to get it immediately, so they did push on later through the round. And when it's a rush to take that master control, retake those, really those important areas where you need to get into nice and early in the round, when Sinister's doing that late because they've been focusing on this roam clear, then it means they get a little bit lax, a little bit lazy. And Ferox, when they had Warden sitting aggressively in bathroom, well, that's going to net him a kill. And of course, in a 4 versus 3, when Ferox initiate those engagements, even if it's a trade fest from there on out, 1 for 1 for 1, Ferox are always going to end up with the numbers advantage and win the round.
You brought out the Black Eye comment earlier as well, with the IQ ban, Deptra's having a field day. Not only that, but even the default cameras are being kept up just that little bit longer. It makes it so much harder for the Sinister. So this has been marvelous for Ferox, that of course they were the ones who banned out the IQ. They get to defend first, they don't have to deal with it, they don't have to worry about it, and they can capitalize on it. Whether Sinister would have been prepared for that. They would have said, okay, well, we're going to go to Ferox, but Ferox said, okay, but we ban out the IQ, we've got this strat, we know what we're doing here. They had maybe something ready to go if they were going to take into Villa. So you mentioned it before, it seems like Ferox have done their homework, yeah.
That said, we didn't mention the 6 pick from Fisher guy onto that Montang. It was not seen by Ferox, but surely before long they will realize it. There's a bit of utility from the Ferox guys to counter this, namely those smokes from Sushi. It's going to be super essential. Also, don't underestimate these barricades that they've placed around landing to just slow down this trophy push. It forces Sinister to break them down, which then gives Ferox that sound cue. Now Warden completely aware that the push is coming from that north side of the map.
2 minutes remaining. From Sinister, we've seen a bit of vertical control being their priority so far in their attacks. Monty for Fisher does spot one out. It does give you that information almost like a walking camera. Minute 40 though, and the problem with when you're running something like Monty is you can slow down your own attack at times.
Ooh, Warden though to go down first up. Then he does find that first one. There is that eventual trade from Todd, I believe, playing at 90. And Fisher just trying to lock out this Aviator room, prevent anyone from pushing. Todd taken so low though from those engagements. And now there's a rotate here from Sinister to try to take that study side. Nico as well below, but he's just throwing a blind nade. There's no player there for him to get. Moloska trying to push on from this 90 window, open some long angles. This is a nice touch here from Sinister, but of course, numbers are even and time's ticking away.
Todd is low though. So even though it's a 4 versus 4, Todd is just a hair's breadth away from being eliminated. 45 seconds though. You get to the outer reaches of the bomb site, but then pushing in is where it can be quite difficult, even with the Monty from Fisher guy. Still window control in hand as well for Sinister. Oh, does spot it a little bit late though from Derpaint from finding that frag. It would have been oh so vital with only 25 seconds remaining. They are only just now starting to get a bit of control inside of the room. Fisher has to find time to go and get the plant down, which is what he's electing to do now. Drops the shield, puts the plant down, 2 seconds. Does he get denied?
Way.
No, he doesn't. It is going to be successful. Nico even gets Todd, and it's going oh so wrong now for Ferox. As the gas canisters are going to be thrown out. Is it too little too late? She finds Miloska, 2 versus 3.
With that Montaigne still up and alive, it just gives Sinister so much ability here to have information gathering and also pressure at the same time. He may be low. Ooh, there's a good one for Deptra. Suddenly, it's a 2v2. It may well come down to Fisher guy to have an impact here. He's low. Deptra gets the team kill. And Nico to close that round. Ferox, it was a valiant effort, but Sinister in the last few moments managed to execute a successful plant and then hold it in the post.
Man, what is it with us on team kills? We had a couple last week, and we've got another one here.
Oh, that was so winnable. If he didn't team kill, so winnable.
It was. It really was. And I think maybe that Ferox might have been surprised with how winnable that actually was. It's always scary when the Montaigne is just watching you, and it's like, at what point is he going to go on the offense? Dining and kitchen, first floor for Ferox, 2-2. With 2 more rounds in the half, I don't think Ferox would be too displeased with how this has played out so far.
No, and to be fair, the only attacks Sinister has won so far are on that Aviator Games Room bomb site. And of course, now we rotate back here for Ferox once again. A couple of maneuvers in the operator lineup. No longer Shade is on that dock. He switched it out for a castle, which we didn't see on the previous defense of Kitchen Dining. That said, Sinister are the ones who picked this map. Ferox came out of the gate with a nice little strategy here, but it looks like they're completely changing tack, fully reinforcing those walls downstairs instead of the open strategy like they did previously. In fact, the opposite actually mentality from Ferox. Previously, they completely sacrificed the top floor, let Sinister take it, and they roamed over to the reading side. Now it's the exact opposite strategy here. Heavy hold upstairs. Multiple players, a lot of utility, castle barricades, rotation between master and statuary. Even Todd here with the deployable shield to hold on that door as well. A complete change of tack here from Ferox.
A lot of that is, you're able to do that because of the hatch in the bedroom. You can just drop down back to that first floor if things get a bit messy on that second floor. Very similar sort of strategy, I guess, to what you'd see on like Cafe with bar and cocktail. The same thought process is, I guess, put into it. And how you want to hold it and play it, how much pressure you want to do. The problem is I feel like you get less sight lines as you would on, say, bar and cocktail, and it's not quite as straightforward. We'll see how it plays out. Warden's going to sit there on that second floor for now. But you did make a good point that they didn't elect to do the strategy in that first round. They went for a more horizontal approach on that first floor, made it very difficult for Sinister to sort of push in onto the first floor. They gave them second floor, and because they were so spread out, it was so difficult for them to find shots through the floorboard. But we'll see how this plays out. Don't be surprised if you see 4 kills. Don't be surprised if they just walk straight in, get that opening frag, and maybe go for a very quick plant. Fisher guy's already going to stick at 3 versus 4, make it 2 versus 4. Ferox have just been surprised. They had no idea what just hit them. Quick rush and a quick plant.
What is this from Sinister? Now another post plant. Poor Sushi, what you gonna do, mate? There's a Montaigne harassing you. You can't even find one. And the change of tack from Ferox is completely read into by Sinister. Okay, you guys aren't going to hold reading. We're just going to yeet right on through there, take the bomb site. You guys try and take it back. We're just going to stick a shield in your face.
You just love to see it. It's like playbook versus playbook. We're going to try this, and as soon as Sinister, as you said, saw that no one was holding reading, they're like, well, we can now do this. The depth of these two teams that are sort of coming out is so intriguing. One more round in this half. The Ferox now played a bit more close to home, a bit more of a turtle style here on Trophy and Stat, which they did win the last time they did have this bomb site. I think you definitely now look back as after that last round and say, okay, we tried something a bit more ambitious. Let's try and keep it a bit simpler here on this final defense.
Yeah, and while I was saying, I don't know, remarking on the way that Ferox changed their strategy there, it proved to be to their detriment because, as I mentioned, Ferox completely abandoned that reading side. Sinister take advantage. They get that early control. And while Sinister actually planted, they took from kitchen side and from China, which the roof above that is actually breachable. If you open holes in statuary floor, what's now the A-bomb site, and in the bathroom, if Ferox had done that, they could have denied those entries from Sinister. But I think it was the fact that Sinister hit so hard and so fast that Ferox didn't have the read in time to set that up and to be watching those angles. They weren't able to deny the plan, and Sinister, I mean, it was just a blitz of a moment for them, really. So Sinister, not only good reads, but the chemistry to get it done fast enough that Ferox can't react, and that puts them in a really strong position. Now, of course, we have Ferox once again rotating bomb sites, not electing to retry either of their 2 strategies they've demonstrated on Kitchen and just going straight for statuary once again. And of course, this is the only remaining bomb site that Ferox is actually undefeated on so far in this map. But we've seen Sinister upset that momentum before, and it could well be the case.
Does seem vital, though, that Ferox tie it up at the half. The momentum has now shifted to Sinister's side, winning 3 of the last 4 rounds after Ferox won the opening round. The Monty from Fisher Guy has so far paid dividends. 2 minutes. And Sinister looking a lot more comfortable here, a lot more decisive with their play and their actions. They look like they are the team on top, and Ferox is sort of then just responding to what Sinister are doing.
good initiative here. Of course, we have once again those roamers downstairs from Ferox. If you recall last time, Ferox found 2 opening picks thanks to these roamers downstairs, but I think Sinister is more aware of them this time. That's why Nico's opening up these angles, looking down into reading. He's going to spot out the Goyo. Sushi taken down, finished off by Fisho. A great job there. It's really a bit of a hammer and anvil maneuver. You've got Fisho trying to push these players around straight into the anvil that is the angles the rest of Sinister are holding. And that's a nice early frag from Sinister, already turning the tides from the last time Ferox won this. And it puts Sinister in a much stronger position to end this half 4-2.
Not a lot of control for Ferox around that red stairs. Shade's holding close by, but Sinister have got a lot of avenues that they can now push up here. 1 minute remaining. And it's time to send in the drone, which is Fisho Guy. As he pushes through landing, he's going to find the guy behind that shield. There's a trade out 1-for-1 though, so not too much really going to come from that. Still favoring Sinister here. 40 seconds remaining. They've done really well. Once they get onto site, they've been able to not only get the plant down, but find the frags as well.
What I will say is Ferox have a really strong setup here, especially around landing and trophy with those Goyo shields and deployable shields in conjunction. And Vinny's now locked out here. The Kaid goes aggressive, and now Vinny's going to capitalize upon that one. That's full site control. That said, Todd finds one on the refrag. Moloska as he enters. 3 versus 2 now in this plant scenario. Sinister have successfully planted every attack round that they've won so far, but Warden's good for 3, and he closes it out. And Ferox regain their composure and end the half at an even 3 rounds apiece.
Well, it's all in the numbers, Dev. 3-3 and a 3K from Warden to clutch it for Ferox and get them to this halfway mark, tied up at 3 all. And in the end, I think a fair assumption for how this game has, or this series and this match has played out thus far. Sinister were looking on top though. And they had the momentum. Warden cuts it short. Now we switch sides, and it's going to be Ferox on the attack. And do they gain a bit of momentum from that? Now going into their attacking side. We'll see how it plays out as we head over to Aviator and Games first up on the defense for Sinister.
Really did come down to Warden. Not just the fact that he got 3 kills, but it was a really well executed flank. Perfect for what Ferox needed. Sinister, I didn't actually see how Warden got there. I was a bit surprised as soon as I saw him at the master door, but I have to assume it was a push up through the bathroom from Astro's side all the way around. And I mean, taking initiative like that, that's the kind of play we like to expect from Warden. He had a huge series, if you recall, in one of the earlier Six Masters play days against Wildcard. It was really Warden versus Ethan. He's definitely a player to watch out for here. And on the attacking side, he'll jump onto the Hibana, probably going to be playing the most passive out of his team. But we do have a fairly aggressive lineup otherwise, with a lot of explosives from Detra, Sushi, and Todd, as well as, of course, that X factor of the Ying from Shade. We know how effective that can be, how effective it was against Kanga in one of Ferox's previous playdays. But are Sinister ready for it?
You'd have to suspect that Sinister are ready for quite a few things on Villa, considering it is their map pick. They definitely have been playing like, you know, that they're ready for anything that Ferox is throwing out. But at the same time, I also get the feeling that Ferox, despite the fact that they haven't played Villa this season of Six Masters, they have looked very confident. They have looked ready for anything as well. You know, on their massively failed attempt of kitchen dining earlier, where they went on the second floor instead, at least it shows their ambition and their thought process was good. The execution just sort of lacked for them.
Yeah, I definitely think this is a much more competitive match than we expected. Coming into this, you and I were talking 75% on the poll vote, and you were saying, well, maybe that doesn't actually reflect how advantaged Sinister here coming into this. But Ferox have done a great job at holding their ground thus far, and of course on that X Factor map pick, there's a good opening pick there for Warden. And onto the Warden, of course, it had to be. And that is Fisho Guy's counter, that reply, that answer to the Ying eliminated, which will have it really increase the opportunity for Shade to be even more impactful.
I can't remember who it was, but I think it might have been Raven saying he really hoped he'd get the Warden, killing Warden at some point. Well, we got it here. At least if it was for you, Raven, there you go. But a minute 25 seconds remaining. Ferox, great opening attack here. And as you said, Shade now with those Candelas should have free roam going into the bomb sites. The Warden's not going to be able to counter that. And this is a great opportunity for Ferox to take the lead once again. And I do remind everyone that Ferox have probably been slightly underrated this season. It shouldn't be too much of a surprise that they're able to take on a team like Sinister and really play them close to their to the chest here. Warden finds a second one. 5-3, big opportunity now.
Is eventually refragged, but is once again a reply there. Deptra good to cover. Maloska, though, jumping into the fray as well. Another C4 there comes out for Nico. 2 versus 2 now. Ferox may well have this bomb site.
Oh my
That's such
God,
a well-timed peek for Maloska. And the 2 versus 2 is closed out by Sinister there. Getting themselves back into this.
What just happened? I was taking a sip of water. It was 5-3. Next thing I know, it's round 1 to Sinister. You blink and you miss it sometimes, and in this case, that is definitely how it played out. You've got to be on your game at all points, at all times, Dev, if you're playing a team like Sinister. The C4 kill was crucial there as well. Ferox, great start, thanks to Warden, finds those opening picks, but the rest of the team just capitulating when the execution needed to be paramount.
Just to recap that, Warden found those first 2 picks, and then it was a trade fest, back and forth. By the end of it, Sinister in that 2v2, it was Maloska and Nico in 2 very strong individual plays. So Nico with that C4 really opened things up, and of course the flank up from Brown Stairs to find the last one, but Maloska, the game sense to peek out aggressively onto that balcony, and I don't know whether that was a Valkyrie camera thrown outside. Of course, remembering that with the IQ ban, it's so difficult to find those black eyes, especially if they are put in positions outside where it's a really long way away. It's much more difficult to see with the naked eye. Really good plays there from both of those Sinister players to regain that lead that they are so familiar with. Of course, sitting at 3rd place on the Six Masters standings. This has been one hell of a season for Sinister.
Attackers are moving out to locate
Is this a
bomb in
Valkyrie
the
camera going out?
Defender has left
Careful.
the designated station.
C4, please work. Oh no. It was worth a shot, you know, worth a shot.
Hey, it was in the right direction and a bit of a shake of the head from Derpate, but that's one way to get sort of on a highlight reel if it does work. And I guess you got to shoot your shot sometimes, Dev. If you're going to go for those spectacular plays, you got to admire the courage to do so. And wasting a big utility like that C4 may come back to bite him. But hats off. I like the play. I'll give him credit.
Yeah, sorry, I just realized that Sinister changed their bomb site choice last minute off of Stat Trophy over onto Kitchen. So maybe trying something a little bit different here. That said, Warden, a lot of early information here. He's going to get maybe one of his teammates on that drone so he can push in. Deptra also droned up from Pantry, but now Fisher Guy's peeking this. Warden's so cautious, so worried about this. He sees the shotgun barrel. I'd be so scared here. Peeking this angle. Peeks out.
Doesn't seem scared at all, though. The way he's able to just keep pushing forward. Fisher Guy does tag him, but Warden, courageous as ever, trying to find that opening frag for Ferox. You think that he got at least a B, creating a bit of damage with Fisher Guy, forcing him back away from that A-bomb site. Nico gets the opening frag, though, of this round on the depth shot, who now means for Ferox, they're playing at a disadvantage once again. This is where the map could potentially fall away from Ferox if it goes 3-5 and Sinister can capitalize on their defense. They've got to be careful that it doesn't slip away from them.
This has been great for Sinister, actually. Retaking that Pantry side where Deptra was trying to push up and also denying the X-Kairos that were put onto that Pantry wall into Kitchen. Of course, the X-Kairos did detonate successfully directly into that bomb site, into Dining, but that opening isn't everything. Sushi above, trying to find angles through the floor onto these anchors, but Sinister are just sitting safely for now. Vincere in a very aggressive position, but he's not over-peaking this. He's just waiting for Sushi to come out that door as the Candelas go out. Shade goes in. Is there an opportunity here for the plant to go down from Warden? It looks like it might just be secured. Sinister surely going to have to retake this.
Attackers need to protect
Ooh, 2 quick frags as well, making a
What?
third from Todd as he gets his double kill, and they did get that plant down as well for the diffuser. 35 seconds remaining now as Ferox have been able to turn this round back into their favor, and guess who comes in? It's Warden. Right now, sort of the star of Villa. But it was Todd who did a lot of the opening work, and Ferox have won this round from what was an early deficit, both for time and player disadvantage.
I saw chat and I was like, what's that F for? And then you see that and you're like, yeah, I would put an F in chat too, not gonna lie. I would definitely put an F in chat. Either an F or a GN, you know, one of those two.
4-4 though, Dev. I mean, it's hard to split them right now as we go over to trophy and stat this time around. No last second change, I don't think, but it's hard to split them. I still feel like on face value, the eye test, I guess, Sinister do feel like they've been in control more often. Ferox are finding those cheeky picks, those cheeky frags, and they're just like the little stepbrother that just won't go away. You can't shoo them away, and they continue to claw at Sinister here. And if they get to a point where they get this next round 5-4, puts the pressure right back onto Sinister.
I'm totally with you with that gut feeling making you think Sinister does seem to be winning this, but at the same time, at Ferox, a lot of these rounds that they're winning, it's because there's just something really unlikely or something really impactful is happening. For example, Warden on his defense in that last defense round, a 3k flank from Bedroom, completely shutting down Sinister. In that round, it was the ability for Ferox to get that plant down in a position where Sinister had so many numbers up, and you'd expect them to attempt some form of denial, but it just wasn't present. And if Ferox can keep this up, keep these impact plays coming, and that positions them up really nicely on this map. But of course, Sinister, they do seem to have that consistency, with the exception of just these few moments where we wonder what went wrong.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like just sort of lapses in concentration or just a blimp on the radar that shows up every now and then where Sinister just sort of falter for that split second, and Ferox are able to capitalize. To the credit, they're ready and waiting, and they're putting in the work to be in this position at 4-4. So you give full credit to Ferox for how this is playing out right now. Sinister just feels like they're, in my eyes, just playing maybe that little one step below their best, their absolute best, which maybe would be the difference between, say, being 4-4 to, say, 3-5. Right now, Ferox have earned this tie going into round 9. Can they find the lead once again? They were the ones that started. Of course, they got that opening round, pushing up the pantry stairs. Sushi does get Molosca creeping around the pantries, and Sushi does take a bit of damage for it, but it's still a great start again here for Ferox. They've got the aces right now, where Sinister feel like they've just got a pair of kings. They're both so neck and neck, but Ferox got the very slight advantage.
I was pretty scared, they're not going to lie. I saw Molosca come with the flank. I thought Sushi had no clue, but he was definitely clued in. Must have been a good drone pre-place there. And the next step here is Sinister trying to remove those Electra Claws from the wall. It looks like one's been taken out. With the Thatcher and the IQ both banned, not only is it hard to remove those Electra Claws, but it's hard to even find them in the first place. You can see the top right hand of your screen placed in a fairly elevated position, but Ferox do go below, opening up the floor and find those angles to remove at least one of those Electric Claws, which enables Warden's X-Kairos to detonate there. And that's the opening that they really would like onto the bomb site from Master.
Minute 10 remaining.
Attackers have dropped down.
We've definitely seen here on Villa that getting that opening frag, that opening pick, that opening advantage doesn't necessarily translate to a win. Time and time again, it's been quite simple. The 20-second plant meta, you go in, see if you can get that plant down and just basically trade frags back and forth, and whoever really trades the best. I mean, it's quite simple. Whoever just gets the most kills wins, right? I mean, forehead, but there's a trade back at least, and now it's a 4v4, 40 seconds. It's all in the numbers, Dev, and Vincere will get Deptra. The advantage is all but dissipated, though. Quickly, once again, traded, tied, 3-3, 30 seconds. It's all in the numbers.
That shield is just so impactful there that Vinny is holding, especially with that ACOG. That said, Candela rolls on through, and this could be the difference maker here. Pushing on through, it's Shade. Pre-firing, but there you go.
Oh.
There's the Warden to take him out.
15 seconds
The
remaining.
2 versus 2 still. Vinny to back him up. Oh, Fisher almost goes down. Vinny just holding with a sliver of HP on site. Warden goes in, finds one, bearing 9 in hand. 4 seconds left, has to go for this kill. There's information from the Evil Eye. Where is this player? Nowhere to be seen. Nothing he can do, and Sinister win that based on time.
Messi probably sums that round up towards the end especially, but credit to Sinister. They were able to buy a lot of time from the attack of Ferox, and now they take this slight edge as we get a bit of a replay, especially at the beginning there. You know, you mentioned you thought Molluska was going to get that frag, doesn't quite find it. And this is where, you know, 25 seconds, 30 seconds remaining is when Ferox elected to start pushing in. Too little too late, and even though Warden gets there, that kill there, he just couldn't deal with the Warden remaining.
Oh no, that's gonna keep catching me, Xenox. Every time. Every time. Oh no. So, funnily enough, Sinister are just gonna get rid of the... Oh, there you go, 6 pick onto the Warden. I was gonna say, getting rid of the Warden, but no. Vinny's gonna stick onto it. And that Ying has been impactful, I will say. As soon as Shade threw that Candela on out, to deal with that position that Vinny was playing on the shield facing that Master Breach, as soon as that Candela went rolling out, you could feel that pressure onto Sinister. You could see that Shade had an opportunity, sprinted on in, guns are blazing, but Fisher Guy dodged the push in just in time, managed to flank back around to Master, and of course then turn on Shade and win that gunfight. Really, I do have to credit Fisher Guy for that round win. Super impactful. But Ferox still do have an opportunity here. Only an arm's reach away is Sinister, and I mean, if they can just grab them and pull them back, surely they can overtake in this race.
Who's been the better Warden so far, Warden or Vince?
It's just not comparable, is it?
Well, Sinister, 1 round away from map point here on Villa. It is their map pick. We've mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, not a lot on the line for Sinister, pretty much nothing. They've already made top 4, but you do want to have that winning mentality and the momentum going into the playoffs, so they're giving it their all here against Ferox. And well, to the credit of Ferox, they've been able to respond decently so far going into this now 10th round, but you lose this round, Dev and Matt Point, and it may just all be too much for Ferox in the end.
I'd like to point out the way that Candela was used just then by Shade. It was cooked so that it detonated just before it went through that doorway. And then all of the little sub flashes that came out of it burned the 2 ADSs. So that ADS is now completely gone. Sushi makes sure of it with some flashes. Breaching round comes out, and that destroys the shield there. The Warden attempts to re-peek there, but no success for Vinny, and he gets back onto the bomb site. That's top round presence eliminated, and Ferox can get aggressive into study now. But it looks like he's about to force choke someone.
Yes. Minute 30 seconds remaining. Vince is doing it all right now. Shade continuing to pick the Ying despite Warden from Vincia.
C4 ready!
Without a C4 over the top. Not going to find anything though. I believe there was only 2 C4s available. Depending on if Nico's used his yet or not, would mean either there's 1 left or none left. Candelas are going to go out into the vault. This one member of Sinister. As the Candelas ring out, it's going to be the push time for Shade along with the diffuser. And unfortunately, the trades are going in favor of Sinister. Although, as I say that, Warden finds a double kill at the last second. The plan was denied, but it's a 3 versus 1. Ferox should surely be able to win the round from here and make it 5 versus 5.
There is an inkling of an opportunity, though, for Nico. Oh, not letting that shot could be critical. Warden's been on fire. 1 player is downed. Oh, concussed now. Surely Nico doesn't just let this slide. Regain your composure. Get out the MPX, but fully flashed now. No, he's going at it with the Deagle. Another flashbang. Yeah, not much he can do there. Warden, 3 kills on the round, I think. 4 kills, maybe. He's been popping off so far for Ferox, and it seems like nobody can stop him.
And it feels like Sinister just can't stop Ferox from continuing to bite back. And it looks like that they've had an advantage. Doesn't bother Ferox, so he can still come in and win the run. And the same can be said for Ferox as well. There's been so many times here on Villa where one of these 2 teams have had an advantage, whether it be time, position, or just the number of players alive, and it hasn't really been impactful on the final result. It's hard to gauge who's going to win a round really until the last 20, 30 seconds.
And it really just makes it even worse, the fact that we're dealing with a Ying, right? Where that can go either way. We've seen some success from the Ying, but we've also seen Sinister counter it very effectively. And the obvious one is the Warden pick, right? Yeah, simply just nullifies the effect of the flashes from Ying, at least for the Warden himself. But to almost an equal extent, the smoke in that previous round from Sinister really put a thorn in Shade's side as he tries to progress through by denying a lot of those entries. So, gotta credit Sinister. It's not just, okay, we bring this operator, therefore we counter that operator. It's a team effort, and it's also about those individual little plays there, whether it's a smoke or a Warden, and also good placement as well. So I've been impressed by how they've been trying to deal with this from Ferox, even though Warden every single time, I mean the player Warden, just seems to be able to pop off and get like a 3k minimum and somehow close things out. I mean, the man's playing hard breach and top fragging. Like that's something else.
Yeah. I just love the fact that you have to specify that it's the player, right? We're talking about the player and not Vincere, who's playing Warden, the operator. One thing I want to bring up as we have a quick little rehost is that Ferox have not won 2 rounds in a row yet. This is their opportunity. In fact, the last couple of rounds, last 5 rounds to be exact, have gone back and forth. So big chance now into this next round for Ferox to get 2 in a row. If you do that, you get match point as well. So if they don't do that, match point goes to Sinister, and then we kind of expect maybe this could just continue to go back and forth. But one of the points I sort of brought up not too long ago was that despite any sort of advantages at the beginning of these rounds, it doesn't seem to deter either team in any single way. We've seen Ferox lose rounds from having a good position, like 5 versus 3, for instance. They went on and lost the round. We've seen some crazy rush rounds. We've seen, plans get denied. We've seen it all so far, but one thing we haven't really seen, as I said, is Ferox winning 2 in a row and Sinister pulling away. They did get a 2 in a row early on. They haven't been able to pull away.
Yeah, and it goes to show these teams, even in late round, can regain from deficits. And I think that's a testament to not only as a whole, these teams, the information gathering and the chemistry, but these individual players are so talented. We've seen some impact players. We talked a lot about Warden. I also want to mention, even though Fisho Guy's gotten shut down a few times, he had that essential round where he found that one pick onto the Ying and then ran away to hide from Warden to play out the timer. We've had players like Vinny popping off as well. So I want to credit a lot of these highlight moments to the highlight players that are behind the mouse and keyboard on those moments.
Definitely agree. And, you mentioned Warden's been great. I think, honestly, even guys like Sushi have been really good. He's found a couple of opening frags for Ferox as well. Vincere as well, playing the Warden, has been impactful, has had a difference. We saw that 1v1 actually with Shade on the Ying and where that made a difference because he was playing the Warden. And we haven't seen a lot of Warden this season of Six Masters at all, really. I think this might be the first time I've seen Warden. Definitely using the Warden for the right reasons as well. To be fair, though, I will say, Dev, at the beginning of the season, for the first half of the season, Ying was banned out pretty much every round. Not till the last couple of weeks as she started to see a bit more play.
And I think that's because countering the Ying isn't always as simple as bring this operator, therefore you counter that operator. A lot of people think, oh, we'll just bring Warden. It's not quite that simple. And we've seen rounds without the Warden or where the Warden isn't impactful, but the Ying is countered with other methods. For example, the use of the smoke on that previous round, which was pretty effective at countering that Ying. And I think it's the fact that Ying was banned a lot at the start was because teams were maybe a little bit less confident. Of course, the buff had come through and there's maybe a little bit less confidence at getting these more creative methods of countering those operators. And then it takes a bit of time to get used to the best way to deal with it. But speaking of impact players, and like I said, we talked a lot about Warden. You mentioned Sushi. I've actually just checked my numbers. He's won 3 opening engagements so far. So he's found the first pick in 3 rounds. He's died only once in the opening engagement. So he's been quite impactful at getting that early advantage. And while we've mentioned that sometimes that early advantage doesn't always convert through, I think in particular for Ferox, they're a fairly Avalanche-based team. As soon as they do have a little bit of an inkling, they just go full send. They capitalize upon that and make the most of that scenario. And I think that has led to some of these landslide rounds from Ferox. Not that it's been irregular, but there have been a few where just an impact play has made all the difference.
Yeah, 100%. You know, we talk about sort of the role of the entry fragger or, you know, the guys who are able to get those early kills to open things up. You know, the likes of like Ippy Style from Akami, you know, for example, and they get a lot of the credit, they get a lot of the spotlight. And I just think for Sushi tonight, it was probably good to just maybe talk about him a little bit because he has been successful in that tonight. And as a whole, as you mentioned, it's the team that then follows up on that, and it's the team that's going to allow sort of those early frags. There hasn't been a whole lot of sort of like roam v roam. It's mainly been angle peaks, you know, or, you know, peeking through a window and finding that. That's how a lot of these early frags have been, except for the situation on the pantry stairs. That was probably the most noticeable sort of roam v roam encounter here on Villa so far. I want your thoughts though on how this is being played, because at the beginning of this match we saw that horizontal hold and we saw Ferox giving up that second floor and giving Sinister that vertical control. It actually worked, but for the most part we've been seeing a lot more from Sinister focusing on vertical rather than horizontal. Do you need to find a balance, I think, or is this better than holding horizontal to just focus on vertical?
I think a lot of it comes into reading your opponent. So if the other team has left you an opening, for example, what we saw in round number 5, where Ferox had opted to defend kitchen dining with a vertical hold, lots of utility invested above. Sinister saw there was no horizontal pressure, so they just went full send. They took that control. So a lot of it is about reading into your opponents. And I mean, Ferox could have countered that take from Sinister if they had prepared the correct holds through the floor, maybe if they had a flank opportunity. And that's why it's all about reading into what your enemy is doing and making sure that you can be an adaptive mold to counter that.
So we get back to round 11 now. As I mentioned before, a big opportunity for Ferox to find their second round win in a row. Yet to do so here on Villa. And if they can find it here, it'll be match point waiting for them on the other side. Sinister, of course, are going to have other plans here on their defensive hold of Aviator and Games. Did lose it in round 10, Dev, so it's a second try here for them.
But, you know, if the pattern continues, this could be a Sinister round, because almost exclusively we just see back and forth rounds. One for another, one for another. And with that short break while we rehosted there, no doubt Sinister would have had a little bit of opportunity to talk about, okay, so Ferox, how are they taking this? They're consistently pushing from that study side, and I wouldn't be surprised if Sinister really does just try to expect that. And funnily, on contrast, Ferox are actually, at least at the moment, telegraphing that they're doing the opposite with players on bedroom, that Sushi to drone on through. That said, Sinister, they're not being complacent here. They have 2 people on this roam. But of course, if these early gunfights with Moloska and Nico start to go against them, it could make a huge difference here.
Well, they're going to definitely drone out Moloska, and if they can find the opening frag onto him, that opens up statuary in the second floor for Ferox, as you said, makes a huge difference. Stepcha might elect to just push in if he wants to try and gain a bit of a footing in there. We'll drone it out. We're in bedroom first, but it's the ping as well. And Moloska's going to drop down. Does feel the pressure starting to mount over towards statuary. And into master bedroom for Sushi. Does have the diffuser in hand. Watches those stairs. Now makes the push. Ooh. This is a very early push through Astro now. 2 minutes on the clock as they have pretty much got most of second floor control already on this north side.
Early engagement there. Sushi doesn't land a shot, that said. Moloska gets back to site unharmed. This is a pretty successful roam for Sinister, to be honest. Half the round down. They haven't shot many drones, but they've made an attempt at thwarting Ferox as much as possible. Nico, a C4 did not land. It might have destroyed any Claymore that was on the Astro stairs, however. And now Ferox starting to shape up for this north side push. Pushing on through Classical Hall. Sushi does need to be cautious, however. Low on HP. A single bullet may net the injure for a fire up. Jefe here, ready and waiting to try to contest through that drone hole. Moloska and Nico have retaked that roam downstairs.
Turbo does have 2 impact grenades as well. Wants to throw it through the drone hole. Could do so as he continues to hold Vault. Does have Fisher Guy as well close by, but flushing the Maestro out of Vault is going to be difficult. Nico on the roam for Sinister here, and this is where it feels like the ace up the sleeve potentially for Sinister as he comes in, as Ferox starts to push in. It's definitely going to catch Deptra off guard. Actually, very fortunate the Shade was there as well to at least get the refrag. So while it was a nice opening frag, the refrag comes out immediately, 20 seconds. And speaking of immediately, that diffuser has to go down immediately.
But Ying is the best operator when you are short on time. Sushi trying to get that plant down. Of course, there are holes underneath. Watching through the smoke is Shade. He finds a second one as well, but now he has to plant himself because Derp did deny the diffuser.
Oh!
And from below, Molluska's going to clutch that round for Sinister. 2 back-to-back here. And wow, that was a heart in your throat moment if I've ever seen one.
The pattern continues as we go to match point now for Sinister. They're the only team who's been able to get 2 wins in a row. They do so again here, and they will take Villa. There's that opening frag we saw from Nico. Was immediately traded back, but it was at least able to put Ferox sort of off-footing for a bit. But it was a 3 versus 1. It was just so fortunate that Molluska, as you could see with the floor being opened up, knew exactly where that plant was going down. It was always going to be an easy denial in the end. As we go to Trophy and Statuary, match point for Sinister.
That frag from Nico was just so clever as well. I know he was refragged immediately, so it wasn't the most impactful thing, but what you might have noticed, once Nico was inside of Astro, he noticed there was a drone watching him. So, okay, they're going to go and watch for his flank. So he pretended to sprint into Bathroom. He sprinted into Bathroom as fast as he could, making it look like he was going to go towards Master. And then we saw one player head straight towards Master to hold that out. And then Deptra sprinted as fast as he could through Statuary, sprinted straight into Astro, expecting the player to be in Bathroom or Master. And Deptra was going to flank from the Astro side. But of course, Nico had flanked back. He checked that no one was on the drone. It was not lit up. And then he just waited for Deptra to sprint straight into him. Really clever play there from Nico. Of course, it only netted him 1 kill. And the most impactful play that round was Milo denying the plant. Also, credit to the information gathering that was on site from Sinister to enable that final frag to the floor from Molluska. So many just good individual plays that we're seeing here from Sinister, and it's really exemplary stuff.
You can still say the same, I guess, with Ferox as well. A lot of the plays we've been seeing from them, you know, Shade picked up a 3 kill in that round. How much of it you want to sort of put onto the efforts of the Candelas is up to you, but he still played it really well and almost got that plant down. If it wasn't for Molluska in that position, it technically would have won the round for Ferox, and he would have been the hero in this story. Instead, though, Molluska is the villain or the hero, depending on where your allegiance lies. We now at match point for Sinister. Will they find their second back-to-back win on Villa? If they do so now, it will be a 7-5 victory. And for Ferox, it'll be yet another game that the stats say that it's an L. But we know they really took it to Sinister, and it was really close. But can they, this time, maybe get over the hurdle? Good start. Deptra finds the opening kill onto Fisher Guy.
Finding the smoke early is always very impactful. Smoke, the operator that really it's becomes more and more powerful as the round goes on. But of course, eliminated now. Sinister will have to regain that advantage. Derp with a C4 ready, also contesting the angle into Bathroom. Stronghold here in Astro. CX Kairos lands there on the wall of Master Bedroom. Presence below from Deptra to destroy any mute jammers or utility on the wall. Molluska's actually keen to contest through those holes. Derpe is just waiting patiently here. Ferox is just trying to find this mute jammer that's disrupting the wall. He's really struggling.
1 minute remaining. Can't worry too much more if they
it's on the beam.
It's
on the beam. They can't shoot it because it's on the beam. No Thatcher. Maybe an explosive through the floor would get it, but Ferox looks like they're abandoning that notion and just trying to go as fast as they can to hit the most vulnerable position that they think is possible. And that's Dirtbay here holding fast in
A bomb
Astro.
has been located.
He's got that C4 ready. I wouldn't be surprised if he finds a frag at the kill feed very shortly. He's been holding that position for what
Attackers
feels
have
like
dropped
an
the bomb
eternity.
diffuser.
Also
Attackers have
watching
recovered their diffuser.
into the bathroom. They're going to peek this out. No, going to go there for the C4 down prone. They do fall back immediately, though. They were ready for it. The Candelas will start to take their effect as they push into Astro. The double kills ring out there for Sinister as they get back
15
control.
seconds
Never mind, now
left.
it's a 3 versus
The attackers'
3.
bomb diffuser
Nico,
has been
Vince, and
dropped.
Dirtbay up for Sinister, and they're in control. 10 seconds remaining. Ferox are going to fall at the wayside here. The final hurdle. Sinister will take their biggest leap, and they will take this round. The Nixton, well, that's one way to finish a round. GG's. Sinister will take Villa. It is their map pick after all. Comfortably, 7-5.
What did you get up to on Wednesday night, Dirtbay? Oh yeah, not much. Just 360 knife to win a map. How about you? Oh, that was a fantastic performance from Sinister, really through and through, and especially in that last round to hold on. And it goes to show it's not always just going nuts with a solid kill, but also playing your utility well that can get the victory there. For Sinister, it was all about that mute jammer placed on that beam that Ferox could not deal with, and then just falling back and preventing Ferox from brute forcing the issue. And in the dying moments there, Sinister had all the information they could ever ask for with those black eyes and evil eye cameras. Sinister 7-5 on their map pick. Now Villa was meant to be a bit of a curveball. We were impressed by how what Ferox brought to the table, how prepared Ferox appeared to be going into Villa, but Sinister still didn't let that slide, and they do take it. I'm not going to say convincing, but I'm not going to say dominating. I don't think it was either of those things, but I think it's undoubtable that Sinister was definitely the better team on that map.
Well, for sure, they won at 7-5 in the end. I mean, it didn't even really go to overtime. The rounds that they won, they probably looked a bit more convincing at times too. Ferox probably aren't beating themselves up too much. It should be a reminder, at least, that for their top 4 chances, they technically don't even need to get a map tonight against Sinister, so there's not too much pressure on Ferox to even win, say, on Clubhouse coming up after this. But considering that that was their first time playing Villa this season of Six Masters for Ferox, so it's been a bit of time between drinks, I thought they played that really, really well. They looked like they were prepared for it, even if it's not sort of a map that they play on too often. And they took it right up to Sinister, a team who undoubtedly is in a lot of form heading towards playoffs.
Yeah, all credit to Ferox. Both of these teams, really. Sinister definitely cementing themselves in that top 3, gunning for that top 2 potential as well, depending on how Akami and Wildcard also do this week. And of course, the result of this next game, Clubhouse, where Ferox do have the opportunity on their map to strike back against Sinister.
We're going to go to a quick break. On the other side will be Clubhouse for this matchup between Ferox and Sinister.
Fine. Attackers drop the bomb.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, yeah. The stars falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning.
Welcome back to all you lovely people at home. We're halfway through this series between Ferox and Sinister. Sinister taking out Villa 7-5. It was their map pick, and it was well played to them in the end. And a very hard-fought series. Both teams going back and forth, literally, for what felt like 6-7 rounds until finally Sinister just sort of pulled away at the end.
Yeah, really good fundamentals there and some great plays that we were witness to. Players went big, especially on Ferox. I want to say Warden, who time and time again, week after week, always pulls in big numbers, and the fact that he does that while playing some good utility ops and doing his job as well is always great to see. But Sinister, they do lock that one out. They've had a fantastic season so far, and they're looking to finish off today, right now, their final map of the entire season, hopefully flawless.
The dragon dominates the dog is the ticker down below. And well, I don't know if dominate is the right word, because it was 7-5. It was close. It was back and forth. Credit to Ferox. They did play well on a map that they hadn't played at all this season. And for Sinister, though, yeah, one step closer to them to being very much ready to go for playoffs. They can't get first place. I just want to reiterate on that. It's not a possibility for them. They can only get second at best.
Yes, and that's due to Akami and Wildcard. Even if Sinister get more points than one of them, well, since Akami and Wildcard play each other tomorrow night, then one of them has to get at least 3 points, right? Worst case scenario is one of them gets 3 points and they'll be, well, they both get 3 points and they'll be over Sinister, or one of them gets 6 points, in which case that team will definitely be over Sinister. But second place is still on the cards, and I know Sinister, it's not just about, it's not just about, prize money and all that. It's also about bragging rights and. And definitely the pride that Sinister wants to wear going into playoffs.
Well, for those of you who voted for Sinister in the poll vote, the bragging rights are still up for grabs. For those who voted Ferox, well, unfortunately, that's no longer a possibility. The 6% draw, though, still a chance. And going into Clubhouse, I wouldn't put it past Ferox to maybe steal one away against Sinister. And if I want to reiterate about sort of that first place, I'm going to also reiterate about Ferox's chances here, and that they're in this really bizarre situation where they can get 2-0 tonight and they still be happy going into tomorrow night, knowing we only need to get, say, 1 or 2 maps against LFO. So either, you know, beat them or get a draw, and they'll be in 4th place and going into the playoffs. It wouldn't be probably the most ideal sort of scenario to be going into the playoffs in that regard, but hey, I don't think they would really care as long as they're in 4th.
Yeah, the thing that is still very much up in the air in Six Masters is who is taking that 4th spot to playoffs. Is it going to be Knights? Is it going to be Ferox? Is it going to be LFO? And this is not do or die for Ferox. If they can win here against Sinister, it drastically increases their chances. However, they still have an opportunity tomorrow night. But right now, it's Sinister's last game of the season, and it's against Ferox. It is Sinister's map pick. It's Clubhouse.
And you feel like they're going to want to go out with a bang for Sinister, don't you think? Like, as you said, you put it perfectly. It's their last game of this season of Six Masters. You don't want to go out on a losing note. Well, I would say that obviously they're going to be playing in the playoffs, so I probably should just, you know, predicate that. But that for the finishing off the regular season, finish on a high, finish on a series win, a 2-0 at that, against a team that's competing for top 4, would be feeling quite glorious, I would say.
Now, I mentioned that this is Sinister's map pick. It's actually not. I was wrong. This is Ferox's map pick, but you forgive me for saying that, because Sinister have actually picked this twice so far in Six Masters. Like, this is a good map. For Sinister, they beat LFO on it 7-3 last week. Ferox beat Kanga on this last week as well. So this is a good map for both teams, which means we're going to get to see some fantastic high-octane Siege.
Yeah, and for the folks at home, it's been a bit of a while since Ferox sort of last lost on Clubhouse. It was 7-8 to Akami. Prior to that, it was 5-7 to Wildcard. So even their losses that they've had on this map, this has been their most picked map, their most played map, and while they've had mixed results in terms of win-loss, they've been performing even in those losses. So Sinister have really got a task here against Ferox on Clubhouse. It is their map pick for a reason, but as you said, Sinister have also picked Clubhouse 2 times this season, and they've got like a 2-1 record on Clubhouse. So they'll be feeling comfortable. It's why I said, you know, pre-Villa, technically, Clubhouse should be more of the 50-50 between the 2 maps as we go to Church and Arsenal first up.
And I'm just going to mention the ban phase here because we didn't really go through it. Thatcher, a very common ban, as we've mentioned, just a nice little utility blanket that the attackers can put over the bomb site or anywhere, really. And getting rid of that forces the attackers to get more creative. That said, Maverick is still in, so you can really utilize Maverick for a lot of the things you would be utilizing Thatcher for, whether it's opening up hatches that have electric claws on them or opening up the CCTV wall. The Hibana ban just reduces the maximum amount of hard breach, forcing the attackers onto Thermite and Maverick, which as you see are both present. The Goyo is the most unusual ban here for Sinister, and to be honest, I don't fully understand the thought process here. And Ferox are a team that's used it. We saw Sushi on it quite a few times on Villa, and perhaps Sinister just don't really want to. I guess once we see Sinister on the attack, we might see their playstyle changing. But the one thing I do want to really talk about, it's not actually something in this ban phase, it's something lacking from this ban phase. It's the Ying, and we've talked about it so many times, right? You've said, Xenox, that Ying was banned almost constantly through the first half of the season, then teams let it go.
Yeah.
But specifically here on Clubhouse, specifically Ferox, specifically Shade, who's currently playing the Ying, he just completely obliterated Kanga last week. There was nothing that Kanga could do on their defenses, especially of this Church and Arsenal, to repel Shade and his Ying, despite having both Thatcher and Maverick bans. Ferox just used that Church hatch to the best of their ability, and the Ying down from it. It was absolutely oppressive. So I'm really going to be looking here at Sinister and how they deal with these defenses and how they deal with that Ying specifically.
Shade had good success on the Ying. We haven't seen it too often on Clubhouse. But in the same breath, of course, Mencia had good success on the Warden. 2 minutes Ferox on the attack first up. Does feel like they're going to have to be the team to sort of be a bit more aggressive of the two. I mean, Sinister were in control on Villa. A lot of the times their rounds were more convincing, the ones that they won. And it felt like Ferox were sort of on the back foot a bit at almost all times. But while they were on the back foot, they would usually continue to sort of press forward a little bit. It was almost like one step forward, two steps back. But in the end, 7-5, Sinister got the job done. Ferox have got to now take that extra step here on Clubhouse. Try and gain a lead of their own. Try and play a bit more advantageous. And with a minute 25 seconds remaining, Warden going to open up this hatch.
Yep. Maverick's pretty good for it. Does take a lot of fuel, though. Just over a minute left, and that's Sushi going to drop down. Is the Thermite potentially going to go for this church wall? A really old-style push here. In fact, Warden's going to open up a couple peak holes at the same time. Is there any reply to this from Sinister? Or perhaps an impact grenade? Doesn't seem to be so. And that's an opening on Church. That said, Fisher Guy does have a shield to play behind and the gas to really give him some maneuverability and lock out Ferox. So that's a good position to be in. But when will these Candelas roll out from Shade?
Usually they roll out. Last couple of seconds of the round, leaves it to the last moment. Make that desperate push. So it's at least something that Ferox can fall back on if these rounds do take a bit longer than they would like. Fisher Guy's going to make the aggressive peek through the doorway. Shade will punish him. Believe it or not, that was the opening frag of the round at the 30-second mark. Since then, though, Killfeed lights up, trades back and forth, and it's Deptra who finds double, and Ferox apparently win the round. I don't know what else you could really say. That was just messy and chaotic. Ferox will take the round.
So I'm going to summarize Ferox's strat right there. So let's open up the moto hatch. Let's open up the church wall. Let's just completely open everything up. We're spam utility, and we're just going to kill everybody. Everyone in church, you're dead. That's it. That's it. And credit to Vinny holding fort with the Warden, so he's invulnerable to the flashes while he activates his smart glasses. He did find one pick, but he was refragged, and it's pretty tough in that position. You saw him using the SMG-12. He ran out of ammo, tried to switch to the Shoddy. Fisher Guy's going to go on the Warden now. Looks like Sinister are going to keep picking it. And on top of that, with Ferox, it wasn't just, brute force, this one angle. They had two avenues. They had the Thermite breach on the church wall, and they also had the moto doorway. And one player, I didn't quite see who, one player pushed down through blue at the last minute to kill that person playing at AKs at the shelving unit in the back of Arsenal. So it's great stuff from Ferox. If you want to know how to be incredibly oppressive on your attacks using Ying, Ferox are the ones to watch. They do it down. They got it down to a T.
I wonder if, I think also Fisher Guy just peeking that door so early. I think he may have even peeked it before the Candelas took effect. So,
yeah. I didn't quite catch that, but I think the Candela was behind him, so it probably wouldn't have flashed him. But I think the thought process there is, all right, these guys are about to execute. I'm going to try and peek instead of just waiting for them to push in. I'm going to try and peek when they're not expecting it. But of course, that didn't quite work. And being the smoke, a really good close range operator with some good utility to lock out those kinds of pushes. So perhaps a bit ill-advised there for Fisher Guy.
An intriguing take as well is that usually Church and Arsenal, at least on Clubhouse this season, has been one of the harder sites to take for attacking teams. So for Ferox to sort of get that opening round, now you move to the more conventional second floor on Clubhouse. In this case, CCTV and Cash. You got the Maverick to open up the Kennel's wall. I mean, it's all sort of straightforward here for this round. It's all been done time and time again. It's just a matter of how well can you execute.
Attackers have located a bomb.
This is surgical right now for Warden, just removing as much as he can. You'll notice that the defenders have actually already destroyed just parts of the soft wall. Makes it a little bit more frustrating to Maverick. Warden, though, he's pretty experienced here. He's going to do his best, but of course the wall hasn't been Maverick tricked yet. He has to get every single inch of it on the top and the bottom. There you go. The reinforcement falls away. And then with the lifeline, Deptra opens up the soft part of the wall. Nice stuff. Half the round done. Ferox has got to keep moving from here.
The quickest Kennel's wall opening, but job done nonetheless, and that's all you can really ask for. Minute 20 seconds remaining, and we do get our opening pick. It's going to go to the way of Sinister as Todd meets his demise. Deptra's going to keep a lot of pressure up this Kennel's balcony, but I think for Ferox, you need to continue to try and push into construction, for example. A lot of the effort seeming to be towards Derpe at Rafters. The nade is going to open it up. That might open Garage up for Ferox now. Warden in. He does get fragged, though, from top red. Miloska gets that, pushes back up. 58 seconds remaining. And again, sloppy back and forth. And it's hard to find, at least from the eye test, who's really winning this round. 3 versus 3.
It's a very early C4 there from NiKo. Not sure if he had that info, but a bit premature. That said, the hole open by his C4 does give him visibility on any player that crosses on from Rafters into CCTV. NiKo below, though, gets that QE peek onto Shade. He might not be aware that he got the injure there, but it's still going to be impactful. It's all on Deptra, the last man still up and standing for his team. And NiKo's still just being the rat downstairs. Oh no, he got the injury.
They're all injured.
They're all injured. Deptra can pick himself up, though. He can withstand. Come on, surely this isn't happening. NiKo with the shotgun snipe, and everyone just falls.
Well, you don't see that too often, at least at this sort of level. 6 Masters, all 3 injured. Ferox's attack collapsing in the end. It was messy though, Dev, and typically I think when you have those sort of messy attacks, it probably favors the defenders at times because they're the ones in their sort of predefined positions. They know what they're trying to do, where they're at. The attackers then can struggle a bit to push into, say, an area. I don't know how much pressure was really put towards the construction side of things. A lot of it seemed more like Kennels and Garage, and noticeably trying to get the player clear up in Rafters, but not too much of a focus over at construction, which is a bit strange. Usually you're seeing teams push through there as well.
I was surprised that the attackers, Ferox, didn't really try to contest NiKo's position in Lounge that much, and I have a feeling maybe that's where Todd died early from Milo. Being the bucket would make sense that he would have gone downstairs to apply some vertical pressure, but Sinister shutting him down nice and early meant that they had more freedom downstairs, and we saw how impactful that freedom was late round for NiKo as he found those last 2 kills. But nonetheless, Sinister, they're not going to retry... Oh, sorry, they are going to retry Church and Arsenal after a successful cache, but this time they've completely changed their attack. They're going to do the fairly typical SSG roam with the Mute, the Aussie, the Vigil, the trifecta of information denial. And the castle as well. Bit of information denial, denying lines of sight, slowing down Ferox, and of course with the Thatcher bound, it'll be difficult for the attackers to just blanketly clear out this information denial, and well, a roam clear will be very, very difficult.
And we've seen the success of this roam, though, be a bit mixed results. Depending on how you want to play it and sort of where you want to push it. It's more so if you catch the attacking team off guard. If they catch on pretty quickly that it's going to be an SSG roam, then they can just slow their attack down a bit, really be precise and clear with like checking angles and checking rooms, and then eventually push towards Church and Arsenal. And well, that's the start you do want. That is how a successful roam looks like, Dev. So there you go. That's the plus side for Sinister.
Eventually refragged, but then refragged back again. Milo rotated back up to just keep applying that pressure, and now he has the diffuser in his clutches. Deptra just trying to find this peak. Surely he can't find Milo here. Oh, spots out the head. All you need to do is land 1 bullet. And he does eventually. Takes a lot of damage for it. Thankfully, he did shoot the C4 as well. It's just Shade and Deptra now, but of course, this roam is just being committed to. Now pushing down Garage. Shade aware of this position. Surely NiKo can't get back down. How do you win that fight, NiKo? All on Deptra now. Just a few points of health to his name. Impact nades fly on out. And yeah, mate, this is a tall order.
Oh. You just think, though, if NiKo doesn't win that, a 2 versus 2 with like 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, that would have been the play. That would have been what cards would have been dealt to Ferox for this remaining 3rd round. Now, though, 1v3, Deptra's very low. It's a bit of drone information, but not much else to really follow from that. You can't expect him to sort of do too much. But if you can find a 1v3 victory for Ferox, he at least has 50 seconds of time to do so. So time on his side, everything else is not.
Concussion goes out. Now, Sinister don't have to peek this. But if they do, all they got to do is land one bullet or, you know, a nitro cell. Let's check out this one. Deptra, Derpa, oh my goodness. Having Deptra and Derpa in the same game is just throwing me on an absolute limb.
Did you say before Derptra?
I did. It's because I started saying Derpa and I meant Deptra or vice versa. Oh, it's just, it's a headache.
Well, it's a headache for Ferox, I think, right now, too. Down 2-1. And again, Sinister looking in control in this series. They were in control on Villa, but it was close. On Clubhouse, as we head to gym and bedroom back up onto the second floor, the eye test does still favor Sinister. Again, it is Ferox's map pick, but this has been a map that Sinister have had a bit of success on this season.
Yep, Sinister have been pretty good overall on this map this season, as you mentioned. They've picked it twice, and Ferox deciding to take Sinister here, it's a bit of a gamble because you're talking about taking this team to a map that is one of their best maps, right? So Ferox have got to have confidence in their clubhouse, and I don't blame them after last week's 7-4 over Kanga. But they've also seen weaknesses. They being Ferox, dropped this map 5-7 to Wildcard, 7-8 to Akami. Did beat Knights, however, in week 1, 7-3. So mixed results from Ferox and Sinister alike. That said, aside from a 4-7 loss in week 1 to Wildcard, Sinister has been undefeated on this map, and they picked it twice since then.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Sinister very much looking at home as they look to defend the second floor. A bit more pressure has to come from that side and on this western side, and you can see Sinister is sort of anticipating it already as sort of Warden makes his way over. This is where I think sort of Ferox went wrong last time around, is that they didn't really put too much pressure over at this wall. They focused a lot over at Kennels and Garage, and even though it's not Cash and CCTV, it's still a very similar play style. Like, you're going to see them push in from both the west and the east and collapse in on the bomb site. That's the main goal of the second floor. Deptra goes down early on. At least you're not going to have to confuse him with Derpe.
Yeah, but two players on Sinister have lost a lot of HP here. Fisher is down to, well, basically sneeze on them and he's out of this. Derpa as well, pretty low. We saw this strange technique of reinforcing on both sides of the wall, one on the inside, one on the outside. It forces the attackers, if they're using thermite, they have to place the thermite charge on the either side. It can't be placed in the middle. But of course, that's not really impactful here because we have the Maverick. Shay does find one pick, so we're back at 4 apiece now. It was really just that last breath that Fisho needed to get taken out.
And the balcony wall is open as well, so that's a plus. Ferox just sort of clawing their way back as they clear out the ADS. Minute 16 seconds, but again, how much pressure really? Like, from the looks of it, I don't think they opened up Kennels, did they? Are they just going to push in from this balcony? I mean, they've got Sushi just outside bedroom and gym, but besides that, you can really see sort of the funnel effect that's going to happen for Ferox. That may backfire for them. Miloska's not going to have much pressure. Really, Sinister as a whole from this east side is not going to have too much pressure.
Yeah, you're right. Doesn't look like Ferox have any intention of hard clearing that side of the map, but here are 2 kills for Sinister. While that bathroom wall is opened, it just leaves 2 players outside here on the jacuzzi balcony. They have a good avenue into the bomb site, but might not be enough. That ADS chews up the grenade, taking on Insight. It's on Sushi. Information for Sinister, all they could ask for, but Milo's taken out. Ferox trying to suppress these retakes here, but it's difficult. Information is still for Sinister. That Evil Eye doing its job. Vinny knows exactly when to peek. And he does so right now. There's one. Diffuser on the ground. Todd, it's really just a consolation frag at this point, but he's not even able to find it. And Sinister a first-class defense here on Gym and Bedroom.
And that's now, well, 3 rounds in a row for Sinister, something that they weren't even able to achieve on Villa. And not a very concise attack from Ferox. I've got to say, very one-dimensional. And it's certainly backfiring right now. And as we head over to CCTV and Cash, what I'm sort of looking for them to maybe change up here is a bit more pressure, say through construction, open up kennels, and then also if you can get garage, you can have 3 avenues of pushing in, and that will just give them so many more opportunities to take this bomb site.
Yeah, I'd like to see a little bit more success from Ferox attacking here. Just, I feel like everything that Ferox brings to the table, Sinister has an answer for. And Ferox are trying to not commit too much to things that they don't think they can actually accomplish. For example, like you mentioned, they didn't go for the full take of Cash last round when attacking Bedroom because, well, there's a lot of utility and players you got to invest into that. And Sinister, they're probably going to take out 1 or 2 of your players while doing that. So maybe it's worth just ignoring it and seeing what you can do. But of course, Sinister are just going to take advantage of that opportunity that you present to them.
10 seconds left.
Now, as Ferox attempt to attack CCTV Cash, I really hope that we see a bit more vertical play. Last round, Todd attacked this. He was taken out really on early from Milo, who actually managed to find 2 picks on that round from roaming downstairs. And remember that Nico was completely uncontained on that roam in lounge as well. So if we do see a bit more verticality from Ferox, a bit more success down there, denying those positions, it's going to be much more difficult for Sinister to put a roadblock in front of Ferox here.
Todd is also the player you'd probably want pushing through construction if you're going to do that too. You can open up a lot of walls in there with the sledge. So there is certainly a lot of options on the side of Ferox for how they want to attack this. Of course, Warden's going to go and trick the wall here on Kennels. Sushi's going to just sort of do a bit of the rest for him, speed up the process. 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and that Kennel's wall being opened up so early may just give Ferox the time to now head over more westernly, get in through construction as well, while a couple sort of just roam around and peek around the garage area, see if they can flush out Derpay up in rafters.
Bomb has been located.
Last time it was Warden's grenade that spelled death for Dirt, but he does have 2 ADSs supporting him. Good information gathering from Dirt, not only in bottom garage, but in construction and on site. How will they deal with Dirt though? Fish Guy's not too far away, and he can throw some magnets as well to support if it comes down to the projectiles from Ferox to clear him out.
They have really no intention of heading to construction at all, does Ferox. They're going to just put all of their focus on garage. Kennel's wall's open. Of course, Deptra's just looking through there, so it makes it really hard for anyone from Sinister to sort of rotate through CCTV to go and help Derpay, and he's just going to probably get collapsed on by like 3-4 members of Ferox. At best, he trades at least 1 for 1. And as I say that, at worst for Ferox, maybe they lose more than 1. Derpay still holding up in rafters. Finally going to go down to Deptra, who found the opening frag of the round. 4 versus 3. It's still a minute remaining. That's a lot of time, all things considered. Now that Ferox have got Kennel's wall, they've got garage, or at least with rafters player taken down, they're in a much better position than they were the last time around on CCTV and Cash.
Milo here wants to make a play. Goes for that jump outside, but Todd completely read that one, heard the smack of the barricade. Milo shut down. 4 versus 2 now. Still possible for Vinny. Make that 4v1. Oh, this is a tough one, and there you go. Ferox fight back with a very convincing round. A huge one for Deptra as well. Ending it at 4-0.
Certainly a lot better from Ferox, and to their credit, they were able to get Kennels opened up super early, which gave them a lot of time of just sort of posturing around garage, and in the end, Derpay just couldn't really do too much by himself up in rafters when you got like 4 players literally below you, all trying to flush you out with nades. They cleared out, you know, all the ADSs shooting from below, all these things. There's so much pressure. They were winning their refrags as well, Ferox, and now have a chance to tie up the half. It is their map pick, and probably expected them to be performing a bit better. They haven't quite been as precise as I thought they would be, but yet still a chance to tie it up at the half. And I think considering with where they were at 1-3, they would have taken that. Or they would have been their best case scenario at that point.
Yeah, to be honest, looking at this this ban phase, seeing the Thatcher and the Hibana gone out of here, and just knowing Clubhouse in general, I think that a 3-3 would be pretty good for Ferox. They'd be pretty happy going into the second round thinking, okay, we just got to win 4 defenses to lock this out without overtime, or potentially just 3 defenses is enough to guarantee at least the OT. This is Ferox's map pick, so we would expect them to be bringing something to the table to really take the fight to Sinister, especially considering map 1 was already a 7-5, and if that doesn't give you an indication of how close these teams are, well, I don't know what will. Surely Ferox can bring a better result than a 7-5 on this map, minimum forcing overtime, and hopefully even taking 1 map here against Sinister. Like we've been saying, if Ferox can win 3 out of the next 4 maps that they've got to play, so in fact, it's just 3 maps left. If they can win this, plus a 2-0 against LFO, that's a guaranteed playoff spot for Ferox.
Yeah, of course, a lot of it riding on then what happens in the series to come with Pittsburgh Knights. And if Ferox do get nothing from this, it does mean that the results will matter exponentially more tomorrow. Of course, they will have to then potentially get a 2-0 against LFO, or 1 might be enough. It all just then depends on what happens in the next series to follow. But for right now, their focus should all be on just making their way down to Church and Arsenal, which they did win in the opening round here of Clubhouse. They won it, I don't want to say convincingly, but much close to convincingly. It's best of the rounds that they've won so far. Of the 2 of them, that was their best round. As Depstra finds another opening frag, this time it's onto Moloska.
This semi-SSG roam hasn't worked out great for Sinister. They didn't go full commit on the roam, where previously Vinny just found 2 opening kills on Vigil. They went for a bit of a half and half turtle, half roam. And yes, with one of the roamers taken out, that's Milo. It's not a lot of utility lost. Of course, Milo already had placed down his Fireflyer and his ADS devices, but that said, it is a man in advantage for Ferox, and like you mentioned, Deptra's been on fire so far. Found both the first 2 picks for his team on the previous round attacking CCTV. Now Ferox in a pretty strong position. Is Warden ready to throw a grenade down and take out that shield? Because if not, Sinister do have the opportunity to get nice and aggressive on peeking towards bottom main stairs.
Have Ferox just sort of found an extra gear. They'll clear out the ADSs. That nade will make it through, try and clear out the shield. And is successful in that attempt from Warden. If they just perked up a bit. 50 seconds remaining, and as you said, they've got that man advantage against Moloska, but in terms of attack, still not a lot of time remaining for what they still need to achieve here. Candela's going to go through the floor, and Vincere finds a double kill for Sinister. Double kill C4, in fact. And that's just going to make it so much harder for Ferox. Thermite, exothermic charge, no. Going to just bail from that one, and while the shotgun's going to do the rest of the work, but Fisher Guy finds 2, finds a 3rd, the drop down onto Deptra. What a way to finish the round and the half for Sinister.
Nut stuff there from Fisher. A 3-piece for him at the end of it, on the back of a 2-piece just a few seconds prior from Vinny's C4. It really exploded quite quickly, didn't it there, Xenox? After we thought that Ferox had the opening there, Deptra found that first pick, and well, it looked like they were pretty well set up, getting rid of some utility, but Sinister on for the reply. They win 4-2 in their defensive half. I'm gonna do a quick rehost though, so you're gonna get to see our lovely faces in a moment. At the half, it's 4-2 over Sinister at the moment. I can still see this swinging back though, Xenox. Like, this is definitely not impossible for Ferox.
Potentially. I mean, I don't want to sugarcoat it and just try and sort of fake it till you make it, in a sense. It does feel like Sinister are pulling away here, and some of the momentum that they had from Villa has definitely sort of crossed over to Clubhouse. And a lot of what we were saying around that sort of map veto section was that the Clubhouse pick wasn't going to be very precise for Ferox. It wasn't like a home field advantage is going to be so detrimental to Sinister. Sinister would be proficient here. Sinister would be good here, and they're a good team. When you take their momentum that they had from Villa, the way that they've been playing all season, over the last 20 games, even if you want to. It's not a surprise to be sort of in this position. I think for Ferox, it's a tricky situation because they want to make top 4. That's their goal. They don't have to get anything from this series, all right? So they're not playing with that added edge or pressure that they've got to get something here. This is do or die. It's a must win. Like sort of Knights are about to sort of face it against Wildcard later on. This is almost like a glorified scrim. I said it at the beginning. And Ferox are failing this scrim right now on Clubhouse. That is for certain. Going into playoffs and going into these future matches, they're going to need to play better.
Well, you do play scrims to practice so that you can get better. So if this is a loss for Ferox, then I certainly hope it helps them to get better because they'll have a really important game tomorrow night against LFO. But this one isn't quite done yet. And you talked about the momentum from Sinister following on from Villa, adding to the... pardon me, adding to the fact that this is quite a good map already for Sinister despite being Ferox's pick. On top of all of that, Sinister would be the ones that they get to choose which half that they start on, attack or defense. They chose defense, arguably the favored side. So that's just another little thing that gives Sinister a bit more momentum to start off strong. Now, it wasn't a 5-1, wasn't a 6-0, so it's not like this is totally locked out from Ferox. And I do want to say it's really going to hinge on, well, how is Sinister feeling right now? I think the fact that the pressure's off really just lets them kind of spread their wings and be free and make this work. But for Ferox, if they can dodge this pressure and manage to just break a bit of this momentum from Sinister, now that they're on the defense, I can definitely see a comeback here, forcing overtime, or even there's still possibility for an exemplarily strong half from Ferox to lock this.
Yeah, look, I'm not counting Ferox out. By any means, I'm not saying that's it, they're done, because it's 2-4. I think you've just got to be fair to sort of the way that Sinister have been playing here. They've been the better team on both Villa and now even on Clubhouse. They won 3 in a row on the Clubhouse, which was Ferox's map pick. They didn't even get 3 in a row on Villa, right? So they have been playing exceptionally well. They got a lot of form going into the playoffs. Ferox have done well, in my eyes, sort of to keep with them and stay competitive. They have been very competitive. I mean, Villa was close. It was 5-5, for instance, right? Until it became 5-7. So now at 2-4 attacking, I mean, look, Clubhouse can have mixed results, whether it's attacker-sided, defender-sided. I kind of feel like it's just 50-50, right? It's sometimes you're going to win some, you're going to lose some. Sometimes Church and Arsenal is impenetrable. Other times you do like an SSG roam and it works or it doesn't work. There's so many different ways. My criticism would be sort of just a lack of push from construction, especially on CCTV and Cash, that we do see has been successful for a lot of other teams on Clubhouse. And Ferox just seemingly had no interest in it whatsoever. In saying that, I thought they were able to take Garage fairly well, and they were still getting Kennel's wall opened up. So as they're going to be defending now, do I think that they're going to win this round? I don't think so. I think they're going to lose, and I think it'll be 2-0 to Sinister. But as we've already alluded to, it's not really going to matter too much in the grand scheme of things, is it?
Pending other results, though, that's the thing, right? Because for Ferox, well, for Sinister here, the stakes are trying to get that second place behind either Wildcard or Kami, depending on how the match plays out. But yeah, for Sinister, it's just trying to get that second place. For them, pressure is definitely off. They're already locked in for playoffs. Worst case, 4th place or 3rd place. But for Ferox here, yeah, they can still make playoffs. If they lose here 0-2 to Sinister, then they're still fighting the battle over Knights and LFO. And Knights will be playing just later tonight against Wildcard. Now, that's bound to be a tough match for the Knights. But if they can win 1 map, or 2 maps maybe, that does put them in a really strong position, and it forces Ferox to really go hard tomorrow night against LFO. And I think LFO being in a position, Ferox being in a position going into tomorrow night where they have to win both maps in order to make playoffs, that's definitely going to affect their mental state and make it less likely that they're going to be able to lock out both maps against LFO.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
Of course, it's very intriguing that LFO right now aren't affected by this series. Even though technically they're fighting with Ferox for that final spot, they're going to be affected by the Knights series because they don't have the tiebreaker with Knights. Of course, we know Ferox have got the tiebreaker with Knights. So if it does go to that 3-way tie, Ferox do come out ahead. But for LFO, they don't have the tiebreaker against Ferox because they haven't played Ferox yet. So all that just comes down to tomorrow night. So many calculations, so many ways this season can still finish. And does this map really change much, right?
5
If
seconds left.
Ferox win this map here on Clubhouse and then get 2-0 tomorrow night by LFO, the map win to here would mean nothing. So when you look at it in that regards, how much does Ferox really have on the line? Now, I'm not saying they're saving strats or anything for LFO. Firstly, I don't think they need to. But are they playing at their sort of push to the limits best? Probably not. I think there's an extra gear for Ferox. They will definitely need to find it and bring it tomorrow night. But for right now, I think it's okay that they can probably say to themselves, right, we're not at our absolute best, and yet we're still kind of competing with Sinister.
I'm sorry, can I just say here that we've got a Cav? That's Warden playing the sneaky girl, roaming around this map here. She was spotted out as she rotated through Garage, so Sinister are very aware of this, and they will no doubt be talking about ensuring they can hunt this Cav down. But, oh, Derp's going to spot it. There you go. Doesn't even take out the drone yet. Can she? I think best case scenario now, she gets back to site without dying. Or potentially drags one pick with her, but I just don't see either of those things happening with NiKo holding this flank.
I think the best case scenario is for Warden to make Sinister think that he's gone back to site. You don't want the Cav going back to site. This is exactly what you do. Doesn't risk it because he's expecting to push down the hatch. Well played from Warden. He gets the double onto Fisho and NiKo, and Ferox have surprised Sinister. 3 versus 5, but it's not impossible. Still a minute and a half, and so they will have to flush out Warden.
Warden takes my best case scenario and just chucks it straight in the rubbish bin, finding 2 picks. Now, Caviera or not, doesn't matter what operator Warden was playing just then. That is huge. Finding 2 picks on the roam, and it's a lot of soft breach. NiKo and Fisher Guy together. That's really going to slow down Sinister. Now, 1 minute left, and they're still just opening these hatches. So, I mean, that might be exactly the momentum breaker that Ferox needed on their defensive half.
Definitely agree. And even then, though, it still only goes to 3-4. They've got a lot of work cut out for them. A lot. And we've spoken about sort of replicating. That's on the wrong side. Wrong side. But we've spoken a lot about sort of replicating rounds. I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing Warden regularly playing the Cav and then that being something that's going to be a normal occurrence, right? So for Sinister, the fact that even with 30 seconds remaining, there's still a chance. Very slim one at that. But Ferox, are they going to be able to sort of capitalize from this? They're still going to capitalize on the round. Now it's a 3 versus 3. All of Warden's work has been undone. 18 seconds, flashes, impacts. It's going to flash his teammate though. Unfortunate, but the nade was fortunate. Dirtbait finding Todd. Sinister are going to win this round, surely. Shade's now in a 1 versus 2, and he can't get it done. Sinister still win the round. Even despite Warden's heroic efforts on the Cav in the early goings. It was 5 versus 3. It didn't affect Sinister at all.
That's nuts. I mean, how did Ferox throw that away? I mean, all credit to Sinister there. Not only did... I really want to point out, it was Derp, 100% there. Not only did he find that initial pick onto the player playing at green boxes to find the nade kill on top of that, and then one more afterwards. It's just absolutely huge. And Vinny pushing up through the long hallway to find the Maestro who was in church as well. Just a huge round, and I think that's a 2-piece for Vinny and a 3-piece for Derp to close that round. Technically a 4-piece for Derp if you count him killing Vinny right there as well.
Those are the rounds that are demoralizing, though, for a team like Ferox in that situation. You're up 5-3. We actually saw a 3v5 happen on Villa as well. I believe it was actually... I think Sinister, had they won both of the 3v5s, or was it Ferox? I can't recall for the life of me.
There was a great 3-way flank from Warden on Villa. I'm not sure whether that was one of those 3v5s, but... yeah, there's been a lot of really good... kind of comeback moments for these teams.
It does feel like it's been favoring Sinister though. These sort of 50-50 moments, whether it's a 3v5 or a 1v1, they were all just sort of flipping into Sinister's favor. 2-5 now, and it's suddenly looking like a blowout on Clubhouse.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
Got to be a tilter, like you said. Ferox, though, they're going to rotate bomb sites. Really, the only thing that went well for Ferox that round was the fact that Warden got 2 kills when really he shouldn't have gotten any. And, I mean, Fisho Guy's just thanking the rest of his team for nullifying the fact that Fisher Guy made such a huge blunder getting taken out that round. But nonetheless, Ferox moving on here. Thermite charge to open up Garage, and now the Maverick to open up the CCTV wall. It's Dirtbait gonna finish the job nice and easy. Nico's already opened the soft part of the wall, so won't have to be done later. It does expose Dirtbait just a little bit, but that's why you got Fisher Guy on this rappel to hold down. There you go, walls opened. Really good time management here for Sinister.
Bomb located by
I
attacker.
only saw Ferox sort of open it up this quickly once, and that was with the Thermite as well. 2 minutes. There's a Deptra sitting over at Rafters from what I saw for a split second. The rest, though, are definitely around the bomb sites. So for, I guess, Gym and Bedroom, holding Rafters is a bit more aggressive compared to, say, CCTV and Cash, where it is normalized. Warden at top red as well. So a lot of pressure around this east side. Going to be watching the doors for as long as he can, but the pressure is mounting onto Deptra. How much longer does he hold? Does he hold until his final breath, or does he maybe elect to push back when he feels like time has been done and wasted? Dirtbait will flush him out with the impact grenade, and in the end, Deptra doesn't get too much besides just sort of wasting a bit of time of Sinister. Nico finds another kill, and Sinister running away with Clubhouse.
3v5 here. We talked about how these 3v5s don't always go the ways you think, so I wouldn't lock out the chances for an opportunity here, but okay, never mind, surely not. Vinny finds another 2. It's 1 versus 4 here. Have to be an ace clutch for Shade. I just don't see this happening. Plants going down for Milo. No denial possibility from below. What you got for us, Shade?
I'm not sure if he's got too much for us. 2-6, and Sinister have got a potential 7-2 on their win card here, as Dirtbait will finish off Shade, unfortunately for him. And, well, this has not gone the way that Ferox would have liked here on their map pick.
No, it's been a struggle every step of the way here on Clubhouse, and look, I'm totally on board with you now, Xenox. I think that momentum that Sinister had established with that first map has just not been broken, and Ferox, despite, I think that could have been the momentum breaker on that first round of defense when Warden got that 2K with the Caveira. I thought that maybe could have been the opportunity for Ferox to regain some semblance of momentum here and put Sinister back onto the back foot, but it's just not happening at the moment. The Sinister look poised to close this out. If not a 7-2, then, well, something very similar. But a 6-2 lead at the moment. Flawless thus far on their attacks. Sinister just... I don't think there's any chance of coming back here.
6 of the last 7 rounds in favor of Sinister. Ferox got the opening round. If I remember correctly, I think they got the opening round on Villa as well. How little that ended up paying dividends for Ferox. They were certainly more competitive on Villa, for those who've just joined us. It was 5-5 on Sinister's map pick. Ferox were sort of coming, but Sinister eventually just pulled away those last 2 rounds and forced the 7-5 victory. But on Clubhouse, it's all been one-way traffic. Unfortunately for Ferox, it's not been in their favor.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, let's see what they can pull out here on this Church and Arsenal defense. No Cav this time. Warden jumping on the Jaeger. Let's see any more success with this defense. Trying to hold on to that kitchen hatch with an Electroclaw. Nice placement there, but I don't think it'll make a lot of difference. As we saw previously, the thermite charge from Molosca placed just next to the hatch. When it detonates, it'll still get that hatch. No Electroclaw placed on the... Oh, wait. Is that Electroclaw getting all 3 church walls and Moto Hatch? Surely it's not getting Moto Hatch. No, it's not getting Moto Hatch. All right, sorry. I got excited there for a minute.
Can I just say, though, that how quick things can change. You know, at one point it was 2-4, but that was the round that we saw Warden find the opening double kill with the Cav. You go on and win that round, and 3-4 is extremely close in comparison to 2 versus 6. Since that moment that Warden got the double kill, it has been the downhill part of a roller coaster for Ferox, and they're trying to find the exit. They're trying to find the way back up. 2 minutes remaining. Sinister make their push. Depe's going to open up his hatch, and well, I feel like the demise is now on the horizon for Ferox. 2-7 is not the way they would have been wanting to go into tomorrow night's final playdate.
Good usage of the electronics detector there from Vinny.
Recovered the bomb diffuser.
Oh, here's a flashbang going all the way down from Nico through 2 floors. Todd, though, to find a C4. Milo out of the question now, and that's the Thermite. Heavy, impactful player, and that C4, no doubt, onto the floor in kitchen will force Sinister to change their strategy here. And in fact, that pick and the utility that's blown out of the water with it may be what Ferox needs to get back in this.
So a drone going down oil pit towards blue. It's going to be open if Sinister want to put a blind down that direction. With a minute remaining, this heavy turtle strap from Ferox definitely paying off. It does mean that Sinister also losing Miloska. Once they do push in, they're going to be at a disadvantage. So when those trades sort of ring out back and forth, Ferox are always going to be that one step ahead. Unless someone from Sinister can find sort of 2 kills in that exchange, or at the very least, with 40 seconds remaining, find something early on here for what is going to be their very soon-to-be eventual push.
Oh, this is dirty from Shade. As long as Sushi doesn't move too much. Shade trying to deny that Maverick trick there. Could be exactly what they need. All 3 gases now utilized, and Derpe's going to make quick use of the 20 seconds he has remaining to open up this angle onto the bomb site, but it might not be enough because the wall hasn't actually been opened. They're going to need Nico to come down and get it. Now, in the last few seconds, Sinister tries to file it in. Deptra good for 1. Fisho guy finally gets that kill. He can't get the second though, and it's cleanup crew time for Ferox, just holding on. They get 1 more round on their side of the squad.
Can I just say, 10 rounds now in Clubhouse. I don't think we've seen the diffuser go down once from
No, we haven't,
either team.
actually.
It's just, yeah, we haven't. It's just been all eliminations. That was better from Ferox, but they played a very stock standard, default sort of heavy turtle setup on the basement, Church and Arsenal. Not gonna be able to sort of replicate that here on CCTV and Cash, where Sinister, you'd think, will be able to potentially finish this match off and this series off. If not, 4-6 opens up an avenue forward for Ferox, and their defense then can start to gain a bit of momentum.
But losing those first 2 defenses could really spell death for Ferox later down the line, because they'll have to make a full rotation now in order to push it to overtime. They'll have to lock out not just the Church and Arsenal room as they've done now, but Cash, CCTV, and then move on and then get bedroom and then get 1 more round as well. And look, it's a tough position to try to progress from here on in, but you know, Ferox, they are a good team, and we've seen them push the best teams in this league to their limits. Wildcard on console at 8-7, Akami as well. A very close game for Ferox, and well, Sinister is a team that we put on that upper echelon alongside Ferox, alongside Akami and Wildcard. And while we may question why Ferox took us to Clubhouse, a map so strong for Sinister, we can't question that they have what it takes when it comes down to some of the tighter games that they've had this season, from the more challenging ones, to at least edge out a draw. It's not out of the question for them here to come back.
Certainly not. Wouldn't count them out. As I said, if they can get to 4 sticks, it just puts a bit of pressure onto Sinister. It would actually then be the first time that in this series, Ferox would find 2 round wins in a row. They've yet to do so. So it's either you lose the series or you finally break that streak. An unfortunate streak that they've been having here on Villa and Clubhouse. Also is going to open this up. Never mind, he's going to have to just move that one. But 2 minutes remaining, and again, Kendall's wall's going to be opened up again. I think just wants a different angle, potentially looking into CCTV. And they'll now just throw it through Fisher Great. And then what have we got? Shade in rafters. Warden over towards Jim. Again, not a lot of pressure onto construction as well from Sinister.
I wonder how long Shade will be allowed to play in rafters here. Warden is supporting. This is a difficult shot to land, but just aiming out towards Garage. the exterior side to see if someone peeks on out. Shade needs to be careful. If he gets picked here, that completely opens the round for Sinister. But Shady should be fairly safe there. He can move quite freely without being exposed to the breach on CCTV because of both the walls between garage and rafters have been reinforced. But the question is, how long can Shade stay alive? And the more aggressively he peeks like this, the more likely he'll have his head taken off. But Depp trying to find the opening. A highly aggressive peek out the front finds Fisho guy. And Ferox, I reckon this is doable for him.
I feel like Warden can actually get a run out here if he wants to as well, especially now that Ferox are getting a really big advantage in terms of kills, 5 versus 3. Could just hop through the window and find, who's it, Vinny on the balcony, or even anyone outside still there. There's Warden in gym. He has the opportunity, that's what I'm saying, but I think now it's too little too late. And plus, Depe's just eliminated himself with the impact grenade. That's not ideal. Ferox are about to find the second round win in a row, barring a catastrophe, which may just happen before our very eyes. This is now a 3 versus 2. It was a 5v2. 27 seconds remaining. Nico and Vincia, this would be so demoralizing if Ferox lose this round, Dev. Sushi, Todd, and Ward must not allow this to happen. 17 seconds up through rafters with the diffuser in hand. Will have to be very precise and quick with all of his movements. Nico's being eliminated. 3v1, diffuser in hand. Does find one frag over at top red. Can't find the second. Round 1. Ferox do get 2 in a row. And this time, now 4 versus 6 on the scoreboard.
They broke that trend, Xenox. And look, this actually, I'm starting to believe here for Ferox, because not only did they win those 2 rounds, but they've leveled up their game. They are countering Sinister, and I want to point out in particular that opening frag, Deptra, that game sense to know exactly when to peek, and it was partly due to the way Sinister had opened that breach, only opening the left side, protected Deptra a little bit more. He goes for that wide peek after he sees that Fisho is using the lifeline to try to concuss the player at top garage. But Deptra finding that opening pick has just been really enabling the rest of his team to take advantageous positions. And once you take out the player pushing from the kennel's balcony, you don't have to worry about that angle anymore, as long as you can prevent anyone else from getting onto that rappel. And Ferox looking to potentially be on the cusp of greatness here.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Still a long way to go. Certainly don't want to pump up their tires too much. 4-6. Sinister, of course, still got match point, and at any point they can then, of course, just end this once and for all. And maybe, though, another 7-5 is looming. And is that sort of fair for Ferox? I think as a series, 7-5, 7-5. I mean, you really can't get closer unless you go into overtime for that matter, Dev. So I think if it does end up, say, like 7-5, 7-5 against a team like Sinister, who maybe going into playoffs might be regarded as the second best team, depending on where you want to sort of put them in a Kami, but
5 seconds.
I don't think they'd be too upset then with tonight's performances.
Attackers are moving out to locate
Well,
a bomb
I think what Ferox cares most about is making that top 4. And of course, that isn't riding all on this map right here, but it would make it a heck of a lot easier if Ferox can steal some points here from Sinister. Ferox still have another game tomorrow night against LFO, and that's really where their fate will lie. But still, they can take their fate into their own hands. If they can win a map here, does help their chances.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Sinister, though, they've been on match point here for 2 rounds and haven't been able to make good of it. Surely they don't let it slip all the way to overtime. They're attacking gym and bedroom here for the second time. They won this previously quite convincingly, to be honest. There really wasn't much of a response there from Ferox, but we'll see if they can improve their game a little bit to win this one.
I'm pretty much convinced, though, that this round, or this map, it doesn't really matter for Ferox at all, though. Like, not even a little bit. That just, as you said, well, I'm pretty sure they've just got to get the job done against LFO in some matter. You get one map against LFO, they'll have the tiebreaker. A lot more of how it plays out is the fact if it's... They need this map if Knight somehow 2-0 wildcard. We won't get into it, but... I think we're both very much on the... We're both on the money that this isn't really all that important for Ferox. Besides just wanting to play good and go into form and you still want to win at the end of the day. Derpe's going to open up the balcony wall and well,
That's so cheeky, I love it.
like,
Oh
yeah.
no!
That's cheeky too.
Oh, man.
One minute remaining in this round. Warden finds yet another opening frag. He's gotten a few of them here on Clubhouse. Not only that, but Nico's quite low as well. And this gym bedroom push for Sinister falling second by second. Only 45 seconds remaining. Flash out. At least they've got a couple of different angles, but they're also opened up onto that balcony. Todd finds Nico. There's a trade back at least from Molosco as Vincier starts to push through that Kennels wall into CCTV. They're going to come in from the east and the west. As Fisho guy, Nade, can he get it underneath that castle barricade towards... Well, that would have been actually towards Molosco. He just actually wants to blow up the barricade. 20 seconds remaining. Molosco can now push through and get this plant down. They'll have Fisher guy from the window, so decent position for the diffuser if he can get it down.
Warden is ready. He sees the head. Does pop that one and trying to get peeked on here from the sledge. It looks like this might be yet another round. And with the pistol, Vinny, what are you doing, mate? Team kills central here tonight. These guys can't get enough of it. And Warden's going to be feeling robbed there that Vinny stole his kill, but I'm sure he'll be happy that his team is now on the comeback train. Choo choo, that's 3 rounds in a row, and only 1 more needed to confirm overtime.
He was pretty headfast on wanting to get that team kill as well. Wow, 5-6. 3 in a row for Ferox. We want to go one step further. What, 4 of the last 7? So they have had the momentum for the better half of the last, I guess you could say, 5-6 rounds. But still yet that match point is looming over their heads. And at any time now, you think, as we go back down to Church and Arsenal, and while Ferox did win it last time, I wonder if we see Sinister finally break the streak of Ferox. 3 in a row is the most that either of these two teams have won against each other tonight in this series. Ferox, to squash out that match point, at least momentarily, would need to now win 4 in a row. They're on the verge. Dev was an early believer, and he won't stop believing.
I always do. I think I like our dynamics in Ox. You're the realist, and I'm the optimist. I think it
like bad cop, good cop.
Exactly. But hey, I don't know. There's a possibility here that Ferox could make my optimism a reality. It's just 1 map, or rather 1 round, to tie the map, and they've done this before. They won Church and Arsenal in round 9. It was an impactful C4 to take out the Thermite player from Todd that really helped out Ferox here previously. But we've seen players from Ferox step up, not just impact players like that one, but we've seen Depsha really be turning up the heat here. He's been so good on these entries, found 3 of them so far this map. It's on Sinister really to close this out, not let things slip, because you've got to be thinking from their perspective. They had momentum. What was it? They won 8 out of the last 7 rounds at one point in this one. Then they come back and they've just been in a deficit. And we're looking at a 7-2 possibility. And now, well, that's slipped away. And now it's a possibility Ferox can take this map away from them.
Bomb located by attackers.
Just sort of breathe the anticipation for this potential final round, or the round that sends us to overtime. Sinister's sake, not a lot riding on this, of course. Besides the fact that I think then getting second, if they split this, I think getting second place might be proving to be more difficult. They win this though, and second place is a bit more likely. Minute 35 seconds remaining, and for what is going to be yet another heavy turtle for Ferox. No surprise that worked very well for them last time.
Todd eager to get that C4 again. So impactful last round, but Nico opening up this floor to expose those angles. He doesn't want to let that C4 ring true. Of course, he is vulnerable to them at the same time. It's ACOG's tough position, but Nico confident on these angles. Spots out the feet for a moment. Todd needs to be cautious here. His feet spotted out again. But Nico's waiting to line up the shot. He doesn't want to scare him off too much. He wants to wait for his head to be revealed, and there it is. Nico didn't want to go for the feet shot, and oh no, it's still not working, Nico. Oh, it's just slipping through his fingers time and time again. Todd, low on HP, and now Deptra's going to peek that. Got to be careful, Nico. He wants this so hard. He's going to get Deptra now. Todd also low on HP. 30 seconds left, though, so just to have to make progress, and the hatch isn't open.
25 seconds remaining, but I guess you could give a pass mark for Nico. He got 1 kill. He got Todd very low. We're going to see 2 kills come out in favor of Sinister. 2 versus 3. Sushi and Warden are the last 2 standing. Had to keep shooting. Just stuck below now in a 1 versus 3. Warden has been so big in this series. Needs to be yet just that little bit bigger here. Pulls out the pistol. Not much ammunition. Too much to deal with. Sinister win the round. They stop the streak. They stop Ferox. They take them out 2-0 as they win the series.
Nice little one tap to close it out as well. The elite set animation for Vinny, a well-deserved MVP. And wow, what a performance from Sinister to close it out. 2-0 against Ferox, solidifying themselves in the top 3 here in the Six Masters, and possibility for top 2. They've given it their best shot. That's their final map, done and dusted for this season of Six Masters. And whether they make first, or rather second or third place, we'll have to see. But for Ferox, look, it's not over yet. They still have 1 more match tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think we've done a really good job ourselves here, Dev, really putting that importance more so on Ferox's match tomorrow against LFO than their match tonight against Sinister. They would have liked to have won. You always want to win. But I think they can still probably be happy in the way that they were able to compete and perform. 7-5, 7-5 is not exactly a run, a stomp. It's not a run over. While it's not overtime losses like they've had in the past this season, again, it's close losses, and that's sort of been the story of Ferox this season, is against these top teams, the teams in the playoffs. These close losses have been a recurring theme. So if they are to defeat LFO and everything does go their way and they do make the playoffs, they're going to have to turn that around in the playoffs going forward, and really just sort of, I guess, for themselves as a team going forward into future tournaments, it kind of gives them something to rectify and work on.
Yeah, I want to bring it back to Sinister for a minute as well, because, for Ferox, the season's not over yet. They've got tomorrow as well against LFO, as you mentioned, which is going to be super impactful. But for Sinister here, they solidified their top 3, and these guys have been on a run, a marathon run here since Pro League Season 11. Time and time again in the Pro League, they were actually frequently sitting at that bottom spot in the league. They really struggled, but then second half of Season 11, come March, these guys come out of the gate swinging. They go flawless in their second half of the league, and then Six Masters here, they're in the top 3, potentially gunning for a top 2 spot, and they've done their best to increase their chances of that tonight with a 2-0. I think we've just got to commend how far Sinister has come, and the fact that they are now one of the greats of the Oceanic region. These guys are, without a doubt, one of the best teams, and potentially could take the entire thing come playoffs.
Yeah, I can only agree with you, really. They get to 30 points now. As we've said, they can't get first place because tomorrow night Kami and Wildcard will be playing. One of those 2 are bound to get 30 plus or more, and they've got the tiebreaker against Team Sinister either. I think they've both got the tiebreaker, so it makes it impossible then for Team Sinister to take that first spot. But regardless, look, this is now, as you said, job done for Sinister. You're into the playoffs. Wash your hands, you're done. For Ferox, doesn't really matter. They've got tomorrow night. That's where it's going to matter more. And I think the way that they played tonight means that going into the LFO series, they should be the favorites. They should be heavily favored to win that. At the very least, by any margin, they get at least a draw, which then brings us to what is going to be our upcoming series, of course, Knights. They would then need, I'm pretty sure, Knights to get nothing, and then everything's all good and done. They have got the tiebreaker against the Knights. So I'm pretty sure Ferox get at least 1 map tomorrow night that puts them on 18 points. They've got the tiebreaker. So provided that Knights sort of get nothing against Wildcard, which we'll speak a little bit more at length at, they should then have their own fate still in their hand. But we were talking about whether they could have got 1 against Sinister. It would have just made things a bit easier.
Yeah, and the one thing you haven't mentioned there is it's got to be Ferox against LFO as well. If they just win 1 map tomorrow, they still have to win more rounds than LFO in that to win the tiebreaker. So the season is definitely not over for Ferox, and they still have a shot at making that top 4 to go to playoffs.
Yeah, let's go and have a bit of a listen in with Sushi, see what he thinks of this whole scenario. Sushi, not the results that you would have wanted, but you guys played well at the very least. And of course, tomorrow night kind of does matter a bit more than, say, the result from tonight.
Yeah, tomorrow night we really have to just honestly 2-0 them if we want to recover from tonight, in my opinion. Honestly, I don't think we played that great tonight. We definitely threw way too much, like a lot of 3v5s that we just like threw, and then we just got gunned pretty much. We weren't winning any ones, so well, yeah, we were winning rounds, sorry, but we definitely weren't playing as good as we should be, so it's unlucky.
It may have been a tough night, but I want to dig a little bit deeper. You did push it to 7-5 on both maps. Clubhouse, though, there was a point where it looked like it may have been a landslide against you guys. Sinister had control in their first part of the attacking half. You guys looked like you were about to be put away 7-2. What was with the Clubhouse pick there? Because I know it's been a good map for you guys. There have been some losses in the season, though. And for Sinister, it's been one that they've picked a couple times as well. So what was the idea coming into Clubhouse as your map pick for tonight?
Okay, Club definitely should have won that. Our attacks usually should be a 3-3 split, by the way we go. We just threw against like pretty much gun skill. Like, I'm pretty sure one round we had a Vigil just literally run up main stairs, kill 2 people. We traded, and then we got instantly traded again. We weren't winning any trade situations at all on the map. We did prep the map. We had new strats, like the gym strat. That was a very new strat. We were keen to play. It worked, thank God. But I don't know. I don't know what to say. We should have won Clubhouse by all means. We had everything going for us. We literally just threw the map.
Sushi, before I let you go, just that Villa pick, were you guys surprised by it at all? And you guys definitely looked ready for it. I don't know how much you guys have been scrimming it or have played it recently. I know you haven't played it at all this season in Six Masters, but you guys just seem pretty confident on it. I mean, it was like, what, 5-5? So for the most part, it was a pretty close map. How did you guys sort of see and feel that went?
Look, to be fair, I haven't really seen much of Villa against Sin. They've been mostly playing things like Cafe and other maps, so we were ready for other maps like that. But that being said, we were pretty much ready for Villa. We usually show up on game day, so we weren't scared when we saw Villa at all, but would have liked to prep it more. Yeah, would have liked to scrim it more, obviously, but it's the veto system. You do what you do.
Definitely. Look, you got a big game tomorrow night. Wish you the best of luck in that and everything to come.
All right. Cheers. Have a good one.
Probably just confirming maybe some of the expectations there around that sort of Villa pick and how Ferox maybe responded to that. I love the fact that they always feel like they show up on game day, and that's when it really matters, and they were ready to go for that. But the confidence in saying that should have won Clubhouse. I mean, that's their thoughts, but at the same time, it was like, what, 2-6 at one point? It's very intriguing to hear you players say they should have won something when it was like 2-6 in favor of Sinister at one point. I do agree that they definitely threw away a lot of things, and sort of going back to when it was, I think it was actually 3-6. I'll sort of correct myself because, no, sorry, it was 2-6. It could have been 3-4 if we go back to that Warden 2K on the Cav. They had a 5v3. They threw that away. You had rounds that they did in fact throw away. So I can kind of see where he was going with in terms of that sort of thought process.
Yeah, in particular, what comes to mind are 2 rounds. One was the one he mentioned in the interview, which was when Sinister did the SSG roam, and Vinny, who was playing the Vigil, got a 2k right off the bat. Eventually, it was traded, but Myloska had pushed up the main stairs and eventually got a retrade back, so Sinister had the numbers advantage. The other one was when Warden got 2 kills on the Cav. I mean, firstly, how on earth does that happen? And secondly, how do you lose a 3v5? So yeah, a bit of struggles there for Ferox, but you can see the frustration in Sushi there. He totally knew what went wrong, when it went wrong, and he's just thinking to himself, man, if we had just not gotten retraded there, if we had just killed that Vigil before and punished him, And if we just maybe held our ground a little bit better in that 5v3 that we had, maybe things would have gone differently for them. But I'm sure that, like we've been saying, you treat this a little bit like a scrim. And I mean, these guys say that they want to get a bit more scrim experience on Villa. Well, they've got that. They've also got some more practice experience on Clubhouse, which is one of their best maps. So hopefully refining that and coming back stronger tomorrow against LFO.
And not only that, but like they still took 3 rounds in a row away from Sinister on 3 different bomb sites, of course, on Clubhouse, right? So it's not like they were just abusing one bomb site for like a couple of rounds and just winning all of those ones. So like their defense was good. The problem was their attack left a lot to be desired, and I think Sinister just really sort of punished them there. And as Sushi said, in the end, they were sloppy. They let a lot of 3v5 situations happen and missteps here and there. And they add up, whether it's for this one round or this one moment, then leads into the next round. I guess I can see his point, even though it's a 2-6 in favor of Sinister, that they probably felt like they could have been doing better earlier on, which wouldn't have led to that 2-6. But we're going to go to our next interview with Vince from Sinister. I don't know why I started with that one. Vinny, congratulations, mate, on top 4. Firstly, I just want to say that we spoke a little bit before the show. You guys can't get first, but you could still get second, and I think you guys are going to be happy with the way you 2-0'd a team that's still fighting for top 4.
Yeah, we're stoked to be guaranteed top 3 now, so it's a good feeling. Props to Ferox. They played really well. And I think their defenses showed they were really prepared for us. They knew where to counter us and where to waste our time and stuff. And we stalled out on a few rounds. I don't think we expected them to crutch on the Ying as much on the attacking rounds as they did. And yeah, we just got a bit sloppy on our defenses when they were executing. They didn't really require much map control, and we kind of just let them into the site. And it was pretty poor from us, but all in all, just happy with the performance.
We did lock out both of them in the end, 7-5. I want to hear a little bit about the map veto process. You ended up going with Villa, which is a map we've seen you once in the 6 Masters. You beat Akami on at 7-5. But aside from that, the last time we saw it was you played it in all of your final playdays during the Pro League, which were all strong performances. So you are technically undefeated, but you just haven't necessarily played it in a little while. What was it that made you decide to bring that one out and pick that tonight?
So we knew that Ferox's Villa isn't as strong as it can be. We knew that their roam was really strong, and the map can sometimes favor the roam, but we've been working really hard to kind of counter that hyper aggressive roam on our attacks. And again, like we knew the Ying was coming, but we didn't expect it to be coming at that rate, and I think that showed when we defended. And then again, when we attacked, they were prepared for the way that we attacked. They really counted us, but yeah, I don't know. I think just our experience on the map came through a bit more.
Mate, it's been a long time between drinks between you guys and Wildcard since week 1 of the season. Going into the playoffs now, do you look at them as sort of the biggest threat? And if so, how much have you guys sort of changed to improve since that time that you guys got 2-0'd by them in week 1, which feels like an eternity ago?
So yeah, week 1 was a bit rough just because it was the first game that we played with Dirt. We didn't quite get the revenge story that we wanted, but yeah, since he's come in and over the course of the season, he's really gelled with us, and it's just gone from strength to strength with him. So obviously, now that we've really brought him into the team, it makes it a lot easier. And again, all top 4 teams are going to be threats, so we view every team as a chance to win, and we'll prepare the same for all 4.
Awesome, man. So love the chair, by the way. Congratulations. We'll see you in the playoffs.
Thanks, man. Gotcha.
Very stoic response. It's not just sort of overvaluing Wildcard and only Wildcard, looking at everyone as a whole, which is, of course, Akami and one more still to be decided, which, as now we've done the interviews and as we've wrapped up that series now, Knights, Wildcard on the other side of the break, Dev, and this is where we are going to have a big deciding factor, because Knights, I repeat, need to get a map. They don't get anything and they're done. They're out.
Yeah, and they've already got Ferox nipping at their heels, just ready and waiting to take it. Same with LFO. So it's all on Knights here. Wildcard, They may retake first place if they can do away with Knights 2-0, but Knights definitely aren't going down without a fight. They need a map to stay in the playoffs.
Yeah, you guys aren't going to want to miss this one on the other side of the break. Pittsburgh Knights versus Wildcard.
Defender has been discovered. Drop the bomb. Attackers drop the diffuser.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
Well, Sinister were definitely too good, too hot and heavy for Ferox, and a nice 2-0. 7-5, 7-5 on Villa, and Clubhouse was the result. Halfway through the night here for Playdate 13. Welcome back, everybody. Of course, Xenox, and joined by the lovely, lovely Dev Mana. We've got a huge series, though, coming up very, very shortly. Pittsburgh Knights and Wildcard Gaming are battling it out. Wildcard, of course, want to lock up first place, and for Pittsburgh, they need to get a map one way or another, at the very least, a minimum of one map tonight, if they're going to have a chance of making top 4.
In this final week, it is all about that battle for that 4th place. Top 3 are kind of locked in now. We know Sinister, Akami, and Wildcard are going to take those, but that 4th slot for the playoffs, it could be Knights, it could be Ferox, who we saw play earlier, could even be LFO, who are going to play tomorrow. So Knights, like you say, it's do or die here. They need to take a map, otherwise it's just not possible.
Exactly right. If they can get 2 maps, it then improves their chances of making the playoffs dramatically, like in a huge manner. We've spoken about it at length off show. Now we can speak about it on the show. But if they were to 2-0 wildcard, if it was to happen, not only would they have the best chances of them making top 4, but the likelihood is they'll probably end up playing wildcard again in the playoffs. And, well, if you've just 2-0'd them, you can take confidence going into the playoffs that, hey, we can beat anyone then.
Yeah, exactly. It would be a huge upset. And for Wildcard, there's not so much to lose. So maybe that is possible to happen here for Knights. Now, they are sitting currently at 18 points ahead. Yeah, let's have a look at the lineup and talk about Knights as a whole. These guys are sitting currently in 4th place on 18 points, with LFO and Ferox just behind them on the 15. These guys are quite characterized for a very aggressive playstyle, especially on attack. My favorite thing about watching these guys is as soon as it's like there's some moment, some magic button, and these guys press that button, and then everyone just collapses on their attack onto the bomb site all at once. They explode with this aggression, and it's beautiful to see. But these guys do need to win here. It's been a tough season, bit of back, bit of 4th, but there's definitely possibility here for them.
And on the flip side, Wildcard, they've been the best team this season of 6 Masters. Not much of a debate behind that. They've only dropped 1 map, not a series, but a map all season long. That was to LFO, who themselves will, of course, be playing tomorrow night to see if they can make playoffs. But Wildcard have been so impressive. They've been the best team, and from this point onwards, they're the favorites of winning 6 Masters.
Yeah, very much so. They are the most proven team in 6 Masters, with the most international success as well, attending the Season 10 Pro League Finals, where they almost beat the eventual Pro League champions, Na'Vi, in a close 2-1. They also went to 6 Invitational, but since both of those global events, Wildcard have been significantly reworked. They brought on Pat and Geo, who were very much both new players, both very young players as well. And I've just got to say, both Pat and Geo have really shined here with Wildcard. On top of that, Ethan, the captain, I mean, man's unstoppable. He's been absolutely popping off from week to week. If you need someone to just go in and kill everyone, if you need someone to make a play, Ethan's the man who's going to get it done.
Yeah, I agree. But look, as a whole, they're all proficient. They're all capable of finding entry frags or, game-winning frags or refrags. They can all do it. That's what makes them the best team this season of 6 Masters. No doubt about that. The other thing that makes them one of the best teams this season is their very strong and versatile map pool, which, of course, as we sort of draw our attention to the map veto stage of this series between Knights and Wildcard, what are your thoughts going into this one? Because for Knights, at least in my eyes, they've had a lot of mixed results and in some cases less than ideal results, whereas, as we know, Wildcard have won just about everything except 1 loss on Clubhouse.
Yeah, and the thing from Knights' perspective is going into this map video, it should be fairly predictable, mainly because Wildcard always ban Border. So that's 100%. It's just, they're banned every single game, instant ban. And from Knights, it's pretty cool. They have a couple of different common bans. They've banned Coast a couple times, they've banned Consulate a couple times, they've banned Villa a couple of times, so there's a bit more flexibility there. But the concern then from Knights' perspective is, okay, Wildcard's going to ban Border, but what are they going to pick? Because we know that they're good on basically every other map. Not so much info on Cafe, to be honest, but aside from that, I'd say Wildcard is strong on every other map. Maybe that little blip on Clubhouse, as you mentioned, when they lost to LFO, is a weakness, and maybe we'll see Pittsburgh Knights try to target that, but they themselves have had weaknesses on that map as well.
I'm thinking Consulate and Border could very well be our two bans as we get them up onto your screen, and Consulate and Border are indeed our two bans. You mentioned the picks though, and sort of, I guess there's a bit more theory crafting behind that. If I'm going to take a guess, it's going to have to be Cafe and Clubhouse, right? Like, that's just the two maps this season that we've seen so much. Both of these two teams are more than happy to pick and play probably on both of them, and they're obviously in the map pool and readily available.
I've got to say here, though, from Wildcard's perspective, let's go Knights' perspective. They get the first ban. From Knights' perspective, you pick Cafe. It's probably their strongest map aside from Border, which obviously has been banned. Probably the strongest map is Cafe for Knights, but Wildcard haven't played it this season, so that's a risk, because if you take Wildcard to a map that you have no information on, it means you're going to have to rely on mid-game adaptations. If Wildcard come out to get really strong, which I have no doubt that Wildcard are good on Cafe, like, absolutely no doubt. The last time I've got the result is they had 1 win and 1 draw in the last half of the Pro League. So this is still a decent map for them. From Knights' perspective, I'd actually be hesitant taking it to Cafe, but I really don't know where you're going to take it for Knights. From Wildcard's perspective, let's bring up the picks. From Wildcard's perspective, I feel like they have a bit of mobility here. It's actually going to be Clubhouse for Knights, so a map they've had mixed results on. They beat Ferox 8-7, and they lost to Akami 6-8. And then Villa for Wildcard is a common ban for Knights, and they've lost it twice this season already as well. So I'm liking Wildcard's chances in this series.
But that means for the course of tonight, we went Villa, Clubhouse, Clubhouse, Villa. I love the symmetry there between the series prior and now between Knights and Wildcard. So Clubhouse first up. The fact that it's Knights' pick first up may then give us a big, strong indication as to whether or not they are going to find this map. I don't feel comfortable for them going into Villa at all. You mentioned it's a map that we've seen Knights ban out regularly. They haven't played it at all this season, and Wildcard's Wildcard. So you kind of put 2 and 2 together there and think Clubhouse is going to be the best bet for Knights. It's the only map that Wildcard have dropped this season as well. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say if they don't win Clubhouse, that's it. Their season's probably done, barring something crazy happening on Villa.
I agree. I don't think it's likely possible for Villa, and the main reason I say that is because from Knights' perspective, right, going into this game, you're thinking, okay, what maps are we going to focus on? Obviously, we focus on Clubhouse because that's what we're going to pick, but what are they going to pick? What are we going to focus on in our scrims? And it's just impossible to predict because Wildcard, they could have picked Villa. I mean, they could have picked Coastline. There was opportunities here that we've seen commonly picked by Wildcard, and Knights can't prepare for every single eventuality. So that gives me the impression that Knights are probably a little bit underprepared going into Villa, similar to what we saw from Ferox earlier tonight, but only time will tell. I agree with you, though. The best opportunity for Knights here to get a map is on Clubhouse, and they need to get a map in order to keep their chances of getting top 4 alive.
Well, I wouldn't be too surprised to see the poll vote in the side of Wildcard in a heavy fashion. For you guys at home, and well, that is correct. 77% expecting a Wildcard victory, and that's probably about right. I would have maybe taken a few percentages away from Knights and put it into the draw category more so, but you're obviously also going to have to factor in some of the Knights fans, etc., are going to be voting, but pretty much spot on there, you'd have to think. And for Knights, they're going to be up against it. It's certainly the case. You can see it in the poll vote. Everyone expecting a 2-0. I'm expecting a 2-0 in favor of Wildcard. And if that then plays out in that fashion, it means Knights, their season will be done.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be too surprised if we see Clubhouse swing, because Wildcard, yes, they lost this to LFO 7-2 earlier in the season. They picked it twice, though. They played it 3 times, won it 2 out of the 3. For Knights, this is an opportunity. The only opportunity, the final opportunity to make it to the Six Masters playoffs, and they've got to take down the Kings of Oceania. It is Wildcard versus the Pittsburgh Knights on Clubhouse.
Yeah, and you're right. This is going to be the map that is going to give Knights the best opportunity of picking up a map win tonight. So if it's going to happen, it has to happen here on Clubhouse. That's just going to be our first ban. Not too much of a surprise coming out there. I do wonder if we see a bit of Ying play. You know, the comment from Vin and in the interview, he kind of alluded to the fact he was a bit surprised to see Ferox using the Ying so much on Villa. We're going to the same 2 maps. Well, that answers the question for me. Thanks, Knights.
It's funny because I don't see Wildcard as a team that really picks the Ying that much. So Strange ban there for Knights, but I think they're just worried maybe Wildcard has something up their sleeve with it, so they're going to get rid of it nice on and early. Let's have a look at the defensive ban, though. For Knights, are they going to leave in the Kaid? They're going to leave in all these other ones? No, okay, it's just a Mirror, so pretty staple stuff here. Funnily enough, Mirror isn't super impactful on Clubhouse, but just nice to not have to worry about those setups. To round it out, though, we do have the Maestro from Wildcard, so it puts a bit less emphasis on bringing that IQ every single round. It puts a bit more emphasis on bringing the IQ every single round because you need to look out for those Yokai drones. And I wouldn't be surprised to see both of these teams on the back of that Maestro ban pick a lot of Echo as he's left unbanned and try and use him to make some plays as well.
It's definitely feeling the anticipation going into Clubhouse, though. You know, we keep harping on it, and I don't want to say there's a 0% chance that Knights can find a way to win on Villa. It's just being logical and honest that it's going to be very difficult for them to find a victory on Villa. Now, in terms of the scenario that we've spoken about, the fact that they need to get a map win. That map win for Pittsburgh moves them away from a three-way tiebreaker that could then be a possibility tomorrow. Because obviously we're going to be seeing LFO versus Ferox tomorrow. At the very least, someone has to get 3 points. And if it's Ferox, they've got the tie break. If it's LFO, well, then they're either going to get 3 points or it's going to be a tie, which then means Ferox. So regardless, they need to get a map to move away from that tie break potential. And then if they win a map tonight and say there's a draw tomorrow, they go through.
Yep. That's what Knights are praying for right now. And that's the way that they make playoffs is that neither team 2-0s tomorrow in the Ferox LFO game, and Knights win 1 map here, or Knights wins 2 maps here, and it even further increases their chances as well. But as soon as Knights win 1 map here, LFO also can't make it. So you're not only going to have the Knights fans and the Wildcard fans watching this game, but also the LFO fans and the LFO players themselves just waiting to hope that Knights don't win either of these maps, because as soon as that happens, it locks out LFO's chances at taking that playoff spot.
It does mean, though, you bring up a very valid point. We're saying goodbye to one of these 2 teams. One of them's playing, one of them's not playing. So LFO would be watching nervously, thinking, well, okay, we're going to Clubhouse. If Wildcard win this map, then we can probably breathe a bit easy going into Villa. But for this time, you know, if Knights come out and win this first round on Clubhouse and maybe they just look really good, LFO could be sweating a bit because, as you said, as soon as Knights pick up a map, just one, LFO's done. Their season will be over. And, they would have to... No, sorry. I'll take it back. They could still get 2 wins tomorrow. They'd have to 2-0, wouldn't they? Yes, they would have to 2-0.
But if LFO 2-0 tomorrow, they'll be on 21 points. And if Knights get 1 map
right.
they'll be on 21
I was looking at
points.
Elevate,
Knights,
my bad.
Yeah. Knights win the head-to-head as well. So, yeah, as soon as Knights win 1 map here, it doesn't matter what LFO do. They can't make it.
It's a bit harsh, but it's just the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, but you're right. We're saying goodbye to either Knights or LFO tonight. Depending on whether Knights win 1 map, LFO's out of the running. If Knights don't win a map, then they're out of the running. So there's a lot of high stakes going into this game. And, I mean, imagine your last game of the season. You're Knights right now. Your last game of the season is against arguably the best team in the entire league. The most famous team in all of Oceania. And... that's a tall order to go into, but also I think it makes you extra determined. And every time we talk to Strider in these post-game interviews, I know he is so determined. I know he was not happy when they dropped a map to LFO, and they want to lock this out. They want to take on Wildcard, give it their all. And Knights, they are the attack specialists. They're starting on the attack here. It's a CCTV cache that will be first on the agenda, and I have no doubts that they're going to give it everything they've got.
I definitely agree with you, and no doubt about that at all. And for Knights on the attack first, I wonder, would you feel more comfortable on the defense first or on the attack? Because if you're on the attack, then I feel like you can at least sort of come at Wildcard here, try and steal a few rounds, and then coast home on the defense.
Still, the canvas is blank at the moment. It's time to get some paintbrushes out and start splashing around, seeing what kind of comes to form. Wildcard though, not opting to go for that church bomb site, which is more typical, instead going up top here. With Maverick in, it's really going to be Strider we're looking at to open up the CCTV wall onto Kennels. Imorin is an absolute perfectionist here. Look at it, trying to get that perfect. Oh, there you go. I guess that works. It's the Kaid Electroclaw does hold on to that right panel of the construction wall. I believe the mute jammer will cover the second panel, indeed. But no Electroclaw on the Kennels wall, so it doesn't really affect Strider anyway. He'll get to opening this up, and there's no smoke on the defense to thwart his progress. And so far, Knights seeming to be uncontested here, making good progress.
So uncontested, and then somehow Josh finds an opening frag. Someone we haven't really spoken too much about. New member, of course, for Knights now, playing a couple of, he's played a couple of weeks now, though. It's been, he's not quite the new debutant.
It's the second game, isn't it?
Second game?
Week, wasn't it?
Well, second series.
Series.
Yeah. Okay. Oof. Well, yeah, still. It's not exactly his debut week, though.
But he did come in strong in his debut as well. Lots of impact plays last week when Knights needed it most. Great game against Elevate. Using his concussions from the lifeline to clear out any ADSs. And there's a second pick for Knights here. Ethan going down, 2 high impact players off the board for Wildcard, and Knights have come on strong here. Juicy looking to mince up the floor in cash, but he's concerned about any kind of flank. There is a player in lounge, in fact, ready to... Oh, that is Pat just around the corner here, ready to peek onto him. Juicy does spot him out. Emo taken very low for his troubles as well. 5 players from Knights.
It's the sort of position you'd expect someone like Ippistar to be holding and trying to just peek below a castle barricade. Juicy pushes through. Talk about the timing. Just as Pat falls back. Juicy, though, is going to be able to win that exchange. Was immediately traded back from Geo, who falls back up onto rafters. Still a bit of control here, but never mind. You lose Emo, and now you got very little control. Knights are going to take this opening round here on Clubhouse. Now LFO just start chewing their nails a little bit. We'll see if this, though, becomes a theme or if it's a one-off.
Finding those two first opening picks were just so essential, and Knights capitalized so well. They didn't enable refrags. Of course, eventually Pat did get refragged by Geo from Garage, but at that point, it's a 1 versus 4 when Emo on site's taken out. So Wildcard, look, it was a bit bold to go cash straight away, but they're going to go downstairs now, opting to do what appears to be an anchor strategy. Geo tempting out that Echo 6 picking onto the Goyo. I like that. Just forcing Knights to maybe consider whether they need the IQ, and if not, then they'll be on the lookout for those Yokai drones. The Goyo shields will come in handy, especially to soak up some of the explosive utility from the Zephyr, the frags potentially from Strider or Hayward.
Well, for Wildcard's sake, I will say that from what we saw in the matchup between Ferox and Sinister was that the first round didn't really give us much of an indication. Ferox actually won both opening rounds on both maps in those series, and in the end, we know how that all played out, 7-5, 7-5 to Sinister, so not too awful for Wildcard. They would have preferred to start a bit better, but bounce back here. The question is more so Knights. Knights have still got to answer a lot of questions. Can they continue this? Can you find 2, 3? Can you get, you know, a 3-0 start here on Clubhouse would be so ideal. This is the map you've got to win. Now, I don't want to sort of speak for them, but that even themselves would have to say, yeah, they're more likely that you're going to win Clubhouse than you are Villa.
Oh yeah, no doubt. The Knights, obviously, the 2-map win here would really help them out. Would really force Ferox's hand, force them to get the 2-0 against LFO tomorrow. Otherwise, Knights will go through to the playoffs. But even the 1 map here is pretty good. It does increase their chances quite drastically. So, well, I mean, it keeps their chances alive, because without that map win, they're not going to make it. It's impossible. So for Knights, even just the 1 map win is good. Obviously gunning for the 2-0, but come on, it's Wildcard. Can't dream for everything.
And you don't want to be greedy, I guess, either. But at the same time, when you think about it, if Clubhouse is the more likely of the two maps that you're going to win, you don't have to think about a 2-0. You've just got to put all your focus here onto Clubhouse and in this match and in this round, and almost sort of pretend this is a best of one, right? Like that there isn't Villa after this, that you haven't got that second chance. You've got to put everything into this. Juicy's just going to open up the floor in kitchen. Minute 40 remaining, still a lot of time. It's been a really slow going second round. Wildcard happy to just turtle down in basement. They're not too much roaming potential from what I've seen. Certainly not an SSG roam through the floor. Oh, Juicy catches Gio with a headshot. And the other opening frag again goes to Knights.
But I think, did Ethan manage to trick the hatch using an electric claw? I'm pretty sure he did, yep. So that's the second set X-Kara is going to have to go down. Juicy not only found that first pick, but he's made some great progress, not only opening up the floor, but also the wall inside of Arsenal. If we can have a look at Arsenal on the southwest corner of the wall, downstairs, you'll notice that there's actually a full rotate hole made from above through the floor with the skeleton key. Now that enables anyone on the attacking side to push down from main stairs and be in the B site just by going where Hayward's drone has gone now. So Knights have that in their arsenal if they want to use that to execute.
A bomb has been located.
45 seconds remaining. 5v4's not impossible though for Wildcard, still turtled up. Down here in the basement. Juicy is kind of low health as the drop down finally comes through from Strider. Gonna go immediately for the plant. There's the refrag. Those Diesel does get Strider after Pat was taken out by Dino. It's now 3 versus 4, 25 seconds. Diffuser's on the ground. Although with the hatch just above, it should be a quick drop down and then a plant. They've got to try and clear out the player in dirt.
Josh trying to find that player. He finds one, gets two. Now it's all on Ethan. He's taken out as well. And the round, it looks like it was going Wildcard's way, but then Josh from Blue finding 2 huge kills to really get his team back in the game. Dino to close it out. And the Knights have taken 2 attacks back to back.
Well, it may not be his debut week no longer, or his debut night for that matter, but he has stepped up already so early on into his career with this team, which is also then great signs as a collective unit for Knights, that you've got your new player that's getting these frags and being aggressive. Jim in bedroom for this third round, and every round that Knights steal away from Wildcard. I mean, I don't know if I like saying steal. Wildcard are the heavy favorites, but every round they win against Wildcard, LFO just get more and more nervous.
Are they going to keep rotating around these sites? Nothing's stuck at CCTV. All right, try Arsenal. All right, nothing's stuck there. Let's go over to Jim Bedroom. I think Knights have got to get that confidence boost right now. They're going to be thinking, look, guys, I know how we said that we're going to gun for this map win, but hey, we're about to beat these guys. I mean, it's only 2 rounds in, but we're totally going to beat these guys. Let's just make it happen.
5 seconds left.
Really is on Wildcard to issue a response here. As Gio looks for drones downstairs. Fakes out a spawn peek. Still looking for drones. Will this roam from Wildcard over to the CCTV and Cash side help support them? Because time and time again, Knights are finding their opening picks.
Juice in the second round. Josh in the first round. Strider's going to eventually open up this Kennel's wall. Bit of pressure at top red from Gio, Diesel and Cash as well. So a bit of a horizontal sort of spread out here from Wildcard on this second floor. Not going to make it too easy then for Strider pushing in from Kennels. How much vertical play is going to be used here from Knights if they're going to want to push in from below? Josh already up in rafters. Can at least help out Strider eventually over at CCTV, but most of them are just hanging around Kennels. Not a lot of pressure from the west side. 2 minutes remaining.
Critical pressure leveraged by Juicy, but he takes the first lick of damage through the floor. Does need to be careful here. Diesel flashed out. Wait a second. Knights are in. CCTV. Presence nice and aggressive. Diesel's still alive though. He did find that opening pick as well. Now Reload the SMG-11. He splits out that player. He doesn't win that fight. Juicy pushes on in. Now Knights have regained that numbers advantage. Now 4 versus 3, but that said, health advantage looking the way of Wildcard. Both Dino and Juicy so low on HP. We could definitely see this regain of balance from Wildcard here on the bomb site.
Minute remaining. Lose their pressure. Does Wildcard over towards CCTV and Cash. Pat, Ethan, and Immerant will hold on towards Bedroom and Jim. Now Strider, if he wants to, he's got the diffuser here and he's elected to push back over to this balcony wall. Has to get this open, and now has to be forced to make the push with the diffuser in from this side. Getting a bit of help from Juicy, who definitely doesn't want to stand too close to that wall since it's electrified, and he would take the damage, and he hasn't got a lot of health remaining. 2 remain now for Wildcard, though, and it might very well be 3 rounds in a row tonight to open up this series, to open up Clubhouse. 24 seconds remaining. Ethan's on the flank, though, and he does find Dino. Unexpected there. So now 2v3, not impossible here with 17 seconds remaining.
And I don't think Juicy can walk through there without dying. Oh, another nice shot there for Imorin. Ethan now on for the flank. About to find 2, no likelihood.
Got him.
Gets the first one. Now he can just sit pretty outside. It's all on Strider. Nade goes out. Ethan doesn't have to do a damn thing. It's all on Strider. And Wildcard do get themselves back in the game there with their first defensive victory on Jim Bedroom.
The Knights were the more clinical team early goings in that round. But as it sort of went on, you started to suspect that Wildcard's flank potential became a factor. And you saw it with Ethan. Imorin found that very nasty pick onto Hayward. Ethan ended up getting 3 kills in that round, and, well, that was the difference maker. And we don't move too far from this second floor. Over to CCTV and Cash.
Second time's the charm, I suppose. Funny they're not going back downstairs. I really feel like that was winnable for Wildcard. Church Arsenal defense, especially after they denied that first plant, that first push in from Knights. It was really just Josh flanking from blue that was the weakness for Wildcard, but they seem to think that they'll do better here at Cash CCTV, and I guess we'll have to see. In that castle, once again, likely to protect a roam downstairs. We still one on the lounge door previously. Really good thorough utility brought by Wildcard, making advantage of this Thatcher ban with the mute and the Kayed to deny as many walls as possible.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Diesel downstairs, putting these castle barricades on some of these doors in stock. Just the 1 door in stock, I believe. Second one going to go out in the lounge door. Protect whoever's roaming downstairs here. I think he's also going to open up some angles here in the wall between stock and bar. Actually, it's a proper rotate hole, not just low holes in the floor. That enables more opportunities for a flank on this roam as well.
A Wildcard found their footing here on Clubhouse. It's only 1 round win. And even that 1 round win was still going in favor of Knights for the large majority of it. A lot of work to do for Wildcard. They've got to wake up a bit. Maybe that round will just do it for them. What's the pass mark, though, for Knights? 2-1 up. They had the first 2 rounds. Do they say 4 rounds on attack is now the pass mark, considering the way that they've started, as Ethan will get the opening frag onto Dino? I'd have to say, look, 3 is a pass. Before it would be where you'd want to be reaching now of your Knights after the start they've had.
Yeah, look, if Wildcard can come back with 4 rounds here, they'll be very happy with themselves. Even a 3-3, definitely a pass mark. Finding that pick on the Dino definitely helps them out for this round. Not only is that a player gone down, but an absolute utility powerhouse in the Hibana. A lot of hard breach just gone off the table. That said, we know Knights, they don't always need hard breach to make the job happen.
Minute 30 remaining. Still a lot of time. Juicy, this is critical if you can find this pick. Not going to get it. Didn't expect the repush as well to come. Pat and Diesel just hanging around close by to each other over on the eastern side. Minute 10 seconds remaining, and so a bit of vertical control here for Wildcard, denying Knights a lot of opportunities to sort of push in here.
But it is Ethan I want to keep an eye on as well. Already found 1 kill here, and oh, I think that drone spotted him just then. He can help flank, get a crossfire with Pat to prevent any kind of push in through Lounge. And that vertical pressure. Now Knights seem to be primarily focusing on just this top floor pressure, not going for that vertical anymore since the pressure came on to Juicy downstairs. Hayward here on the con side. I think that's a grenade to come out. Juicy executes in through the main wall. Strider as well. CCTV control and cash control for the attackers, but it's 2 versus 3 for them. This retake may well be successful. Ethan needs to land these shots, and he does. 3v1, all on Strider.
Strider just cancels the plant from going down himself, expecting the push to come from the final 3 members of Wildcard. It did come in the end decisively. Pat will get the finishing kill, and we're all squared tied 2-2.
Really like this mentality from Wildcard. I don't know whether it was deliberate, premeditated, or whether it kind of just happened, but we know Knights to be this team that just when they explode onto the bomb site, they're all there. And they have faith in their gun skill that when they get in the bomb site, they are aiming, ready, and just waiting to find these frags. And if one of their players goes down, that's okay, because there's 2 or 3 more there, all together, all in sync, ready to frag right at the same time. And well, Wildcard were like, okay, you guys have the objective. That's cool. We're just going to sit outside. You guys try and plant. We have numbers advantage. Let me see how you guys deal with this crossfire we're going to throw at you. I really like that from Wildcard. I think it's a great adaptation to counter the Knights playstyle, whether it was intentional or not.
6 pick from Pat, going from the Echo to the Pulse. Just insinuate that they're going to go for more of a roam style play here again on this Church Arsenal bomb site. Wildcard looking to take the lead. They haven't had the lead yet so far in Clubhouse. Knights started so well. Really, I want to say the first 3 rounds, even though they didn't get that 3rd round win, they just didn't quite execute down the stretch. But the last round was a lot more decisive in Wildcard's favor, and it does feel like the momentum has now shifted. And if Wildcard go on and win the next 2 rounds, a 4-2 defense half for Wildcard, considering the start Knights had, will be so demoralizing for Knights.
Definitely possible here for Wildcard to make this sweep back. Looks to be a heavy turtle thus far. Pat used this pulse cardiac sensor to see anyone pushing in the kitchen. Maybe from Freezer. Might get a cheeky C4 off as well. Ethan may well have a C4 as well as Geo. Might have impact grenades potentially on Geo to trick the hatch if the Hibana attempts to open it up. Juicy will try to counter that by opening angles looking downstairs. Of course, we saw previously Juicy open that rotate. And that's exactly what he's doing right now, opening the one I indicated in the very first attack these guys had. So that his team can rotate from bottom main stairs if they wish. Get straight into Arsenal, nice and aggressive. It's always a good option to have.
And the other option as well for Pat is even if the roam sort of doesn't come to fruition, he's fought back, he's still got then a bit more information, and then it helps out with those C4s that Wildcard are going to have in their pocket. I know, just watching this bomb site, this is where Juicy's got to be careful over in kitchen. The C4 territory for him. 1.5 minutes remaining. Wildcard will be happy with the time that has been sort of wasted away here. It's just a matter of when these C4s are going to go out.
Pat's getting so much info, can tell his teammates exactly where these players are, if they're bottom main stairs, if they're over near the moto hatch. C4 blind, doesn't find anything. Pat signals that a player is now entered kitchen. We need to see this hatch be opened up, but the Electroclaw is difficult to counter, and Nade will have to do the trick, and well, that's why Juicy is... There you go, the nade comes out. Not sure whether that was Hayward or Strider, but it does get the Electroclaw. Now the Hibana pellets, the X-Kairos will detonate on the hatch, and that's an opening, but 40 seconds left, and there's been no engagement here. We'll have to see something huge from Knights to make this work.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be a 5v5 push. If Knights can find an opening frag, they can collapse on that as they push onto the site. They've got no choice but to push onto the site. So they droned out the player in dirt, so at least they got that information. Opening frag is going to go the way of Geo onto Hayward. Makes it so much harder now for Knights as they funnel in towards this bomb site. 20 seconds remaining, not a lot of time. Unfortunately, this is going the way of Wildcard. It would then be 3 rounds in a row. Josh does get one back onto Immorin. Over in blue, Geo's now going to spot one back. 10 seconds though. Time is of the essence. Strider can't get that plant down. Kenny, he's got 6 seconds to do it. As he now starts to put it down, the frags are going to come out. They trade it back. 3v1 stops the plant. Round done. Wildcard 3 in a row. And they've got 3-2 now overall.
So essential there in the last few moments for Pat to take out that player at the bottom of the main stairs and then deny the plant. That single play was what determined the final scoreline of that round, and you got to be thanking Pat for making that one happen. Really good stuff there, and I really like what Wildcard did, not just impact plays like that, but some adaptations that we saw come out. They realized that it was very much a heavy kitchen down into Arsenal-centric push rather than the Moto or the blue side push. So they really invested in trying to get those C4s now out. They didn't really pay off in the end. They didn't find any kills with the C4, but it did slow down Knights because they had to be really cautious from that pulse from those C4s. Another really impactful change that Wildcard made that round was Pat's positioning at the AK racks, at the shelves in the back of Arsenal near dirt. He had a shield protecting him, which meant that this time, when Josh went for the really, really late flank through blue, yeah, he did find one pick, but he wasn't able to eliminate Pat at the position at shelves because Pat had that deployable shield to help him out. So Wildcard overall, really nice adaptations, and that's 3 in a row here, Xenox. At what point do we call it and say Wildcard, those first 2 rounds, they were just asleep at the wheel, and now they're back and ready to game?
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like I almost called it at the beginning. I did say that Wildcard needed to wake up. It seems the beast has been awoken. Not too much to have then taken, I guess, towards Knight for those first 2 rounds. I'll still say that Knights looked clinical for those first 2 rounds, even 3 rounds for that matter. But now the last 2 rounds, the last 3 for that matter as well, Wildcard have looked the better. They've got the goods. And they're also starting to find these opening frags too. You know, Geo in that round, the round prior to that was Ethan, so they are now the ones that are at least getting these advantages early on and able to capitalize so far.
But despite that comeback, Knights have still been very good as they make progress here. Ooh, nice job there from Josh to open up the that wall with his explosive, the impact on the lifeline from inside. Not something you see every day, but that's nice early control from Knights, and Josh using his second lifeline impact to make himself a rotate. Now that's risky. Doesn't have any more explosives on the lifeline left to take out deployable shields and the like. Dino does manage to successfully detonate some X-Kairos. C4 goes out but doesn't find anything. Decent progress here for Knights.
They've got to stem the tide now. From what looked like at the beginning, maybe 4-2 would have been ideal. Now they've got to at least make it, you know, 3-3. Diesel gets the opening frag onto Juicy. And just like the last few rounds, the opening frag is going into Wildcard's favor. And they have proven to go on and win those rounds as Josh finds the refrag. At the very least, with 1:15 seconds remaining, we are tied 4-4 in terms of players alive here.
Yeah, and seeing Geo there make the full rotate all the way down through blue tunnel, back up the main stairs. I like that decision there. Didn't want to contest, didn't want to play for his life. Just keep this even numbers right now. And don't let losing cash and CCTV mean losing 2 players.
50 seconds remaining. Josh pushes through construction. Strider's going to open up that balcony wall on the west, which unfortunately for Knights didn't work out well last time. A lot of funneling, and this is the bomb site where we saw Ethan find a triple kill. He was a bit more prominent with the roam. Oh, sitting pretty this time, and very much now sitting dead thanks to Josh. I gotta say, Josh has maybe just about been the best player for Knights so far here on Clubhouse. A lot more to go, and it's been a valiant team effort, but he has certainly stepped up. 17 seconds, Immorin does get Dino. from that bathroom position. This is where he played it well last time around. Wow, it doesn't matter. Josh knows there's not much time. He has to just push in, try and be aggressive. Gio finds a double. I'm not sure if that C4 got any damage done as Strider now pushes up with the diffuser in hand. 2v1 has to plant it. Went for the kills. Wildcard go for the win. And they're going to have the half 4-2 in their favor.
And that's the comeback written in stone, chiseled in for Wildcard. 4-2 after just a little blip. That's all it was. A little blip just to get warmed up at the start of this map and then coming back strong and demonstrating the exemplary gameplay that we know Wildcard for. And lots of good moments there from Knights as well, though. A lot of promising moments there. Of course, remembering that Knights need to win this map or the next map over on Villa in order to stay in as a contender for the playoffs, because Wildcard, well, they're already confirmed, but Knights, they need 3 points at least tonight. Otherwise, it's just not happening.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I mean, I don't want to fluff up when we go over to Villa and start sprouting and saying, well, must win. It will be a must win, but their chances will be so much lower than it is here on Clubhouse. So really sort of sprouting that they have to now get back into this. They've got no choice. It's 4-2. They started well. They really did. I mean, you can say Wildcard were asleep, but they still had to get the job done. They still had to play well. And even a half asleep Wildcard is still a very dangerous foe.
10 seconds to
Knights
insert.
now on the defense, though. This might suit them better. Here onto Clubhouse.
Remaining.
They got no choice, though. And if they lose this opening round, I think it may just go the way similar to what we saw happen to Ferox, who at one point was down 6-2. They did bring it back towards the end, Dev, that we saw. They won the last 3 rounds before then, subsequently losing 7-5. But if Knights can make it 3-4, going into their defensive half, they can start to wheel back in their favor.
A little bit sloppy out of the gate as well from Knights. A Goyo shield placed in the hallway was accidentally destroyed, I think, by an impact grenade while trying to just make a simple rotation. So it's not a good start for Knights. They're already destroying some of their own utility. And I am a bit worried for them, to be honest. With Wildcard on a streak, 4 rounds in a row, we need to see something crazy from Knights to really make this happen. And this looks just a bit desperate to me from Juicy. I don't see this paying off. That said, Ethan is getting close. He's playing safe around it. C4 comes out and finds nothing. But that said, Strider does find that opening pick. It's Emo who goes down.
Knights have capitalized on 2 out of the 3 opening picks that they've had prior to this round. We'll see if the trend can continue in their favor in that regards. Wildcard, they lose Ibrahim, but they should still be able to get onto this Church Arsenal bomb site. But at 40 seconds is still enough time if they can clear out like the electrical, or if they can drone out the positions of Knights. As you said, they already lost the Vulcan shield early on. They've looked a bit careless and messy as these 4 rounds have sort of gone on and on. But you win this round, you stop the rot. Going into the next few rounds, as I said, you can turn it back into your favor. Knights have just got to be sort of wary of that fact.
Wildcard fighting from a man deficit. What is that from Hayward? An aggressive peek, but Diesel lands those shots he needs. That's numbers evened up. Strider very low on HP as well. More aggression here from Knights. Is that player pushing out from Moto once again? And Pat punishes that one. So this is a bit worrying for Knights. They're letting these leads slip.
I'm not sure what's caused all of the rushing out and electing not to sort of turtle here towards the end. There's only 30 seconds left. They must feel like they've lost a lot of control here to Wildcard, and they needed to do something to stop that. The diffuser is going to be planted down. Strider finds his 3rd kill of the round. Pistol in hand, no worries. He finds Gio and Ethan. And Pat's extremely low too in this scenario. He does find Dino, so at least makes his low health worth something towards the end. I mean, to be fair, Strider and Josh not really in a much better situation anyway, sitting on the diffuser. Diesel gets Josh, now Strider in a 1 versus 2, and he cannot make it happen. Wildcard continue on 5 rounds in a row, and Knights' playoff hopes are slipping round by round.
The streak continues for Wildcard, and it just demonstrates Wildcard's diversity and adaptability here. A fairly unusual plant spot these days. It's not quite common that we see teams open up that church wall and just go for a straight plant. The Capitao as well, to cover from smokes, prevent those angles from Blue having too much impact. Mind you, we did see Strider get 2 kills with his pistol from Blue, but those smokes from the Capitao were definitely impactful there. Really good strategies from Wildcard. I don't know whether there was an Electroclaw to cover off that church wall or whether they had countered it, but Wildcard are identifying these weaknesses from Knights and taking advantage of them.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
This is where, though, as a team, you can't collectively start to drop heads. 5-2, understanding this was going to be your best chance to take a map off Wildcard tonight, and it's evidently not going your way. I mean, the way that this is now going, I'm starting to suspect they might actually perform better on Villa. Like, if this ends up being something along the lines of a 7-2 or a 7-3, Dev, I've got to say I had at least 7-5 at best, considering the circumstances, the external pressure on Knights to perform in this game.
10 seconds
You would have thought they'd be bringing their absolute A++. And right now, you know, little mistakes. You saw at the start of the round, you lose that Vulcan shield, and those little moments, those little issues can really start to creep up on you as a team. And well, I'm not sure if Knights are handling this pressure very well.
They do have players who can show up big when it matters. Strider for a 3K that round. Unfortunately, there was nothing else from the rest of the team to help it out. Fairly heavy roam here. We've got Dino and Strider, both information gatherers with C4s on the roam. Pat setting up a drone in bar. That's very good for cutting off these rotations, or at least being aware of these rotations. For now, Strider can call out to his team where these players are attacking. Surely he doesn't want to go for this. Oh no. Dangerous play there. He sees the player go to hold the angle onto him, so he's not going to try to jump out and throw a C4 over. Fairly heavy presence from Knights, though, on this side. The player in Garage to hold Catwalk.
Bomb located by
50
attackers.
seconds. And Strider just checking out the bottom of Garage, seeing if anyone elected to try and push in underneath the rafters. Obviously playing with the pulse, he can't scan that far, but he can keep an eye on Immerint, who is just above him outside, and he may get aggressive here as he starts to rappel back up. Just try to do with this information. He probably just holds the position. And, well, Knights, I guess, are holding Wildcard at bay for the time being.
But here, the firebolts come out. Dino does find 1 kill onto Diesel, but eventually Pat's fire is something that Haywood cannot escape from. It's Garage control for Wildcard. Not without a cost, however. Diesel was taken out. The diffuser will have to be regained. Emo to find 1. Strider goes down. That's the Roma off the table. Flashbang fully flashes Dino out, and Ethan's surely going to capitalize here. That's the Valkyrie down now. 4 versus 2 for Wildcard. 45 seconds to play with.
4 versus 2 and 6-2 on the other side of this round if Knights can't peg it back through Josh and Juicy. Juicy's still in cash. Let's throw out a gas canister towards the kennels wall. Unfortunately, though, the pressure is just too much right now. It gets shot through the floorboards. Very low health, under 25%. Pat's going to get the diffuser down too. Ethan can continue to just pressure and terrorize from below. Josh gets a C4 kill onto Pat and actually stops the diffuser. 10 seconds left. Wildcard, has anyone up there who can go and get it? I'm assuming he does. It's Geo. Imran gets Juicy, and Josh, unfortunately, cannot do all of the work by himself. And 6-2 now in favor of Wildcard. 6 rounds in a row.
As you mentioned, 6 in a row. Almost feels like it could have been a 6-0 at the moment if the Wildcard didn't just have that little bit of a stumble as the starting gun went off. And now, Knights, we're really looking at you thinking, what is your response to this? What bomb site will you have the most success? Nothing so far on Church Arsenal or CCTV didn't pan out that much better. And instead of going bedroom, they're just going to hammer it home on CCTV, do their absolute best to lock this out. But aside from a few cheeky plays here and there, an aggressive early peak from Dino onto Diesel, I mean, I don't see anything working out too effectively for Knights. Wildcard, they dot all of their I's, they cross all of their T's, and they seem to be intangible for Knights.
Match point, and a whole lot of them. And for what was, I mean, we kind of hyped it up as the best chance that Knights were going to have, but now we look almost a bit silly in a way. I mean, we weren't necessarily wrong, but Knights have just not shown up in any fashion here on Clubhouse besides the first 2 rounds, which they did thoroughly show up, Dev, for those first 2 rounds. But since then, Wildcard have responded. So how much credence do you put into it as Knights outplayed Wildcard the first 2 rounds? Or was it just Wildcard were half asleep and they kind of shot their own self into the foot?
Yeah, I don't see Knights performing any better on Villa than they did here on Clubhouse, to be honest. I'm totally with you. This is Knights' best chance, and it looks like it's not something that is really a chance at all, because Wildcard, oh man, just taking out Dino out of the gate. I was a pre-fire through the wall? Through the wall in construction, all the way into master bedroom. Far out, mate. That is... that's horrendous.
Far out Brussels sprout. Yeah, that's maybe summarizing the way Clubhouse has gone in the last 6 rounds for Knights, I think. Right there. Visualized. 2.5 minutes. Wildcard have already got the opening hand in their pocket. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. A lot of time. They can start to push through logistics if they want to. The hatch is open, and it feels like the formalities, they're just finishing off this map. Wildcard are just sort of brushing Knights. They want to go to bed early tonight so they can wake up tomorrow nice and refreshed.
Looks like that's what's going to happen. Wasting no time at all. 2 minutes down and all this control ready and waiting. Juicy's going to take out a drone, but at the cost of about 95 health points, thanks to Pat, who was holding this long angle from logistics. Ethan ready as well. Wildcard have completely changed their idea of attacking this bomb site. They're going for a full construction side push on the back of that early peak they got in Master. Ethan's going to go downstairs now. He can put some vertical pressure onto the players in Cash and force all of them back to the top of Red Stairs, where we see the 2 Knights players already.
A bomb has been located.
Juicy's extremely low. Knights are running out of options. They're running out of players and lives and rounds. And unfortunately, they're going to be running themselves out of the playoffs if they can't find a map win on Villa. Clubhouse has pretty much come and gone, Dev. It almost feels like we're watching the casket go down into the ground right now. And it's halfway there, I'll tell you that much. Wildcard is just toying with Knights as they push on to the final bomb site. Final minutes, seconds, whatever you want to call it. Wildcard have been so impressive. For them as well, you know, a lot has been spoken about Knights going into playoffs, but Wildcard are going to be in such an amazing position going into the playoffs. This is even more good practice for them. They've got all the momentum. They're the best team. They're the ones to beat. And all eyes is going to be on how they perform.
Oh, perfect little firebolt there onto Juicy, and the plant's starting to go down. Can't be denied easily here. Josh does have a C4, but he's taken out. And there the cleanup clue comes through, and that's Wildcard. A 7-2, may as well have been a 7-0 there. Establishing their dominance here and giving Knights absolutely no moment to breathe.
Jesus. Yeah, look, it could have been a 7-0. Really, in essence, it kind of was. If we just sort of discount the first 2 rounds, Knights, not ideal. Very much not ideal. And back to the drawing board, I guess, going into Villa as well, Dev.
Yeah, did we even have a rehost there? Because that kill count looked so low. I think it just goes to show how few rounds we actually played there. The top fragging player on the whole game got 7 kills in 9 rounds. I mean, that just goes to show what a team effort this was, and I guess how brief that map was as well. Time and time again, Knights just tried to do something and it didn't work. And imagine you're in their shoes right now. It's like, okay, it's match point against us. Let's just do what we can. Let's retry this bomb site. Your name's Dino. You're just rotating back to side after putting some Valkyrie cameras over at Master, and suddenly you die to a wall bang from about 50 meters away in spawn. I mean, that's when you just break.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough, and it makes you feel like it makes you feel horrible, and in a way, I almost feel bad for Knights with the way that how that went in the end, because I certainly wasn't expecting a 7-2. And then when you looked at those first 2 rounds, I mean, imagine going back and telling Xenox and Dev after that second round and being like, yeah, no, that's it, they're done. After that, Knights don't win a single round after that. Would have been no way, surely not. They're playing really well. They're starting really great. Look, on the flip side right now, LFO are cheering that at least this sort of portion of what needs to go right for them has definitely gone right. They can probably sit back and turn it off because they know that there's no way the Knights are going to win on Villa. Now, I don't want to say there's no way, but I also don't want to just fluff it up for the sake of it, Dev. It's going to be super, super difficult, but they have to do it. That's the task in front of them. And at the very least, sometimes when you have a game like that, you get 7-2'd, even on your map pick, there's only one way but up. Although the last time I said that, I think Kanga got 7-0'd. So, look, there are ways to go down, but hopefully they go up.
Yeah, well, we could see Wildcard do a 7-1 or a 7-0, which would be better than what we've seen before. But, man, Villa is going to be a huge challenge here for Knights, but it's do or die. Now is the time to shine, or else you're not going to playoffs.
Yep, exactly right. It's going to be Villa on the other side of the break. Don't miss it.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up seeing red. Ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around and fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time
not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, not been fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running. Roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances, fucked up all my chances. I was running, I know.
Call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face.
Well, unfortunately for Knights, they were thrown into the meat grinder on the clubhouse. Are they going to be spat back out on Villa? We'll have to wait and see. It's a must-win map for Villa. They don't win it, Knights are done. It's as simple as that, Dev, Marta. They win the map, though, and all is forgiven, and clubhouse doesn't really matter. They only really needed one, but we both suspect it's going to be very difficult for Knights to take this map against Wildcard on Villa.
Yeah, it's not their map pick. It's actually a common ban for them. They are currently 0-2 as their record this season. They lost it to Sinister and they lost it to LFO. So it's a bit of a long stretch here for Knights. Not going to lie, not going to sugarcoat it, but that makes it a point where they really, like, there's no expectation for them. Knights have... They're just sitting there waiting for their season to end. This is their last chance to put on a good show, whether that's a couple of maps on the best team in the league, or whether that's actually potentially maybe just entertaining that possibility for a moment that they can make it happen. Who knows? And we don't know what Knights have been scrimming. We don't know what Wildcard have been scrimming. So there's definitely some kind of possibility here. It's a bit of a long shot, but it's still there.
Earlier on in the broadcast, of course, we had Sinister playing against Team Ferox, and for what was a very moment in time, Team Sinister were in first place. That is already no longer the case. That was short-lived for them, holding the crown of first place. We obviously knew they couldn't physically finish in first, and we knew they weren't going to hold it for very long, but Wildcard sort of back where they belong. They've been the best team all season. Their record speaks for itself. They're like 10-1 now, which is ridiculous, and at this point I suspect that they will finish off 11-1, although of course they are actually playing tomorrow against the Kami. Can't forget about that. That's going to be a very intriguing matchup, I guess, because it's going to be Wildcard and Akami, but they're both already in the playoffs, so it's a bit of a dead rubber, sort of just a preview, I guess, of the playoffs to come. But to come for us tonight, it is going to be Villa coming up very shortly, of course, between Knights and Wildcard. And Dev, it's we don't want to sugarcoat it. It's going to be difficult, and a lot of that reasoning is because of the fact that Knights haven't played a whole lot of Villa. We feel Wildcard are just going to be the more proficient team on the map, and they've just obviously been the better team. We just saw what happened on Clubhouse.
Yeah, but let's talk about Wildcard for a minute, right? Because we've talked about how Knights is the last opportunity, and it's probably not going to happen because Wildcard are so good. And let's just remember here for a minute that Wildcard are coming off the back of their worst ever season in pro history, whether that's Pro League, Six Masters, whatever. Wildcard have never done as bad as they did in Season 11 just past, where they came 4th. and were knocked out of contention for the APAC finals. But now Wildcard finally look like they might just be the best team in the region again. And in order to prove that to everybody, step 1, 2-0 Knights, make it look easy. Step 2, go into your match tomorrow and do away with Okami, call that it, end the season in first place. That's what Wildcard have their eyes on here.
Of course, though, speaking about Wildcard, the poll vote was certainly in their favor this evening at 77%, which speaks true. Not much of a surprise there. If anything, I was a bit more surprised to see, the smaller margin there for the draw and a couple going for the ninth win. But ultimately, now coming into Villa, which is going to be the map pick for Wildcard, we favored them heavily here. It was 7-2 on Clubhouse. I didn't think it would be 7-2. I thought it'd be closer to something along the lines of 7-5. As we go to Villa for the second time tonight, in fact, we had it in our earlier series. Is 7-2 maybe something we might see again?
To be frank, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 7-1 or a 7-0. Just judging by that 7-2, just saying, like 7-2 on Clubhouse, that was meant to be a good map for Knights. But here it's Villa, it's Wildcard's own map pick. Knights haven't won it once this season. In fact, they've banned it twice. It's all for Wildcard right now. Knights just want to give everything they possibly can to throw at Wildcard and maybe take a couple rounds or maybe even the map off of the best team in the league. But for Wildcard, it's time to put the money where their mouth is and lock this on, bring it home.
What I will say is that when we had Villa earlier tonight in the matchup between Ferox and Sinister, we kind of felt Ferox would struggle on Villa, and yet that didn't prove to be the case. They actually had some strats banked up, they played well, and Sushi even said they were kind of ready for it, even though they hadn't played it all season. They got to 5-5, and then Sinister pulled away. Knights are going to have to do something similar here. They're going to need to have something. If you're ever holding strats back, now's the time to use it if you're Knights.
That's it. Throw everything you've got at them. See what sticks. If nothing sticks, then, well, you don't have that much to lose. There's not a lot of expectation here on you anyhow. Rounding out the ban phase, we've got the Thatcher and Nomad. I quite like that Nomad ban from Knights. Wildcard are just so good with it. And banning that Nomad really now enables Knights to get a little bit more flexibility. When we were talking in the interview earlier today, where we were talking about Villa, and our interviewee said that Villa can be a bit frag heavy, so if Knights want to really play into that, ban the Nomad, get that roam game going, see what they can do with it, I think that'll play into their strengths more so than Wildcards. Maybe that's an opportunity there to find a couple picks, maybe go for some plays.
So the Pulse banned out as well, I think an emphasis on stopping that sort of roam game and also just a lot of that horizontal, vertical movement. We saw a bit of both, I guess, horizontal and vertical play in the series earlier on tonight. Trophy and Stat first up, second floor. We are going to be seeing Knights defending. At the very least, they're going to need to get 3 minimum defense rounds in their favor if they're going to have a chance on attack, I feel.
Yeah, I would like to see a strong defense come out from Knights. I think that's really where this the tail does lie, especially with that Nomad ban. It's what's enabling Knights to get aggressive on the defense. So we're going to be looking a lot at this information gathering. So that Valkyrie and the Echo. Earlier tonight when we were casting Villa in the previous matchup with Ferox, the IQ was banned out. And it really did enable a lot more information gathering, or rather prevented the information gathering denial from the Valkyrie. It really allowed that operator to flourish. But really, a lot's going to lie on Pat here and how effective he can be at countering those Valkyrie cameras, the Black Eyes, and the Yokai drones from Echo.
5 seconds to go.
And overall suppressing this aggression from Knights.
Attackers are moving out to locate
It's
a
not,
bomb
yeah,
and defuse it.
it's not even just the Valkyrie, but also being able to clear, like the Bandit, electrifying any walls, for example, the ADSs from Juicy. The IQ is so vital here, which is why it was a very decent ban. Well, if you're not going to ban it, you could just kill the guy playing it, and Pat is, well, now dead.
That's awesome. Good stuff. And that's the second time we've seen an attempt at a C4 run out. Like, look at this. Knights have just said, look, we're not favored here. It doesn't matter. Let's just go, full send, throw everything we've got. And if that means throwing the strat book out the window, that's totally fine. And hey, it worked out for 1 kill. Eventually Strider went down, but it's not such a big deal. And the bigs keep coming out. Look at them go.
I don't know if I'd throw out the entire strat book, but you could probably tear up a few pages and try and just write, be aggressive, find kills, you know, and change up the playstyle just a little bit. But at the same time, you do that, and then you might just be playing into the hands of Wildcard. They could be very well expecting this. Understanding the sort of circumstances around Knights, they're running into the arms of Wildcard right now. Like, they've found a couple of kills, now just a second, thanks to the Nitro Cell from Dino. But a minute 45, and it's a 3 versus 2. It's ridiculous. It's hardly seen all that often. Dino with a nice little hold, though, spotting a couple of Wildcard members running around. But as I said, you play like this every round, and it's probably going to backfire more than it is going to work for you.
Come on, Xenox, don't ruin the party just yet. I think Knights are thinking, look, if we're going to lose this, at least let's have some fun doing it and try and make some hero plays. So even at this position, like you mentioned, 3 versus 2, favoring Wildcard. There's a lot of time on the board, which also favors Wildcard, and they have tons of util. With the Heartbreach still on the board, and Geo with the Capital, smokes and firebolts. But look, Dino and Josh, they got some good guns. You know, Dino's already found 2. Josh has the ACOG. Could happen. Good shot swing out from Dino. Emo's on for the entry, but there's no one here to refrag if he gets taken out. That said, Geo does come up and push in. Josh droned out. He has this ACOG. Can he find an angle here?
45 seconds though, still plenty of time in this attack.
Oh no!
Immerant stops shooting. It was a bit of a strange one. Dino stays alive barely, just for the time being. 30 seconds, a lot of time, and the formalities now for Wildcard start to ring out. Peek into Astro, who immediately is now seeing stars as Geo will find the final frag.
And there you go. Wildcard say, look, you can find 2 picks playing like that, but yeah, just keep on doing it and we'll show you what we have to say. So nice stuff there from Wildcard. It really did retain their composure, especially since, you know, we'd mentioned that it was the IQ who was picked off by the Valkyrie, and with Echo unbanned, both IQ and Echo up, it just makes you think, man, oh, that IQ, you're really going to be missing it, but, well, it didn't matter in the end.
Maybe they're just looking to set a bit of a precedent on as to how they want to make Wildcard think that they're going to play, like that aggressive tone. It's like, okay, we'll play super aggressive this first round. Make them think we've thrown the strat book out the window and that we are going for the aggressive plays and the unexpected. But then switching it back to sort of more normalized, default, stock standard. But in the minds of Wildcard, they're checking every corner, they're expecting every run out. And just maybe that mindset might just slow down Wildcard. I say might because I may very well be completely wrong in this matter, Dev. We're in very much uncharted territory here in terms of just the expectations on Knights and the fact that this is going to be a tough map for them, but it's a must win. It's really just a brewing cauldron here on Villa right now.
5 seconds to insertion.
But hey, nice. If you can have some fun with this, then go for it. No one's stopping you from doing that. Maybe Wildcard, I guess.
I think Wildcard have stopped them for like the last 8 rounds now.
No!
Oh no, not again.
Again! It's Ethan, and again, it's Dino.
Dino. Oh no.
Oh.
He doesn't even put the F in chat this time. All he can do is laugh himself. Dino's had a rough night for being the first death, I have to say. I just want to bring it up. He's had it really rough.
Yeah, that's just, it's tragic right there. Dino did, I guess he was avenged after that first rounds where he found the opening pick. Ethan said, yeah, not going to let you do that again. Juicy also taken out. That's the ACOG off the board. Obviously, his utility is all down, so no such a big impact. But I'm talking about Wildcard with a 5 versus 3 and 2 minutes for Wildcard to keep making things work. This is, yeah, it's a toughie for Knights. But hey, keep on peeking. Let's see what it nets you.
Targets detected! Second floor! Throwing stun grenade.
Off the comms. Minute 40. Wildcard, you sense they're in control. You sense they are like the spider that has caught their victim in a web, just slowly digesting Knights. I don't know where I'm going with this, Dev, but I do know Knights are not getting out of this web.
Well, at least Strider does get revived there for a moment. Hayward trying to find angles through the floor. Takes a lot of damage. It's Ethan down there just hunting for this one. And you're still wildcard. Don't have to play fast just yet. He's doing a lot of health damage in the meanwhile with Hayward and Strider both within one bullet of at least getting downed. Hayward's going to keep contesting that. Finished off there by Ethan. 5v2. Strider, just give it your best shot. There you go, 5v1. Josh. Flawless round. That's one way to just do a wild card to him. Started off just in about the same way as it finished, with Ethan just deleting a player from Knights.
I think it's fair to say Wildcard are just deleting Knights in general. 8 rounds in a row. When does this stop, Dev? When is it over? When does Knights find a round win? I mean, I'm not totally shocked or surprised. If you had said to me after those first 2 rounds, yeah, this doesn't go 8-0 into the favor, or 9, I should say 9 in a row, I would have been like, okay, it's Wildcard. Of course, they can do that. So it's not so much a surprise that Wildcard's doing this. It's more so a surprise that, well, Knights just aren't really offering too much of a resistance.
And defuse bombs.
Yeah, it's a shame because we've seen some highlights from Knights this season. They might have just barely lost the games against Akami. They didn't manage to even edge out one map, but 2-0 over Elevate, one map off of Sinister, a map off of Ferox, trading maps with LFO. These are things to be proud of here for Knights, especially the 2-0 over Elevate and the map off of Sinister. I'd really point those out and say, well, that's quite impressive. But I guess there's not a lot left in the tank here for their final game of the season. Not a lot of possibility to make playoffs for Knights. Just going to be a few points short of it, as we've been so heavily contested for those top spots, those top 4. And Wildcard, man, they just they don't know when to quit, do they?
We've got no reason to quit. What better sort of form, I guess, to also take into the playoffs for Wildcard's sake. Dependent, of course, on how they play tomorrow night. The fact is they've still got to play tomorrow night as well against Akami for Wildcard. So it's an intriguing way of looking at it, that it's not even like their final game. It's the final one for Knights. That's Knights' final game now. But for Wildcard, they've still got so much Six Masters action ahead of them. You know, you've got tomorrow night and then you've got the playoffs. It just still feels like they're in that groove, which is really good for their sake. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. They groove on into the first floor. They'll make their way up to the dance floor on the second.
Oof. That's Pat going out. Ice on early. No echo though, so I guess not as big a deal, but we've seen Wildcard come back from these before. That said, I think Knights have finally realized, okay, look, we don't need to just be hyper aggro. So with that first pick, if they can go passive from here, it really puts the onus on Wildcard to start pulling it back. It was a delayed refrag, but it does come through. That's Emo to eventually take out Juicy in the smoke. A lot of utility loss there, and he did punish that aggression just by watching that push down from top Brown. Juicy got a little bit too greedy there.
4v4. At what point do Knights find a win? If it comes down to a push and a 4v4, I kind of back Wildcard in that favor. This is better. This is what they needed. It doesn't last very long. The quick refrag as well from Geo. Wildcard are very good at being able to sort of keep the numbers even if they're at a disadvantage, get it back as well. 1 minute. Then when you push in a 3v3, it gets all hectic and messy. You back Wildcard in. So they're kind of still just tugging along here, looking for what would be their 10th round win in a row over the course of these 2 matches. 45 seconds. Knights need to stop the rock, and they've got to do it now.
Not sure where this attack will shape up as of yet. 3 remaining wildcard players, somewhat spread, 2 of them over at Study, but they're going to start to file on this classical hallway. Is Josh going to get punished here? Takes out another drone, but his position revealed. Ethan going to be aware of that. Josh takes out Diesel. Ethan gets on inside. Geo low HP. He'll have to plant. We need to see Ethan go large here. It's all on him now. 1v1, 1v2. Makes it a 1v1 here, but he gets traded. It's Dino no less. No, it's actually Hayward. And there you have it. Finally, Knights, after however many rounds, they get back into it.
We get back into Villa, and I think this is where now we can start looking at that overall streak that Wildcard went on and try and bring it back to what is this one singular map. It's now 2-1, right? 2-1 definitely looks a lot better than 9-3, you know, and that's the case. That's what's in front of us. We go to Dining Kitchen. Knights can now maybe find 2 in a row, and all of a sudden then 2-2 Villa, and gets that blood pumping again. Can they surprise us all? I mean, it would be an absolute shock if they tank this map, but it's a one step forward sort of situation. 1 foot at a time, 1 round at a time.
Yeah, for Knights. You feel your way through this. It might be dark, but just grab onto something and put 1 foot in front of the other. See where it takes you. But now it's not too bad. Finally decided to put something together. It might not be a lot, but hey, 1 round. They're only trailing behind by 1 round as well. The Knights, they're not dilly-dallying too much. Not going to retry the stat bomb site that they previously lost. They'll move on over to the kitchen and dining bomb sites. For Wildcard, though, things have been very strong, very consistent. Occasionally, Knights have that aggression and it does catch out Wildcard, but as you mentioned, more often than not, Wildcard's able to trade it out. I feel like the aggression and catching Wildcard off guard isn't the key for Knights. I don't think that is the number one thing they need to be focusing on. I think we need to see good reads. We need to see them playing aggressive when it's going to work, when they have info, and then playing passive when Wildcard is on for the refrag. It's all about getting that read so you know when to do what. And that's first pick for Dino once again. He's not having any of it. Takes down Geo.
I think, you know, at the end of the day, what Knights need is they need kills, frags, map wins, round wins. That's what they need. They need the specifics. And you mentioned at the very beginning, that first round, throw out the strap book, throw out the playbook, go in and get kills and potentially try and beat Wildcard by playing in an unexpected fashion. Expect the unexpected, but at the same time, you can't really. Wildcard have had, you know, a couple of times now where they've been run out by a player from Knights who's like peeked a window or, you know, just straight up run-outs. They're playing aggressive. They're playing in a different manner than maybe what they usually would. I feel like the way they played Clubhouse, as Dino finds a second one, they played Clubhouse in a more structured manner, in the manner that we typically see them play Clubhouse, and you saw how they just got slaughtered. Whereas right now, this more uncontrolled manner, like look how aggressive Dino is sitting in the middle of that doorway, peeking that window. This is now starting to maybe work for Knights a bit more.
Eventually, though, he is refragged there. Lucky Pat managed to get that one. Dino. Oh, man. If Pat had died to that one, this might have been quite advantageous for Knights, but Strider just barely misses that C4. 3 versus 4 now. Still, Wildcard are somewhat on the back foot, but they will waste no time taking initiative on this one. Juicy is right around the corner from Ethan here.
Who's going to move first? Does Ethan know that
Ethan has no clue. Absolutely no clue.
Does Juicy even know? The way that Juicy's holding the angle, now he's definitely going to know. Ethan had no idea. Juicy picks up the frag. Knights are now just 50 seconds away, or potentially shorter than that, to picking up the round win and tying things up on Villa 2-2. And if they can do that, they can get this second round win, they would be equaling their performance on Clubhouse already this early on into Villa. 30 seconds remaining. Diesel now forces the 1 versus 2 scenario. It started off as a 1v3. But with 25 seconds remaining, and with the fact that Juicy and Hayward are so close to each other, he may not expect Juicy to come from the same angle, the same location. Puts the diffuser down. Juicy's going to slow peek this, and he's going to get the kill. And Knights will win the round. We are tied 2-2 on Villa. There's something brewing here as Knights win kitchen and dining.
Wildcard getting a little bit sloppy there. losing 2 very early exchanges to Dino, and then I gotta say, Ethan, he just assumed there was no one sitting in pantry, and there wasn't really a good reason to assume that. I mean, I think there was a player rappelling on the window earlier, but they never cleared that position. He didn't face check it, he didn't flash it, didn't drone it. Knights are going to capitalize on each of these little mistakes, and I mean, even it says something, right? That the only 2 rounds Knights have won have both gone down to 1v1s. And that doesn't bode great for them. I mean, yeah, fantastic. Get some rounds on the board. But if the only rounds you're winning are coming down to the wire, it means that when it comes down to that map-winning round that matters oh so much, it's more likely to just slip away through your fingers.
Been like, what, 13 rounds since Knights were leading in this series in any fashion. They win this next round here in round 5 of Villa. It'll be their first time leading on Villa and the first time leading since they were up 2-0 on Clubhouse. It's been a journey for Knights. They've still potentially got a long journey to tread towards here on Villa. Mentioned something is brewing, and potentially
10 seconds remaining.
they are giving themselves a lifeline here. You build up enough round wins, and there's a chance you get to a point where you're like, hey, we can win this.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Possible now as we look at stats being reattempted for the second time. If you remember, this was actually the first bomb site that Knights tried to take, and they had, what, 2 people run out right at the start of the round, and then they just kept on peeking. So I think it's fair to say we haven't really seen Knights properly defend Statry and Trophy yet. So in a way, this is almost like trying a new bomb site for the first time, and Knights definitely have an opportunity to, you know, make an impact, actually potentially win a defense here. And even 3-3 at the half would be looking pretty good, especially after the first 2 rounds, which were just so one-sided towards Wildcard. Yeah, can Pittsburgh Knights get back here in game 2? I mean, that was on the ticker, and while look, come here. Knights, yeah, okay, go on. No, he's not having any of it. Come here. Come here. Come here. He's just looking at me. He's like, what are you doing, mate? He's like, don't come back to me until Knights win on Villa. All right. He's clearly a Knights fan. Look, it's been better in the last couple of rounds. 2-2 on Villa. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. We definitely don't want to start saying, oh, here we go, the comeback. Look, long way to go, but it's a start. And at the end of the day, if they were going to win Villa, they had to start somewhere. I think it puts it into perspective what you said earlier, which is 2 round wins for Knights. That's as good as they did on Clubhouse in, what, 9 rounds. And they've only had 4 so far to do it. So it's a really good sign. And I think it goes to show that it's not just about what scrims you've done, that get the practice in, and how many counter strats you've done on Villa, because I don't think Knights were expecting this map to come out. Sometimes it comes down to just letting things go and saying, look, guys, the reason we lost Clubhouse is we're in our own heads, and just chill out, just have some fun. They had 2 rounds at the start to let off some steam, and now I think Knights are starting to realize, look, these guys aren't unbeatable. And if we just play smart, if we play better than them, we can beat them. So let's play better than them. And they're starting that. Yeah, look, I think Knights always had the potential, more so on Clubhouse than on Villa, but they always had the potential to beat a team like Wildcard. Wildcard's not invincible by any means. They're not unbeatable. It's not like they hold this massive streak of never losing a map. But Knights always were facing an uphill battle coming into tonight, now going into Villa, of course, as well. But I love the ability for them to determine and say, right, we're going to try something a bit different here in Villa. We're going to be a bit more aggressive, maybe play outside of even our own comfort zone. A lot of runouts, a lot of early peaks, see if it works. If it doesn't work, in some cases it has, in other cases it hasn't. It's gotten, though, to this point where it's 2-2. So you think, right, well, I guess we may as well continue the half in this manner. For these next 2 rounds, you would expect they're going to probably play pretty aggressive here. Now, if they can get to a 4-2 half lead, I say, well, we've got ourselves a game. But if it ends up being, say, 3-3 or 4-2 in the favor of Wildcard, well, then Wildcard, when they go into the defense, I suspect they will be able to sort of really corral the aggressive nature of Knights. It does come down to these opening fights, especially when you're looking at Knights themselves. They need to find that first pick, maybe even the first two, avoid that trade, and then you set yourself up into a good position. In the very first round, Knights got the opening pick, but then Wildcard just kept going trade after trade after trade, and Knights kept peeking aggressively. Wildcard punished them and took that numbers advantage away from them. And then following that, I mean, aside from round two, when Wildcard got the opening pick, in the rounds that Knights has actually won, they've gotten the opening pick, and then they haven't let it slide. They haven't been just submitting to the trades from Wildcard. They've gotten out of dodge, ensured that they haven't been refragged, and then the rest of the players have said, okay, let's not throw away this lead. Let's actually capitalize upon this advantage that we've established for ourselves.
And look, I think it should be stated, Knights are always going to try their absolute best. They would have tried on Clubhouse. It's not like they just threw it. They had a bit of a rough one, and we can maybe get their thoughts on it in the interview to come later, but they've got to be happy with where they're at right now in Villa. They've still got a chance. And at least for the time being, I think, again, the LFO players that I'm sure are probably watching are thinking, oh, God, it's not going to happen, is it? When everyone's saying they can't win Villa, they go and then win Villa. That would be just disastrous. Long way to go, I know, but, man, we really maybe put the Mozzie on this one, Dev, if it does happen.
Yeah, well, nothing to lose, right? No expectation on Knights right now. So everything that they can get from here is something that we should be impressed by.
They haven't really put a lot of pressure of utility into that closet, which is surprising. Typically, we'll see teams elect to fill it up with ADSs and shields and sometimes even the frost traps. But no, Immoren's just going to walk in free, 2 minutes on the clock, which is strange. But Knights have been playing strange on defense and it puts, again, doubt into the minds of Wildcard.
Yeah, no heavy closet hold there, but we do have Dino. He had a preset C4, but I'm pretty sure that Pat downstairs with his electronics detector, he did spot the C4 and take it out. Oh, he actually wasn't upstairs, but oh, you see, there you go, there's the C4 right there. He's surely called that out to Diesel, say, careful, dude. C4 right there. Dino blows it, doesn't find anything. Gets one of those drones, but not the second. Gotta be careful here. There's a player upside down rappel on the master window. It's actually really slow here for Wildcard. What's this, 2 minutes down? And what progress has really been made? They haven't flushed out the players downstairs. They have control of Master, but not dominatingly. And there's no opening pick. So this is actually a really great spot for Knights.
Also to be considered, no utility was really used in the closet, besides a C4, for example. So it's not like they had to flush all of that out. That means there should be some more utility towards the site itself.
Finally, that opening pick does come out, and it's in Wildcard's favor, so maybe they are getting a little bit closer. It's actually 2, sorry. 3 versus 5 now. Wildcard are just sending it on through. Here's Ethan, ready to aggress on into Trophy. Pre-fires the wrong way. Diesel finds another one. Everything's slipping away right now. A player on the flank, it's Juicy. Doesn't land the shots that he needs to, and I think I had jinxed them there because I forecast potentially a close round, but when they're needed most, they do step up, and that's Wildcard, flawless.
And for the second time this series, they do stop Knights from getting 3 rounds in a row. And we head back to Aviator and Games, where both teams have split it 1-1 so far. That was definitely better from Wildcard, though, compared to the last 2 rounds where Knights were just over-aggressing them and Wildcard not dealing with it as well as they probably would have liked. A different setup again that round with not a lot of utility used in closet, backfiring on Knights. They were able to just walk in, and from there they were able to get a lot of that second floor control as Wildcard edged closer and closer from crushing the dreams of the Knights, but also uplifting the dreams of those LFO players.
Yeah, it's pretty common not to do a hard closet hold there on that stat and trophy bomb side. It's more something that we just see specific teams do. Like, for example, Akami, remember, what was it, 2 weeks ago or something, we were casting them, and they just did it every round to mixed success. Overall, I think it was a pretty good idea. But yeah, it's not something that that Knights seem to be eager on doing, and I think they were more hoping to leverage that vertical pressure from downstairs, but those two players, Bandit and Jaeger, seem to have virtually no impact at all. But now we'll look to the final round of the half, and if Knights can even this up, I actually rate their chances pretty strongly of coming back on the attack. Villa, I wouldn't really stitch it up to be defensive-sided or attacker-sided. It really does swing from game to game, albeit the Thatcher ban does complicate things for the attack, but both of these teams are very much capable of dealing with that Thatcher ban. That Nomad ban as well might prove to be difficult for Knights. But Dino, once again, he's just not letting up here. Wants to go for this spawn peak once again. A risky play, but I think Knights have demonstrated that that's the playstyle they're going for here against Wildcard.
Got at least one more round to do it here on their defense. If they can split it 3-3, it'll already be a better improvement from Clubhouse. And then going into their attacking half, where, who knows, maybe when Knights are going to be on the attack, they can have a bit more free roam to sort of play that aggressive style that they want to bring here on Villa. Of course, though, you're going to be then contending with a defense from Wildcard that'll be preparing for it. 2 minutes remaining. Wildcard is taking their time here as they clear out this first floor.
Wildcard taking their time. Now, that's a sentence we say fairly frequently. Wildcard, I think one of their biggest weaknesses is the fact that they can take so long, but the playstyle we so distinctively know them for is taking forever to do something, but when they do it so well. When the execute comes about, it's so successful. Already one player found, and they're finished off by Geo. And that's why you need to apply that vertical pressure if Wildcard do so effectively. And this drone work is just perfect as well. Perfect information gathering. Surely not. Surely Hayward doesn't go for this. He comes out.
A lot of damage done. Strider gets actually taken down from Ethan on the other side too. So that's a good combination onto Strider. 1 minute remaining. And again, it's a 5 versus 3 in favor of Wildcard. Very similar to that last round, Dev. And 4-2 is looking the more likely here to end this half. There's a quick double trade, 1-1. And it's now 4 versus 2 with 45 seconds remaining. Really, Knights need to find another frag or two before they get onto the site here. It's absolutely pivotal.
Ethan, he's so confident on these engagements. He has been all night, and he finds that one. Geo as well. And that's Wildcard closing out the half with a nice, confident 4-2 split on their attack.
Well, they got the first 2 rounds of the half. They then got the last 2 rounds of the half. 4-2. And that uphill battle for Knights, it's basically the equivalent of climbing Mount Everest at this time. They've got such a long way to get back into this map. We will reiterate it one last time. You lose this map, your season is done for the Pittsburgh Knights. They've had their chances, not just tonight, but really this season. It's easy to sort of sit back and say, oh, they had to get a map here. Well, in reality, Dev, they probably should have got this map elsewhere in the season if they wanted to make top 4, not having to then rely on taking a map from Knights when so far only one other team has been able to do that.
Yeah, well, if Knights have got the 2-0 they wanted over LFO, that map on Villa itself actually that went to an 8-7, then, well, Knights wouldn't be in nearly as sore a position as they are now. They would be well and truly ahead, and they would have to... They would just be worried about Ferox coming up on nipping on their heels, depending on how Ferox perform tomorrow. But yes, Knights have well and truly had their chances. They only got one map against LFO, they only got one map against Ferox, and I think that's really what set Knights back this season and what prevented them from really putting themselves forward with a strong application for those top 4 spots. But of course, the opportunity doesn't end there. It just makes it much more difficult. Now they have to take this map off of Wildcard. Otherwise, tomorrow night, when LFO and Ferox go head-to-head, one of those teams will at least get enough points to edge away and take Knights' spot. So Knights need more points on the board, otherwise that 4th place they're sitting pretty in at the moment won't be theirs for long.
And it really does set up tomorrow night to be a preview of the playoffs with the Kami and Wildcard battling it out. You've got really 2 of the top 3 And then, of course, LFO and Ferox, the winner, would then make it into the playoffs. Of course, for Ferox's sake, they don't have to 2-0. They can just get the draw. But it gives you the idea of sort of what's on the line for tomorrow night and the preview of the playoffs to come. 2 minutes remaining, and well, for Knights, they've got to turn it around. Otherwise, they will have no part in those playoffs. They'll be watching on the sideline, along with the likes of Elevate and, of course, Kanga. Diesel takes a big chunk of damage there from Josh. Tries to just fire back through, doesn't get anything. And once again, Wildcard gets the opening frag for like the 3rd time in a row now.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
And the second as well to follow up, denying any kind of refrag there. Strider, though, looking to focus on the site. And of course, Juicy has this Ying in his pocket. Candela is at the ready. Strider looking to push up aggressive. He says, look, we know there are players on the road, but Evo Ring, the one tap with the Magnum of all things. Pushing into site now. That's Juicy finished off. All of our hopes lie on Juicy. He can find one, but choked out of sight. 3 players left to find. A lot of time to work with, but just about nothing else really in his arsenal. As Ethan, Pat, and Diesel lie in wait for the newest member of Knights.
I was going to mention the health of Diesel, but Josh's health is not that much better anyway. Fortunately, you may as well give it a crack. It's not like you have anything else to do but see what can happen. Who knows? Maybe you get a collateral. Maybe Wildcard get a team kill. We've seen that a little bit in recent weeks. He just pushes in, makes a bit of noise, and really the way that, well, I was going to say they could either just all rush him at once, or someone will eventually spot someone. Diesel in the end does, and it's 5-2, and Villa's now pulling away from Knights.
Quite the deficit to come back from. We said the same thing on Clubhouse, and well, I mean, there was no comeback. There was no round for Knights at all after the 2 they picked up at the start. Now, Wildcard on the defense here. Are we really going to do the blitz? Surely not. Surely not. We don't see blitz and clash. No, 6-pick. Both of them. No shieldy boys today. But for Knights, it's really, there's a lot of onus on them to make this happen. Dyna's just going to take the Ash. Don't blame you, mate. Go for broke, and I mean, there's some good utility there in the with the breaching rounds as well.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
Wildcard going to stat and trophy next up on the menu. We need to see something better from Knights. I'd like to see the Ying be more impactful. I'd like to see Hayward be a bit more impactful as well. Last round, he was basically on 0 HP off of an early engagement, and he still continued to hunt that roamer of Pat downstairs. And he didn't have anyone close enough to him to go for that refrag, so he's never going to win that engagement, right, when he's basically on 0 HP. I'd like to see Knights work a bit more closely together, and I want to see flashes of that Knights that we talk so much about, the one that explodes into the bomb site and is perfectly in sync, not this disjointed trying to get a cheeky pick here or there Knights. I want to see the Knights that I know has the teamwork and chemistry of a world-class team.
Unfortunately for Knights, though, Stat and Trophy hasn't been their friend here tonight on Villa. They haven't won it yet. Only won the 2 rounds on Aviator Games and Kitchen Dining, but everything else has gone the way of Wildcard. 5-2. The match point of the match point now for Wildcard. And one step closer to finishing off this series and to finishing off the season for Knights. It's a rough way to go for Pittsburgh Knights, considering they've been thereabouts, the top 4 all season long, Dev. And then on the last night, well, the second last night, technically, you then no longer qualify.
Top so long, but it's not enough for them. You mentioned that heavy closet hold. It's Diesel here with the super shorty. Deals a pack of damage in close range. Juicy could try to use some Candelas in this scenario, but with 2 ADSs there, no way! Diesel, how do you get away with that? And that just demonstrates the confidence Wildcard are feeling right now. Knights, once again, shut down.
You wanted to see, you specifically said, more from the Ying. I mean, definitely not seeing anything from the Ying this round with Juicy being picked like that. And once again, for the 4th time in a row, the opening frag in favor of Wildcard. Knights have just had nothing go their way. It's why we both didn't really get too excited when it was 2-2, when Knights looked like they were pushing it back in their favor. We knew what was to come. We knew that Wildcard would step up and find that other gear. It is at least 4-4, and as I finished saying that, now it's 4-3. And along with that, Josh is very low and, well, now dead. And, well, it all falls apart very quickly here. Knights are going to lose this round. 6-2. Wildcard are on match point.
Hold your horses, Xenox. I know you like to be efficient with things, but it's not over yet.
Nah.
Not over until the fat lady sings. Then, I mean, we got a couple singing. Oh, there she goes, whistling away. Hitting those high notes. Nice stuff. No tenor at all. No alto. None of that. It's all at the top register there. Dino, last one. He's the one to pop off so far, but come on. 4K. Clutch it up. Not happening. But every kill here is a consolation prize against arguably the best team in the region. Why not give it your all?
Oh, for Knights, it was always going to be tough. The damage was done on Clubhouse. I think it's evident, right? And we didn't expect them to really push Wildcard to the point of them winning the map here on Villa. And now it's 6-2 match point, and it's shaped up to be that way.
Best that Knights can hope for really is getting at least one more round, so it's not a 7-2, 7-2. I think anything less than a 7-3 is a thrashing. So 7-2, 7-1, 7-0, those are rounds where you look at that, you know, the maps that you look at that and you say, yeah, there wasn't really a contest here. One team was the clear winner. Once you get to 7-3, 7-4, 7-5, you're starting to think, hey, it's actually a pretty close game, you know, a solid effort there from that losing team. But Knights, a bit more that we'll have to see from them to really work it. As we head down to Dining Kitchen, can Wildcard go, as I like to call it, around the world and do all 3 bomb sites needed in their rotation flawlessly? And that would be the map if they can do so.
Well, speaking of around the world, unless I've made a mistake, which I very well may have, I think every single member from Wildcard has picked up an opening frag here on Villa. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Dev, but
I don't. I missed one round. I have Ethan, Geo, Pat, and Diesel, but I don't have Emo getting one. Yeah, I missed round 5. Is that round 5?
Yeah, that was actually the flawless round too. How did you miss that?
Yeah.
Jeez. Come on.
Because it was too fast, mate. Too fast.
I'll back myself in there and say I got that one right. So yeah, that's kind of just showing, I guess, that Wildcard doing it as a team. It's not a one-man effort. It's not a one-man show. And this will be the end of Knights, I would suspect. And 7-2, 7-2 is very much a thrashing, going back to what you were saying just prior. Well, it has been a thrashing. Even if somehow Knights make this 7-3, in my eyes, it's still a thrashing. I mean, 7-3 is on the very low side of that closeness that you were sort of speaking about. So it's been disappointing from Knights tonight, especially more so in Clubhouse than Villa.
Hello, Josh. What are you doing? That's a brick wall. Now, Juicy did 6-pick this Lion from the Ying, and it looks like Knights might go for some.
Was he masking the sound of the
barricade? I think
that's yeah.
This is the 4-man crouch walk. Pantry.
No.
But they are met with the ultimate enemy, a wooden barricade.
Apples. Oh, I thought it was the apples.
Here's the explosion into sight. Juicy taken out off the board. Dino does find one as a reply, finds 2 kills. Hey, this might be doable. Wait a second, surely not. Strider finds one. 2v2, Josh about to get this kid down! Oh, it's a 1v1! And Ethan loses it! Knights get one more on the board. It was a bit of a left and right, bit of a crazy one, but hey, it's something on the board, and that's 6-3.
I mean, can they just keep doing that for forever? It's like, hey, are you guys going to allow us to just do that again? That also means they denied kitchen and dining, Dev.
Yeah. They denied the round the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know about that one, mate. That was it was fun. I find it funny that the line was 6-picked onto to enable the rush, and then they decided to just not pop the the E1D because they didn't want it to reveal the fact that they were about to rush. So, I mean, the E1D is a double-edged sword because it's very effective, right? It gives you some information or suppresses the defenders from moving, but it also reveals the fact that you're about to make a play. So not doing that was perhaps a good idea.
Surely that doesn't happen again, though. I mean, I don't even know if it's possible. You can't make that sort of push here on Aviator games anyway.
It's called the yeet up red stairs. Full 5-man crouch walk up red stairs all the way into B, plant vault door. There you go, GG.
All right, well, we'll see if that comes to fruition, but I don't think Wildcard are going to allow that to happen. But for Wildcard's sake, even if you lose, well, I mean, technically, even if they lose the next few rounds, it doesn't really matter. Heck, they could lose the map and it doesn't really matter. Like, they're just having a bit of fun right now. Unless they're like absolutely cruel people and they're like, no, we must demolish Knights. Like, we've got to make sure they lose as inhumanly as possible. 7-2, 7-2 is now at the window. At least they get a 7-3 at the very minimum. See what happens here, though, on the attack for Knights.
I think this is also looking inwardly, though, for Wildcard right now. They're sitting at 30 points thanks to that first map win on map number 1, and that's in first place on the standings. But with that match against Okami tomorrow night, there's definitely an opportunity for Okami to make a comeback there, and Wildcard doesn't want to let that happen. They had the worst season ever in the season 11 of Pro League. They want to come back. They want to take 6 Masters. They want to take that first seed into the playoffs, that seed advantage. And they want everyone to know that they are the #1 team.
Bomb located by attackers.
Which drone, of course, can shoot out those electric claws before being what seemed like stomped. Imagine if you could do that. You could just like left click, but it just kind of stomps the drone with your foot. I think that'd be kind of cool. Like a special finish. Dino and Josh both basically being the opening deaths of this round. And for Knights, at least they get one back. 3 versus 4, still not ideal, but pushing towards the site.
Really smoke babe there from Diesel. Trying to slow this down. There is a roamer downstairs. And if Juicy can find that one, it'll put his team in actually a decent position to try to make this comeback. 3v4, not impossible. Diesel burning all his smokes nice on and early. Ethan going to try to get back to site surely. His rotation is spotted out, but he takes out 2 drones in the meanwhile, starving the information up from Knights. And now study push is going to be very difficult with that positioning from Ethan. Too many angles to watch here for Strider. But can Juicy flank up the red stairs and take this?
Not quite the, what did you call it? Yeeting up of the red stairs. But Juicy's giving you the best that he can give you. 3 versus 3.
Wow.
Never mind, a second one's found from Hayward. Now he can just walk straight into Aviator as well. Games is being watched. Diesel watching this window. And I think he's going to be committing to this window, especially now with the E1D being used. Has no choice. The Repel's going to come in. Should get the immediate frag onto Hayward. Does. Diffuser does go down at the very least. Vulcan Shield can be still exploded if Imran needs to push back, but he needs to push forward onto the Diffuser. So give up on that, move around. He's got 35 seconds.
He's all out of gas. Imran, no utility either. Great gun on it, though. And Juicy still has an E1D remaining. We could pop that and suppress. There you go. It comes out, and that's Emo taken out. Diesel bides his time. A lot of angles to watch, though, when Knights. Yet another one on the board. It's a 6-4 here, and slow and steady. They're not cheesing it here. This is seriously on. I won't make any big claims yet, but Knights have definitely put themselves in a position where even if they lose, Villa was not a thrashing.
Oh, I definitely agree with that. In the way that Clubhouse was a thrashing and was probably very disappointing because, I mean, it was their map pick. This has been better. How much of it is maybe unusual strats or unusual play? I mean, who cares, really? Winning's winning at the end of the day. Getting to the position that it's 6-4 on Villa, a map you haven't really played or played much of, at least in 6 Masters. Knights have got everything on the line here. So they're not just sort of playing willy-nilly. They're playing to make playoffs. Like they're saying, okay, well, maybe we can't win in the conventional means, but if we win by this means, who cares? So if it's working, it's working. 6-4 now. Wildcard have got to put a little bit more thought into defending here. Aviator games, but also just thinking, okay, well, how do we combat the unexpected?
And looking at it from Knight's perspective right now, I totally agree with you. If you can win by any methods possible, then, you know, go for it. There's no police that's going to say, hey, no, you can't bring Lion, you can't bring Twitch and try and use that to counter electric clauses. You can't do a rush up Pandra stairs. There's no one that says that. If it works, it works. Dab on the hate, as I say. And to Knights' credit, they came back from a 3 versus 5 into a 3 versus 3 to get Plant down that round. And then eventually lock it out. I mean, that's an impressive feat. And Knights, I think after that, looking at the scoreline and saying, look, guys, we're 2 rounds away from making this even and putting it back on the possibility of us going to playoffs. Let's just do it.
6-5 doesn't really get them too much more, but it does get them a step closer to sending it to overtime. Josh opens up with Ethan going down. Ethan's been a very impressive player as well for Wildcard Dev, so to take him out of the equation early on, we've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds, is so ideal.
No refrag. I expected a E1D to be popped by Juicy to suppress that attempt at a refrag, but no, not so yet. And Pat did a lot of damage to Hayward. In fact, Hayward's lucky to be alive on that rappel. Still, as you mentioned, numbers advantage. Not a lot of health advantage with Hayward and Josh both low. But this is great time management. 1 minute down. There's the E1D to come out. Fire goes through. Tries to fry position. The Inja comes out. Pat gets that headshot, but I don't know if Knights are aware of that Inja. Wildcard are probably thinking, can we pick him up? The answer is no, in all likelihood. But how long will it take Knights to lock out that kill? Because they don't have points on. There's no hard points in competitive play. So they won't be aware that they got the Inja there.
Well, they are aware now as Hayward will put Pat out of his injured misery. Minute and 15 seconds. And things are just getting interesting here. And I don't just say that in a jokingly manner because Zimmerman goes down to Dino. It's a 2 versus 4. Knights are on the verge of making this 6-5 on Billa. Hello? Wait a second. Where did this come from? And now Wildcard are probably saying the same thing. Where did this come from? What's going on? Why is this happening now all of a sudden? The push through. Geo's able to get Juicy. Do they elect to try and shut this all down now? Win on this match?
No way!
Geo's found a second one. It would be oh so bad. Heartbreaking. Diffuser's on the ground and now it's a 1 versus 1. Hayward was able to get Diesel. Geo's low, but so is Hayward. This couldn't be any closer. The gas canister has dissipated. Hayward's able to get the diffuser. He can stick it down now, just near the vault door. He's scared. He's expecting Geo to push through, go for the frag. Hayward is now going to start the plant. This is their season on the line, and Knights will win the round. 6-5. The smart play from Hayward, expecting the push from Geo. It comes out on top, and they are 1 round away from sending it to overtime.
From a 4-2, a 5-2, to come back and put us on 6-5 on the verge of overtime. And round by round, play by play, Knights are just looking better and better every time. There was a moment here when Geo got this pick that I thought, Knights, it's over. But then for Hayward to clutch it out in the 1 versus 1, Wildcard have got to be sweating right now. Ethan, he's not popping off like he was previously. He was shut down without any worry at all from Knights early on in that round. And now we really need to see something from Wildcard to lock this out. Now, you don't want to be seeing overtime because at that point you're talking about a comeback from Knights, a reverse sweep where they have all the momentum, all the cards up their sleeve. Wildcard, they're not going to be losing anything in the standings. They're not going to be kicked out of playoffs if they lose this map, but they want to assure themselves that top #1 spot in the league. And they want to make sure that they don't lose to a team like Knights that they deem to be not on their level. For Knights, all the pressure is on right now.
Bit of pressure as well to those from LFO watching this. It was 6-2. So many match points have gone wasted for Wildcard's sake. But you know what, Dev? Only one matters. And they've got that one last match point here. A 7-5 win would be noble from Knights, but it won't get them the chocolates. But if they can make it 6-6, send it to overtime, I agree with you. They will have the momentum. Maybe they've then got the tactics as well to go on and win that. Wildcard playing a bit more aggressive here in this round. A few shots being shot outside. Maybe just trying to throw Knights off a little bit. And for Knights, their line of thinking is that we're right back in this game now. Do we continue with the same strats, or do we just reel it in a bit? Juicy picks the Lion, and I think for them it's same. It's been working. Why switch?
Emo droned out consistently downstairs. Wildcard did not deal well with this attack last time. Diesel was allowed 2 kills on the jump outs from Closet. How are they going to deal with him? It looks like they're tempted to go for this vertical pressure. First E1D rings true. But no progress thus far, really. Knights just sussing the situation, droning out. Dino pushing in downstairs. And Geo to find that first kill. It's Hay with the man to clutch up that previous round. He's down.
Is the team going to follow him? No, not just yet. In fact, they're going to take the lead here in this round. Immediately traded back from Jero. Jero has very much stepped up here in the clutch for Wildcard. The rest of his team, I've got to say, have fallen a bit by the wayside. He's been finding frags when his team needs him to find it. Still has the ADS there as well, just in case anything is thrown in his direction. Diesel from above, watching through the floor. Minute 20 seconds remaining. 3 versus 3. It couldn't get any closer than this. Knights 1 round away from sending it to overtime. Wildcard 1 round away from sending Knights out of the playoffs.
Juicy spots Emo. Second E1D rings true, and still Knights, you can feel the tension. They're worried about Geo. He's on fire. A huge impact play previous rounds, and now 2 kills to his name thus far. Looks like Knights will just avoid the master bedroom. Right near the statue. Geo for another one, but he gets punished. That's Josh. And now a 3 versus 2. The E1D comes out on the back of it to suppress any refrag, and in fact, none come out. Diesel needs to find this angle. It's a 2v2 now with Josh on the floor, finished off by Emorin. Diesel low HP. Emorin spots out 1 player. Can he find this? He does. Emo 2v1. All on Juicy here for the map. Pushing up from the Astro stairs. What can he do?
20 seconds remaining, make it 15. He doesn't have the diffuser in hand. 10 seconds left. He wants to go for the frags. Pre-fires to his left. They may just run. They've got the time. 6 seconds left. It's an awful way for Knights of Season to finish off, but that's the way it's going to be. Wildcard win the round. GG's. Heartbreak for Knights. And unfortunately, the comeback falls short. That last hurdle they couldn't get over.
It was long, and it was hard fought. It was valiant, but Wildcard are on top of the standings in the 6 Masters and on top of the scoreboard on this match. A well-deserved victory for Wildcard. They might have had to sweat a little bit more than they expected, but they close it out at the end of the day on Villa. A 7-5, no overtime needed.
Yep. What to say about that? That turned into almost an instant classic towards the end from one position when it was 6-2, finishes off 7-5. Very similar to actually one of the matches between Ferox and Sinister, if you recall, Dev. So, look, that went kind of the opposite to how we thought maybe things would go. I predicted kind of like a 7-5 on Clubhouse and a bit of a beating on Villa. In the end, roles were reversed, but still, nonetheless, we say goodbye to Pittsburgh Knights, Dev. They couldn't get the map win that they needed. It was vital, crucial, and for Wildcard, they go 2-0. They win yet another series, moving towards playoffs.
Yeah, Wildcard are on fire right now and heading into playoffs. Well, they've actually got 2 maps tomorrow night against Okami, so that's going to be super tense. Winner of that likely to take first place overall in the 6 Masters as well. So Wildcard need to get some good rest tonight so they can be prepared for that one. But like you're saying, this is the end of the season for Knights. They are locked out of the playoffs positions now. Best they can do is 5th place, which is looking fairly likely at the moment. There's still a possibility they can move down into 6th, I believe. depending on how LFO and Ferox do. But as for tonight, I think Knights have got to be proud of the fact that they managed to regain some momentum on Villa in particular. It wasn't pretty for a while, but the fact that it wasn't a thrashing, they've got to be happy with that.
Definitely agree. Another man who should be happy is Silex, of course, from Wildcard. They win yet another series. Silex, it's another one in the belt. Maybe a bit of sweaty palms and nerves towards the end there on Villa as it went 7-5, but you got to be happy, especially with the way things went on Clubhouse.
Yeah, Villa was a bit too close for comfort at the end. Clubhouse was really good, had a couple of rough early rounds, but managed to pull 7 in a row, which was really nice.
Yeah, Silex, I want to talk a little bit about tomorrow night. You guys are playing Okami, arguably going to be your most difficult match of the season, especially coming off the back of Season 11, which was such a struggle for you guys. You guys are back on the horse. Are you going to take it all the way? You've only dropped one map so far. What is going to happen tomorrow night with Okami? What are you guys thinking about the most?
So tonight's matches and tomorrow matches are actually really important. Even though we've already made ourselves into the playoffs, it's come down to seedings for us now. So Okami can still take first place away from us if they beat us 2-0. We just now need to win one of those 2 matches to keep our first place, which gives us first seed in the playoffs, and that will put us against either Ferox or LFO. So if Ferox win one map tomorrow against LFO, then they go through in 4th place. If LFO win 2 matches, then they go through in 4th place. So yeah, sorry to Knights tonight. They were just literally fighting for their life. So yeah, if we maintain our first place position, we will face either Ferox or LFO in the first round of the playoffs. Assuming that's how the seedings will work, of course.
Yeah.
Ask Uncle Jeebus about that one.
Yeah.
So Alex, a few interesting strats coming out from Knights tonight, more so on Villa than Clubhouse. Clubhouse was a bit structured. Were you expecting maybe some different play styles from them tonight, considering their circumstances, of course, revolving around their future?
Well, as I said before, they're fighting for their life. So if they can get those like early advantages like they tried to do, especially in the first round, they tried that Scyther C4 that completely whiffed, thank God. But yeah, like Dyna was just playing like double or nothing. So yeah, go huge or go home. Caught us off guard a little bit, but at the same time, we kind of expected them to get really aggressive and do some random stuff because it's just in their nature, I guess.
I'll let you go. Best of luck tomorrow as well. I was going to say for the playoffs too, but you're not quite there just yet. But look, best of luck for the playoffs and also against Okami.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
One of the good points I thought he brought up was that these games are important to Wildcard. They view them as important games, probably not just for the seeding, but also to sort of build that winning mentality and always staying on top. And I think that's a really good foundation for Wildcard.
As soon as you say, oh, it's okay if we drop one map, we're still making playoffs. As soon as you start to adopt that mentality, I think that it says something about your competitive spirit, and you need to have that fire burning inside you at all times, that desire to be the best that you can be. Wildcard knows that they are good enough to put away Knights 2-0, and they did so tonight. They've demonstrated that they have what it takes to take that #1 seed, but tomorrow LFO, or rather Okami, is going to be standing in their way and ready to take the fight to him.
The last time we had Pittsburgh Knights in the interview with Strider against Okami last week, which was a bit heartbreaking. You could hear it in his voice. They knew how important that series was, and at the time we knew how important it was as well, because we kind of predicted this would happen against Wildcard. We kind of said at the time, if they don't get anything against Okami, the odds are they're not going to get anything against Wildcard. I don't know how disappointed Strider's going to be tonight, but I know they will have tried their absolute best. Strider is going to be with us for the interview tonight, mate. Commiserations firstly, I just want to say the fight back on Villa was valiant, and it was awesome to watch you guys sort of bring it back, but let's be real, it all went wrong on Clubhouse, didn't it?
Oh yeah, we definitely took the L on Clubhouse, no doubt. I mean, I think it just came down to like we were taking one-on-ones and Wildcard were just destroying us in the one-on-ones. Like the amount of times we'd let them set up with a Capitao. Look, honestly, I don't know why we banned Ying. Why do we ban Ying? They don't even play Ying. They play Capitao. Why don't we ban Capitao? It's questions we'll never know the answer to.
I gotta say, Strider, it was nice that the first thing I saw when your face came up on the interview was a great big smile on your dial. And I think that, yeah, it was a toughie, but you guys got a lot to be proud of going in this season. You've had a million roster changes through and you've settled in with Josh. What are you guys going to be looking at now that you guys can chill out, have a little bit of break, pressure's off, right? Coming into your next step, what are you guys going to be working on in the break?
Yeah, look, that's a really good point. Like, we're really happy with our performance this season, especially with all those roster changes. So, like, if we had like a really solid kind of time to just settle in and build up those like small things, right, like the call outs and the setups and things like that. I think if we can solidify that, we'll be really strong next season. Like this season, we've proven our worth even with a new player. I can't wait to see him settled in. Yeah, really excited actually.
Yeah, and sort of just touching on that a little bit here as well, is that you guys had a lot of close losses, 2 overtime losses, and another, I think it was a 7-5 against like LFO, for example. You had quite a few games there that, if just that flip of the coin, a couple of little things go your way, and you're very comfortably then in playoffs. So to know that you guys were that close to playoffs, then you pick up someone like Josh, who's just been franking out. He looks like a great fit. It kind of just gives you that confidence, I guess, going forward to know, okay, we've got something here that we can build on.
Yeah, we really earned our spot. Like you said, those games like against LFO or Sinister, like really close, and we could have won a few extra maps, and then all of a sudden we're top 4. But Arlo really proved his worth. Man, the Zofia LMG, that'll just go down in history. But I mean, Josh is equally as good as that, if not better, which is not to say the least of Arlo. He's really good. So like, yeah, I really don't know what to say. Like, we did quite well this season, even though we did lose out on a lot of maps that we should have taken, but we're still happy with that at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I'm very happy to see you in good spirits, and you guys took it right up to Wildcard, especially on Villa. Best of luck going forward in the future for you guys as a team.
Thanks, Xenox. Thanks, Devmata. Nice to see you around.
Always, mate. Oh, that was good. You made the perfect point. It was good to see when he came up. He had a smile on his face, because last time, like, it almost like broke my heart when you could see how crushed he was and his team was because of that loss against Akami and what it meant for them. And in the end, it kind of played out to fruition how we thought it would.
I get really invested in these interviews and these players. Like when you see a player is just so disappointed with their performance, it's tough. Like the night when Spruce lost 0-2 to whichever team, or 2 weeks ago or whatever, it was heartbreaking.
Yeah.
You're seeing Strider after a loss. It's heartbreaking. Digital as well when Elevate struggled. So it's just fantastic to see that, look, the pressure is finally off. Knights no longer have that question hanging over their heads about whether they're going to make playoffs. They gave it their best. They didn't make it this time. Now it's an opportunity for them to sit back and just knuckle down into getting ready for next season.
Let's go have a look and just sort of recap things as we look towards the schedule that played out today. 2 2-0s, one going in favor of Sinister against Ferox, the other, of course, Wildcard against Pittsburgh Knights. Really not too much of a surprise. There were a few that might have thought Ferox could steal one away from Sinister, but they, of course, didn't need anything from that series against Sinister. Bit of a dead rubber, especially now that we know the results between Wildcard and Pittsburgh Knights, Dev.
Yeah, and it makes it ever so more exciting for tomorrow night, because whoever wins out of Ferox and LFO, whoever gets more rounds or more maps and then more rounds will make it up. So at the moment, it's a bit deceiving, because we're saying, oh, Pittsburgh Knights can't make top 4. Well, they are in 4th at the moment. But remember, LFO and Ferox sitting right underneath them. They're both playing, right? So there are 3 possibilities. Either Ferox wins 2-0 and gets 6 points, LFO wins 2-0 and gets 6 points, or they both win, and then we have a 3-way tie on 18 points between Knights, Ferox, and LFO, in which case the order would be Ferox, Knights, LFO, based on round difference, probably. Actually, I don't know. It gets more complicated than that. There's another level. If LFO has more rounds than Ferox, then maybe they can get through. But I'm going to leave that to the admins, because that's when you start getting really in details, and I've learned not to do maths on broadcast, Xenox.
Well, I mean, but Elevate don't play tomorrow, so why would they go through?
LFO. I said LFO.
Oh, I thought you said Elevate. Okay, yeah, okay.
No, no.
Okay.
No, not
look,
Elevate.
We spent like an hour beforehand. I think we both kind of understand. Look, you spelled it out perfectly. You really did. Pat on the back for yourself, Dev. It's as simple as that. LFO get a 2-0, they go through. Ferox get a 2-0, they go through. Ferox get one map, they go through. Like, that's basically how it's going to play out, right? So we mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast that Ferox had the best chance of going through, and that's basically why. They didn't need anything really from Sinister, because if, let's say, they had have got a one map against Sinister, they would have been on, what, 18 as well, and then LFO 2-0 them, well, then that map didn't matter, right? So, and the same thing actually if they had got two maps, because then technically if LFO were to have 2-0'd Ferox tomorrow night,
head-to-head,
the tiebreaker. Yeah. So you could really see there wasn't too much on the line in that Sinister match, besides sort of just that, winning mentality, that pride and glory and all of the shenanigans.
There's one thing. There's one tiny little case in which case it would have mattered, is if Ferox got one map against Sinister and then LFO and Ferox draw one map, but LFO has the round advantage, Ferox would still go through because they would be on more points. So it's still possible that if LFO and Ferox draw tomorrow, but LFO won more rounds than Ferox, then we're going to have a three-way tie with a little bit of a love triangle between the three teams, all fighting for 4th place, and there's going to be no clear winner about which one should go through, at which point I would go in and talk to the admins, because that's beyond my pay grade.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to just leave it there for tonight. Tomorrow night, two of my favorite guys are going to be back on. Guz and Raven will bring you the action for the final play day. After that, me and Dev should be back for the playoffs. Until then, we'll see you guys soon.
Attackers have dropped the 10 seconds remaining.
No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I had for you. It beats for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life.
15 seconds to go.
Oh, you bring me to
Attackers bomb diffuser has been
life.
Defender has left the dedicated station. Bombed by attackers.
Oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring me back to life. I stopped on my side, tried to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring